Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the first meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees for the year 2021. We are going to begin with we need to do our swearing in so we can conduct some business. So we're going to begin with ceremonial swearing in of our newly elected members of the Board of Trustees, or the returning members, and I'm one of the returning members, and so we'll go first so that we can continue having someone preside over the meeting. So I'll turn this over to our clerk, Clerk Caudill.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. So we'll go ahead and have Angie Taylor get sworn in.
Protect
and
defend the Constitution and government of the United States
and government of the United States
and the Constitution
and the Constitution
and government
of
the State of Nevada against all enemies, whether domestic or foreign, and that I will bear true faith, allegiance, and loyalty in the same way. Any ordinance, resolution, or law of any state, notwithstanding, and that I will dwell and faithfully perform all of the duties of the office of school trustee on which I am about to enter. So help me God. God bless you.
Thank you, Pastor.
Thank you, Pastor.
Just for the record, I was sworn in by my pastor, Reverend Glenn E. Taylor Sr. My pastor, no relation, just my pastor.
Thank you, Pastor Taylor. Congratulations, Angie Taylor. Next, we'll have the swearing in of Jeff Church.
Of course, you'll state your name after I say aye.
I, Jeffrey D. Church,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support, protect, and defend
the
Constitution and government of the United States
Constitution and government of the United States
and the Constitution and government
and the Constitution and government
of the State of Nevada
of the State of Nevada
against all enemies, whether domestic or foreign,
whether domestic or foreign,
and that I will bear true faith,
and that I will bear true faith,
allegiance, and loyalty to the same.
allegiance, and loyalty to the same.
Any ordinance,
Any ordinance,
resolution, or law
resolution, or law
of any state notwithstanding.
of any state notwithstanding,
And that I will well and faithfully perform
and that I will well and faithfully perform
all the duties of the office of school trustee,
all the duties of the office of school trustee,
on which I'm about to enter.
on which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
So you come.
Give me a hug. You need to
Through the mask.
Trustee Church, please introduce your swearer in to the rest of us, if you would. Let everyone know who swore you in.
do what now?
In the mic.
Oh, this is my wife, Darcy Church, the one I was trying to kiss through the mask.
All right.
You're supposed to sign this, but I don't have a pen.
All right.
I take that with me, I guess.
Congratulations and welcome, Trustee Church. Next to be sworn in, newly elected Dr. Diane Nicolette.
That's for your signature. I state your name.
I, Diane Nicolette,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support, protect, and defend
that I will support, protect, and defend
the Constitution and government of the United States
the Constitution and government of the United States
and the Constitution and government of the state of Nevada
and the Constitution and government of the state of Nevada
against all enemies, whether domestic or foreign,
against all enemies, whether domestic or foreign,
and that I will bear true faith,
and that I will bear true faith,
allegiance, and loyalty to the same.
allegiance, and loyalty to the same.
Any ordinance, resolution,
Any ordinance or resolution
or law of any state notwithstanding,
or law of any state notwithstanding,
and that I will well and faithfully perform
and that I will well and faithfully perform
all the duties of the office
all the duties of the office
of school trustee,
of school trustee,
on which I am about to enter.
on which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
You get to sign.
My husband, Mark Nicolette, my husband of 48 years. Can you imagine putting up with me for 48 years?
All right. Congratulations.
Supposed to sign right there.
Okay, as newly elected Trustee Nicolette signs, and we'll prepare for our final new trustee to be sworn in tonight, Mr. Kurt Thigpen.
I state your name,
I, Kurt Thigpen,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support, protect, and defend
that I will support, protect, and defend
the Constitution and government of the United States
the Constitution and government of the United States
and the Constitution and government of the state of Nevada
and the Constitution and government of the state of Nevada
against all enemies, whether domestic or foreign,
against all enemies, whether domestic or foreign,
and that I will bear true faith,
and that I will bear true faith,
allegiance, and loyalty to the same,
allegiance, and loyalty to the same,
any ordinance, resolution,
any ordinance or resolution
or law of any state notwithstanding,
or law of any state notwithstanding,
and that I will well and faithfully perform
and that I will well and faithfully perform
all the duties of the office of school trustee,
all the duties of office of school trustee,
on which I am about to enter,
on which I'm about to enter,
so help me God.
so help me God.
Congratulations, Trustee Thigpen. Would like to introduce your person, your presenter today.
This is my sister-in-law, Catherine Asadillo. She's a senior at Worcester High School.
All right. Booster? Nice to have you here, and congratulations, Trustee Thigpen. Let's give a round of applause for all of our new and myself returning trustees. And now I will officially call today's meeting to order. And as always, we will begin with our roll call. Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Vice President. We have Vice President Taylor.
I'm here.
And I am here. Trustee Calvert. Trustee Church. Here. Trustee Minetto. Here. Trustee Nicolette.
Here.
Trustee Thigpen.
Here.
Student Representative Gomez.
Here.
Madam Vice President, we have a quorum.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. We're now going to ask everyone to stand for the roll call. Our flag will be on the screen. Stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, excuse me. The flag will be on the screen. Yeah, I will stand. And to lead us in, I saw Principal McMaster. Is she still here? Tiffany, I saw her earlier. No? Okay, I tell you what. I'm going to ask Mr. John Ippolito if you would lead us in the pledge. John, it's good to see you going into 2021. And give me a minute to stand, sir. To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Mr. Ippolito. You've attended more board meetings than a lot of us up here at this table, so you have certainly... Thank you so much. Okay, now the first action item for the new calendar year agenda action item 1.05. This is for possible action. This is to adopt the agenda items on the agenda. However, at the discretion of the board, may be taken out of order by the board or by the president. The board may combine two or more agenda items for consideration, or an item may be removed from the agenda to delay discussion relating to an agenda at the time, and all of those that are at the purview of the president, or I should say the person overseeing the meeting, since our president, her term has expired. So I will ask if are any of my colleagues here that would like to move that the agenda is accepted.
So moved.
Thank you. Trustee Call, and then seconded by Trustee Minetto. I saw your hand. Thank you very much. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Okay, the motion is carried. Thank you very much. On to our next agenda item. This is our annual reorganization of the Board of Trustees. Because we're entering into a new term year, then we'll have an election of officers. There are all three offices that need to be filled: president, vice president, and that of clerk. I'm going to turn it over. Our presenter is Mr. Neil Rombardo, Chief General Counsel for the Washoe County School District and the board.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, President Taylor. Good afternoon, new trustees and former trustees. Good afternoon. So basically, at this point in time, we will do the nominations and elections of officers. As stated, there are three officers: the president of the board, the vice president of the board, and the clerk. The process will go along this lines. The president or the vice president, who's acting as chair of the meeting, will ask for nominations. And once the nominations are in, so she will, what is called, open the floor for nominations. A trustee will nominate another trustee to be the president. That trustee who is nominated should indicate his or her acceptance or willingness to take on that position. And then once that is done and all nominations are in, the floor will close to nominations, and then we will seek a motion. If more than one person is nominated, the motion, whoever gets the first motion, if it carries 4-3, that's it. You don't vote on both both candidates, or if there's more than two, on all the candidates. So are there any questions on how the process should work? So it starts again with the floor being open for nominations. The floor closes. Then it's up to it's up for a motion. I don't know if Vice President Taylor will ask the candidates to make a statement. She may do that if she chooses. That's up to the chair of the meeting. So that's the basic structure, and she can audit it or change it however she deems appropriate.
I have a question. Did I understand, would there be discussion first?
Hang on, just let me recognize you first, and then, yes, Trustee Church, absolutely.
Thank you. Sorry. First
That's
time,
okay.
first
First
motion.
time, first meeting, no problem.
Would there be discussion first, or would there only be discussion after? In other words, before nominations or after?
There will be an opportunity for discussion after there is a motion and the motion is seconded.
Yeah.
Okay, that's typical in parliamentary, same thing here, so there will be a discussion opportunity.
And since it's an action item, you do have to ask for public comment. But
Thank
I
you.
figured you know that.
Yeah, but I'm a little rusty, so this is good. Any other questions from my colleagues on the process? Seeing none, I will ask for a motion to just approve the process as outlined by Chief General Counsel for the election of officers for the 2021 school year.
So,
Moved by Clerk Caldo, and again, seconded by Trustee Manetto. Any discussion, any questions? All right, before we take the vote, then is there any public comment on the process?
I do not have any cards for this item.
Okay, thank you very much, JJ. Then that being so said, we'll go ahead and take the motion. All those in favor of approving the process as outlined by Chief General Counsel, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Okay, the motion is carried. That is the process that we will follow, and we will give those nominated an opportunity to say a couple of comments if they'd like, in particular if there's more than one candidate to consider. Okay, so we'll begin board nominations and election for the office of the president of the board from any of the trustees that are duly elected, and all of us are. Trustees on the board are eligible. So following in alphabetical order, Jacqueline Calvert, Andrew Caudill, Jeff Church, Ella Minetto, Diane Nicolette, Angela Taylor, and Kirk Thigpen. Again, this is for action, so I am opening up the floor for nominations for the office of president. I see two lights. Okay, we'll start with Trustee Caudill.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I'll nominate Angie Taylor to be president of the school board for 2021.
Thank you, Trustee Caudill. Now I'll indicate a willingness to serve. Thank you. Any other nominations? Okay, seeing none, then the nominations for the office of president is closed. Is there any public comment on this item before we take any motions?
I do not have any cards for this item.
We don't have any public comment. Thank you, JJ. Okay, so now the floor, since there have been no public comment on this item, we have a nomination and there is a second. Okay, actually we need a nomination, and therefore then there needs to be a second in order for us to take a vote. Now I need a motion. I made a motion, not a nomination. A motion.
Can make the motion.
Okay, back to Clerk Caudill.
I move the School Board of Trustees appoint Dr. Angie Taylor, President, School Board of Trustees, Washoe County School District for 2021.
Thank you, Trustee Caudill. Is there a second after Clerk Caudill?
I second.
There's a second from Trustee Thigpen. Any discussion? We already indicated, is there any public comment on this particular item? None? Okay, all those in favor, please signify by saying.
That discussion I asked earlier, we're going to have discussion?
If you'd like for there to be discussion, absolutely, please. Trustee Church.
I just want to say we can't go wrong with either of the choices of Trustee Caudill or Taylor, both very excellent people that have experience, so I'm good with either one. But I think clearly that narrows it down because we want somebody that's got experience, not one of the newbies. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Trustee Church. Thank you, and I'm sorry I didn't recognize your light on. So feel free, if I missed that and it's time for a discussion, feel free to jump in and remind me. Want to make sure all the voices are heard. Any other discussion? Okay, seeing none, now we will take a vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Is there any opposition? The motion carries, and let the record show that it is unanimous. Certainly, I thank you for your trust. And I'll make a little comment about that once we get through the nominations, if you will, just to thank my trustees for my fellow colleagues, for your trust in me. We'll move on to agenda item 3.03. These are board nominations and election of vice president of the board. And again, all duly elected or appointed trustees are eligible. So we should choose from the list of the following: Jacqueline Calvert, Andrew Caudill, Jeff Church, Ellen Minetto, Diane Nicolette, and Kirk Thigpen, since I can't hold two offices. I'm opening up the floor for any nominations for the office of vice president. I see a light on. We'll go Trustee Minetto, and then we'll go Trustee Thigpen.
I'd like to nominate Andrew Caudill.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a nomination of Trustee Caudill. Trustee Caudill, willingness to serve? Yes, sir. Thank you very much. And we're good? Okay, seems like that was done. Any other nominations for the office of vice president? Okay, seeing none, then we will close this call for nominations. Is there any public comment? JJ for vice president, seeing none? Okay, then I will entertain the motion at this time to fill the office of vice president.
Diane Nicolette here. I move that the Board of Trustees selects Andrew Caudill as the vice president for 2021.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there a second? I'll take second.
I'll second.
So Trustee Thigpen, I'll take that as a second. Thank you very much. Okay, any discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor of selecting Trustee Caudill to serve as vice president for the 2021 school for the year of 2021, please indicate so by saying aye. Is there any opposition? Okay, seeing none, the motion is carried, and let the record show that it is unanimous. Thank you very much, Vice President Caudill. Just should give him a hand for that. That's a big office. Thank you. Okay, so then we'll move on to the selection, or the election, I should say, agenda item 2.04 of a clerk for the board. And again, we can choose from any of the following: Jacqueline Calvert, no longer VP Caudill, Jeff Church, Ella Minetto, Diane Nicolette, and Kirk Thigpen. And this is a call for nominations. Who would like to nominate someone for this office? I see Trustee Caudill. I see your light.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to nominate Trustee Ellen Minetto.
Trustee Minetto, willingness to serve?
I would be happy to serve.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other nominations? Trustee Thigpen, I see your light.
I'd like to nominate Trustee Diane Nicolette.
Okay, thank you very much. Trustee Nicolette, a willingness to serve? Okay, thank you very much. Any further nominations for the office of clerk of the board? Okay, seeing none, we're going to close the nominations, and then again a call for public comment. Any, JJ? None? Okay, we will have comments. First, let's take a motion. Let's have comments. Let's have comments from each of our candidates. And Trustee Minetto, you were nominated first, so certainly would love if there are any comments you'd like to share. Certainly you don't have to, but I want to give you an opportunity to address your colleagues if you like.
Well, thank you, Madam President. I'm very happy to serve. I thought about it, of course, as we probably all do at the beginning of this, and I thought it could perhaps be a very healthy new step for me. So, and serving the kids is always on my mind. Thank you.
They are. Thank you very much, Trustee Minetto. Trustee Nicolette? Dr. Nicolette?
I'm absolutely happy to serve. And I would also like to say that I can fully support Ellen. You have 2 years under your belt, and I think you'd do a fabulous job. So at this point, maybe I should just withdraw my name, and would that work? I mean, I'm happy to serve, but I'm happy to have Ellen serve too.
Truly, Dr. Nicolette, the choice is yours. If there's a willingness to serve, then we'll continue on with the process. If you no longer have a willingness to serve, you can certainly pull your name.
I will withdraw my name because I would be happy to have Ellen serve, and thank you, Kurt, for the nomination. I appreciate that. Hopefully next time.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Dr. Nicolette. So now our nominations are down to one, and then there was one. Yes, Trustee Thigpen?
I'll just say I agree with Diane. I would be happy for Ellen to serve as well.
Mm-hmm.
I think both of you are outstanding trustees, and I look forward to working with both of you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Any other discussion? And since we've gone into a discussion, we've heard from our candidates. Any discussion from otherwise on the table? Yes, Vice President Caudill.
I can go ahead and make a motion if we're ready for that.
Okay, I think we can, please.
I move that the Board of Trustees appoint Trustee Ellen Minetto to the office of Clerk of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees for the calendar year 2021.
Okay, there is a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, I hear a second from Trustee Calvert. So there's a motion and a second for Trustee Ellen Minetto to serve as clerk for the school board for the year of 2021. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Okay, the motion is carried, and let the record show that it is unanimous. Congratulations, now officially Clerk Minetto. Okay, let's give her a hand. Okay. We look forward to serving together. And I will say this: one of the roles, since I didn't want to break up the flow of electing people, but I did want to first of all humbly thank you and accept the opportunity to serve as president of the board. I think we have a dynamic group of trustees. We have a group of trustees that are diverse and have diverse ideas and perspectives, and I think that's a good thing. And that's part of what makes us good. There are a couple of things I think that I want to make sure that I share, that I jotted down. Of course, now I can't find them. Here we are. Okay, I would say this: the opportunity to serve as a leader among this group of leaders, this fine group of leaders, is not something that I take lightly. I'm proud to lead among this group, and as I said before, and as a governing body, right, a governing team, which also includes our superintendent, which also includes our student trustee. We recognize that we won't always all agree, and I will say that's okay. In fact, it's more than okay. That's a good thing. We'll always see things a little bit differently because they're all based upon our own perspectives. And again, that's our strength. I believe that's our strength, and that's one of the things that we bring as a board to the district. And certainly as we go through our year, and this is a challenging year across our country, and certainly we're no different. I just want to say that I am very much committed to making sure that all the voices are respected, all the voices are heard, and all of our voices are valued. We're all equally elected members of this board, and equally have a voice that should be heard, valued, and respected. And that's why I think I also want to say this on the record. I've said this to my board colleagues via email over the weekend. I regret that my comments in the paper, as reported in the paper last week, really implied and I think led some members of the public to believe that there was a 100% agreement and that maybe even perhaps a vote took place or something like that, which would be a violation of open meeting law. So that did not happen. And there was not a 100% agreement. And, we aren't always going to have 100% agreement. So I regret that. And I take ownership of that. Again, I said that via email to my colleagues this weekend, but I also think it was important to put that on the record because in no shape of the imagination was that my intention. It's no way of really of knowing how everybody will feel because we can't take a poll, right? But it's because that certainly message was sent. I'll take responsibility and just publicly say that was not my intention because I think all voices are important to be valued and to be respected. As we move forward again as a governing team, I just want to remind our colleagues that there will be times that we disagree, and that's okay. And we have things put in our governance procedures under the 9,000 series on how we will govern with each other, with a team mindset, and along the way. So just as a reminder, then I just remind all of us as colleagues, those are our policies, and when you agree to serve on the board and are duly elected, then we agree to embrace the policies, and that includes, if there are some differences, and let's look forward, there probably will be some because they've always been on boards, and that's okay, right? Let's go to that colleague, go to that person and talk about those differences, and again, with the spirit of respect, in the spirit of respect, and there's steps that are lined out if things go to various levels or there are other types of people that certainly need to be involved, but we want to continue to commit to the policies that we have in place, because that's what they're for, and that's what we as a board, some before us and some of us now, that's what we've always agreed to do. Those policies allow for open and honest communication, allow for us to be transparent with each other among the board. I know sometimes it's frustrating because of open meeting law, we can't always do everything that we might always want to do, and that's part of as we learn together as a board, as we find our own rhythm. Every member, every board I've served on, this will be my actually sixth one now, really, because one meeting doesn't really count. We all have our own, we figure it out, we find our groove, we find our rhythm, and the best way for us to move forward together. And so I look forward to the year. Again, I'm honored by the opportunity to lead as we go through the group forming, storming, norming, and performing process. Our research says that teams will do, but we also know there are some things that are in place that can continue to give us the best chance to be a high-functioning governing team for the 70,000 people that count on us. So I'm looking forward to it. I think all of us around this table really want that to be in place. Okay? So that being said, we are going to have a short recess, right? And then we will reposition ourselves. We sit a little bit differently, and I'll talk about how we position ourselves so we can sit according to the roles and titles that we have. We can say hello or goodbye to those who came to support us for the swearing in. But of course, everybody, if you came to support us during the swearing in, you're welcome to stay here with us for hours. You are welcome, you're certainly welcome to do that. We are not kicking you out, but we're taking our customary break, and then we will be right back here with you in about 15, 20 minutes or so. We're in recess. Okay, that's okay. Welcome, everyone. We're going to call this meeting back to order. Thank you for your indulgence as we do some of the ceremonial and housekeeping things. And it was great to have an opportunity for our new colleagues, our new board colleagues, to share with the media. So again, thank you. Thank you for your patience as we did that. We're going to jump back into the agenda. We're going to jump to consent agenda items 3.0, but Dr. McNeil has asked for an opportunity to move her report up so she can begin it early in the meeting. And again, as Chief Counsel Rombardo explained earlier, that's the purview of the chair. So I'm going to open Superintendent's report, which is agenda item 7.02. After these comments, we will close it, and then we'll open it again towards the end of the meeting. Okay, Dr. McNeil?
Thank you very much, President Taylor. Good evening, and thank you for joining us tonight at the meeting of the Board of Trustees on January 12, 2021. I wanted to clear up any misconceptions of my statement of January 6th regarding the events that took place in our nation's capital. I condemn violence of all kinds, including the violent riots throughout our country and over this last year. The United States also represents a democracy to the rest of the world, and the Capitol building symbolizes that democracy. My statement was not political in nature. My statement reflected my values as an American, which I bring to my office as the superintendent. In Board Policy 9050, the board adopted as a basic principle of its governing mission to develop personal and civic responsibility in our students. It does not matter to me whether it is the supporters of the far left, the far right, or in the middle. Violence is not the answer. Violence is in no way the answer to effect the change in a democracy, nor is it personally or civically responsible. The entire intent of my message was to ensure that our families and students knew the district has resources and supports in place during these extremely unprecedented events that may be fearful to our children. This follows our strategic plan, Goal 5, which ensures that our schools are safe, secure, supportive, and welcoming environments for all of our students and staff. In the message, I provided our website, which has supports and resources for our families and how to deal with such traumatic events as seen by our children. As the superintendent and CEO of this district, I will continue to work every day for the students, families, and staff members of this great district. As I have practiced throughout my entire career, I am always open to learning from experiences. That is how the best education happens, and that is my expectations for my staff as the superintendent of the Washoe County School District. Hindsight has given me clarity, and done again, I would consider a written communication to provide this information to our families and the community. Again, thank you for this opportunity. I turn it back over to you, President Taylor. Thank you.
Thank you for those remarks, Dr. McNeil. And now we'll go to a consent agenda.
I have a question for legal counsel.
That would not be in order. One of the things we cannot do is have, unless it's just a question, we just can't deliberate on what she said.
I have a question for legal counsel.
Okay, let's see where we're going. I just want to keep us in order. Go right ahead.
I just want to make sure that because this, under open meeting law, the board is not allowed to make any comments on that. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct. That's what I was getting to, is I was concerned about.
Okay.
That means it will be deliberating, and it's not an item to be deliberated. Okay, so we're going to agenda item 3. This is consent agenda items. Just as I want to read through a lot more than I may, just because we have new trustees, and we have people that may not have tuned in or attended our meetings before. All matters listed under the consent agenda are considered routine and may be acted upon by the Board of Trustees with one action and without an extensive hearing. Since approval of the consent agenda may be approved in one motion, members of the public wishing to speak on a consent agenda item should submit a citizen's request to speak card prior to any vote. Members of the public may also email public comments to publiccomments@washoeschools.net. Any members of the board may request that an item be taken from the consent agenda, discussed, and acted upon separately during this meeting. The president or vice president, in this case the president, retains the discretion in deciding whether or not an item will be removed from the consent agenda. And so that being said, we will go to agenda item 3.01. And this agenda item lists the approval of consent agenda items 3.02 through 3.19. Again, these are for possible action, and all matters, I won't read them again, are considered to be routine and so on. I just read that, I won't repeat it. So at this point, I'm going to ask if any trustees, any of our colleagues would like to pull any agenda items for additional consideration. What that means, it doesn't pull it from the agenda. It means it pulls it from the overall agenda for tonight, but it does pull it from the consent agenda so that there may be some questions answered for further consideration. So I see your lights on. Trustee Thigpen, you'd like
yes,
to?
Yes, thank you, President Taylor. I'd like to pull 3.13.
Okay, agenda item 3.13. Thank you. I think Trustee Church, I thought you mentioned earlier you had.
Okay, I concur with pulling 3.13. A few comments.
No comments.
No comments.
No,
Okay,
just
I would like to pull 3.08. Again, 3.13. 3.15. And that'll do it.
Okay, so just make sure I have it. You have 3.08, 3.13, and 3.15.
Yes.
Correct? Okay, thank you very much. You will be able to ask questions on any of those pulled, but when we get to that, you just can't do it right now. Okay? All right, so we've had 3 consent items asked to be pulled, which is no problem at all. I'm very comfortable with that. Any other items or discussion on this? If none, then I'll be looking for a motion to approve consent agenda items of 3.02 through 3.07, 3.09 through 3.12, 3.14, and 3.16 through 3.19.
So moved.
Okay, thank you very much, Vice President Cottle. Is there a second?
Second.
There's the second by Trustee Dr. Nicolette. This is time for discussion. Any discussion items? Any discussion on those agenda items? Not those that have been pulled for consideration. We'll get to those separately. But any discussion on those agenda items that I've just listed? Okay, seeing none, is there any public comment on those items, JJ?
No, there is not.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, having no discussion, no public comment, there's a motion on the floor to approve said agenda items, and there has been a second. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Okay, the motion is carried, and let the record show that it is unanimous. So now we will go to agenda item 3.08. 3.08. Trustee Church asks that this item be pulled for additional consideration. Perhaps there are questions. Do we have staff in place to perhaps respond or? Okay. Oh, this is our stuff. We don't additional staff. This is us. Okay. Trustee Church, questions on this? Comments? Would you like to go further?
Okay. Yeah, I thought we were maybe going to talk about it later. Obviously, it's my first meeting. The consent item refers to items that are, I think they said, routine in nature. Virtually none of these are routine, or I forget the exact wording. I'm trying to find it here. But these are all motions of policy that have been debated ad nauseum by the previous board, but the present board has not seen them. The 3.08, and I have not even had time to read it and digest it. I was not privy to the comments from the community when this was done because I was not on the board, as were two other members. So I really feel, and this one particularly, 3.08, so for the people in the audience that don't know, essentially it's the policy on formulative monitoring of the superintendent and strategic goals to progress monitoring of the superintendent's performance and the board governance, balanced governance model goals. So that's by no means routine. I'd like to pull it off the agenda so that the public can see it, my constituents can see it. But if we're going to discuss it tonight, I think we need to delve into it and see what it's, I've read it, but I just haven't had time to go through it and reach out to my constituents. To me, it's an extremely important policy not to be handled very quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Church. What I will do, I'll ask Chief General Counsel Rombardo, because he's the staff member, to present that, and perhaps you can provide some clarity. One thing I want to make sure, a couple things, that this may answer some of the questions that you have, is this 3.08 is the final approval to the policy on how the progress will be shared with the board. It isn't the details of the monitoring. It isn't the details of the timing or anything like. It was a change made to that policy in there. The second thing I would bring to your attention is that it was discussed. It was not ad nauseum, because I'm not sure that you know that because you weren't here. Am I right? Okay, so you weren't here, so you don't know if it was discussed ad nauseum. But it was approved at a board policy meeting. It was also approved and forwarded to the regular board. The regular board perhaps made changes and then also approved it, and then it has gone out to the public. So the public has been able to respond. It has gone out according to our policies to actually, I think is it statutory? Statutory for a comment period to give the community an opportunity to look and to respond and to provide comments. So those things have happened. They have not been left out. There is no voice. And I do want to share that. That doesn't shift because there's a new trustee, right? That's part of the challenge of being it, right? Is that so much stuff to catch up with and the hydrant of it. There are going to be many things that we address that are continuations of things. And that's just part of happening when we join something new. So those are my comments. That might help. It makes it tough because, man, it's like drinking from a fire hydrant when you first joined it. I certainly understand that. Chief General Counsel?
Yes, so if you may, as the past board members may recall, on June 9th, 2020, this policy was considered, my team was asked at the beginning of 2020 to review and rewrite all the 9000 series. We were able to complete that. On June 9th, 2020, the board considered this very policy. After discussion at the June 9th meeting, this policy was actually placed into a moratorium. It was done so because the title was inconsistent and it did not achieve the desired goal of the board. The board on November 17th, 2020, had a public meeting in which the item was posted and support material was done in compliance with the open meeting law. This item was considered. The rewrite was accomplished by our office, and it was to clarify the desire and goal of the board in order to have a formative process to review the superintendent, formative process for monitoring the superintendent. On November 24th, the first reading occurred by statute, and again, the open meeting law was met. The item was support material and was made public. This policy and its proposals have been made public since the beginning of November. At the November 24th meeting, this item was passed, and the 13-day public review process, as required by law, began. There's only one meeting for the board in December. As a result, this ended up on the January 12th, 2021 board meeting. We have received zero public comment on this, and the item has been, that's my understanding, is that correct? The clerk confirms that that is correct, and this item has been made available to the public for 2 months now. So the Office of the General Counsel still recommends approval. This has been a painstaking effort on the behalf of our office, and this is part of the board governance policy that has been adopted by this board in 2016.
Thank you, Chief General Counsel. Trustee Church, further questions, comments you'd like to make?
Well, just once again, I've only had my email up for a few days, and in addition to the normal public comment, many of those public comments come to the trustee, and I have no idea what comments were made to the previous two District A trustees during that period. So that's my concern. If the other board's comfortable with it, I'll probably go along with it. But whatever, all these policies are things that we're going to be living by, probably for the next 4 years. So that's my concern.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Smith. Trustee Church, I'm sorry. Vice President Caudill.
Thank you, Madam President. In an attempt by myself to try to head off any confusion, I know I did reach out to our new trustees on December 18th to inform them that it would be good to review the 9,000 series and to review these policies specifically, because knowing that, unfortunately, the way the calendar worked, new trustees would be asked to vote on them. But I also would like to point out that we do meet as a board. It's considered board policy, but it's still this board monthly to discuss policies, and at any time, any trustee is free to reach out to the superintendent and the chief general counsel to discuss questions on policies. So by no means is it in a vacuum. Trustees are always welcome to review policies consistently. I know at times I will do that when things come up because it is our responsibility to have a general knowledge of policies, but Neil and his team are available to us to help out. So it is an unfortunate event of the calendar, but speaking as a trustee who requested Chief General Counsel to go through the entire 9,000 series and rewrite them, which took almost a year because there were some significant issues in them. I do think we are in a much better place than we were a year ago at this time, and I know Chief General Counsel can speak more to that. But so I know it's an unfortunate, fortunate part of the calendar, but recommendation would be to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Caudill. Chief General Counsel?
Yeah, and I should also mention that when these policies are considered for the first time, for the first reading in front of the Board of Trustees, it is not on the consent agenda. They do get fully vetted. Oftentimes we will make changes at those meetings as we do at the Public Board Policy Committee meeting. So the only reason why it is ever placed on the consent agenda is if there has been no public comment and it becomes a second reading that is rudimentary, no changes and things of that nature. as laid out in Board Policy 9070.
I appreciate that, Chief General Counsel. Actually, I've forgotten about that. But it really is important, I think, in particular for the new trustees, and as an older trustee, I forgot about it. The first time a policy comes to the board, it is not on consent. Because as Trustee Church said, I mean, it's, board policies, they govern what we do. They're governance. They govern what we're doing. It's critically important. And by then, that's the second time we've seen it for the most part, because as Vice President Cotto said, we've already seen it first at the policy meeting, and sometimes we've seen it 2 or 3 times at the policy meeting, quite frankly, and then worked it out for that last time at the board meeting. And our practice has been that once that has happened, and there are plenty of opportunities for input and feedback, and the notice goes out that this is out there, we want your feedback. Once that has happened, and then if there's no feedback during that last 13 days, then that means there are no additional changes. That's when it comes back on consent. If public comments come back and there are further questions, then when it comes back after the 13 days, it would not be on consent. Okay? But since this was, Vice President Caldwell, since this was your request to have the review, and you've stated such as you said, is that a motion on your part, sir?
I can go ahead and make more of an official motion. That I move that the Board of Trustees provide final approval to Board Policy 9081.
Thank you very much. A motion by Vice President Caldwell and seconded by Clerk Manetto for approval. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Is there any opposition? Okay, the motion is carried. Let the record show it is unanimous. Thank you very much. That's policy 3.08, and then we'll drop down now to Board Policy 3.13. This is possible action. This is on the approval, creating and maintaining a safe policy culture and climate. Again, our presenter on all the policies are Chief General Counsel Neil Rombardo, because he come out of his office. And I also know this was pulled Trustee Thigpen initially, and then Trustee Church also said he had some concerns on this. So we'll go first with you, Chief General Counsel, and then we'll be happy to answer the questions of my colleagues.
Good afternoon, or good evening, President Taylor, members of the board. So this, again, was part of the rewrite. It's Board Policy 9215, creating and maintaining a positive culture and climate. This is in its final stage for final approval. Really, it's the same as the last presentation. This has gone through Board Policy Committee. It's gone now through the board once. It's my understanding that we have no comments on this policy as well, or do we?
We did receive public comments. They are included as Attachment C in board docs.
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. Oh, there are some public comments, but you forwarded the public comments on?
It's Attachment C in board docs.
Okay, great. The public comments were forwarded to the board. And so at this time, from our perspective, again, we're ready for approval. I know that Trustee Thigpen had some concerns, and then I also know that Trustee Church has some concerns. So that's really where we're at.
Thank you, Chief General Counsel. Well, first we'll go to Trustee Thigpen, because you called for it initially, and then we'll go over to Trustee Church.
Thank you, President Taylor. I just wondered, and this being my first meeting, I don't know how this would work. Under number 1, guiding principles listed in the policy, under B, I wondered if we could update that section to be more inclusive to the staff and students that we serve. I would look to the change there be for gender to be updated to say gender identity and expression, and then also include an addition of sexual orientation.
Thank you, Trustee Thigpen. Trustee Church?
Well, I guess my first question is, what does that mean? If we do that, what does that mean to us as a board enforcing policies, et cetera? So I'd like an
I'm sorry, I missed your last part. Your light seems to be going in and out. So
I'd like an explanation of what that would mean if we adopt Mr. Thigpen or Trustee Thigpen's recommendations. How does that affect how we administer the policy?
Sort of. Chief General Counsel? How does it affect how we administer the policy? Like,
Sorry, thank you, sorry. I don't think it changes anything. It's just a way to recognize that folks have different ways of expressing themselves, and that we would not hold those characteristics. They're still welcome in our schools, and they would still be treated with respect. That's exactly the language of the policy. I believe I'm capturing what you're...
Yes, that is my intention, and it's updated. It would also be in line with many NRS statutes through the state of Nevada that's similarly written in that way. Gender identity and expression being however someone identifies in that way, and of course sexual orientation, however one would identify that way. The reason why I asked for this is because the line about distinguishing characteristics, these are things that are not always distinguishable, and it's just a way to be more inclusive to our staff and the students that we all serve.
thank you, Trustee Thigpen. Did that answer your question, Trustee Church?
I think it does, and also Mr. Caudell explained quite well. I really appreciate that at any time my constituents can contact me, and then I can take it from there. Thank you.
Were there further questions you had on that particular?
I'm satisfied.
Okay, thank you, sir. Vice President Caldwell?
Yeah, just one quick thing. One thing I didn't mention earlier is that all of our board policies are published for anyone in the community to review. And so at any time, if anyone in the community is reviewing a policy, has a question, they are free to always contact their elected trustee, the president, or the entire board for feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Caldwell. And I would just go on to say that they're available online. If you go to washoschools.net and go over to the trustees area, all of the board policies are there. And as those board policies are updated, those updates are there as well. So you can absolutely follow along if there's a policy that's gotten your attention for any way, shape, or form. Dr. Dye?
Thank you, Diane Nicolette. Just so that I know exactly how you want the wording to be, could you do a read? Someone do a read of the change that we would make. Thank you.
Trustee Thigpen?
Is that acceptable?
No, please.
Okay. I will try. I've written it out here, so I'll do it my best. So the update would read, can everyone hear me fine? Okay. The update would read, as the district strives to create a learning and working environment that is people-oriented, respectful, civil, and professional. Within such an atmosphere, all students, staff, and visitors, regardless of their real or perceived race, gender identity or expression, religion, disability, sexual orientation, socioeconomic level, citizenship, immigration status, or any other distinguishing characteristic shall be welcomed and treated with respect.
Thank you, Trustee Thigpen. Trustee Nicolette, does that answer your question?
It does. I noticed that we're putting back in real or perceived.
Real or...
I have it crossed out on my draft.
I may have misspoke earlier. I didn't intend for that to be removed, just that these additions would help.
It brings that to life.
Yeah.
So you want it as you read it?
As I read it,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you to the both of you. Before we take any further action on this or discussion, do we have any public comment on this one? Thank you, JJ. Yes, Vice President Caldwell?
Yeah, I just want to just make sure I have it. So real or perceived is crossed out in blue, so that means it was taken out. I just want to just check with Chief General Counsel on that part, on why it was taken out before we go forward.
Well, from our perspective in legal, we always try to avoid having, this might be shocking to many, but we try to have less words than more words. And it is irrelevant whether the person perceives their race as either whatever their race is. It's not relevant whether it's real or perceived. No one will be ever mistreated because of their race. And that's the point of the policy. So that's why we struck it out. If I identify as a different race, whatever it be, it doesn't matter. I should not be discriminated on race, period, or or in this specific circumstance, I should still receive a welcoming atmosphere, whether it's my real or perceived. So it doesn't matter, it's irrelevant. So that's why we took it out. We're just clean up. I do understand where Trustee Thigpen is coming from with regard to this language. It is consistent with statute, and I think so. That's not a problem, but that's the only reason why real and perceived were taken out.
Thank you, Chief General Counsel. Certainly understand that. It's really about not whether it's real or perceived, but it's about being inclusive. And also aligning with NRS. And that's one of the things that we also strive to do with our policies, is to be in alignment with the law. Imagine that. That's a good thing. Being in alignment with the law is a good thing. Any further discussion? This was an item that was pulled. If you're currently satisfied, would you like to make a motion to, is that a substantive change that would need to go back?
I don't think it needs to go back to the board policy committee. I do think that we should add this addition if that's what the board chooses to do, and we'll consider this the first reading and send it back out for 13 days. Because I do think the community should have the opportunity to comment on it, because it is a change of some sort. That's probably overly safe, but I always like to give the overly safe advice. So that would be my recommendation.
Thank you very much. So Chief General Counsel is recommending that should the board agree that the recommended changes by Trustee Thigpen should be included, then we'll, because they're substantive enough that it'll be safer to send it back out for another comment period. Again, once again, 13-day comment period for those comments to come in, and then for it to come back to the board, and then based upon those comments, action can be taken, one way or the other. Okay? That being said, is there a motion? Do we entertain?
Do I do that?
Thank you, Trustee Thigpen. Yes, that means you actually make the motion. Or you can say so move, but we'd much rather you have it read it out. And what you're looking for is the change that you've suggested, and then we send it out for another 13-day comment period. That's the recommendation of council.
So I can motion including what I've, my intention, and that it would go back for comment period.
It would go out for a 13-day comment period to the public.
Okay.
Okay. You want to take a stab? Take a stab. Your new word. That's okay.
I motion that the Board of Trustees takes Board Policy 9215 and updates the Section B under Guiding Principles to include the language gender identity and expression and sexual orientation, and that this policy then be sent back out to the community for 13-day comment? Was that good?
That was very good for your first motion. Absolutely. It was very good for a motion, period. Okay, we do have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, there's a second by Trustee Church, and we already checked there was no public comment on this item. Yes, Vice President Caudill?
I just wanted to make just a friendly, that it would be item 2 under the policy section. Looks like B is struck, so it looks like the numbering and lettering was reordered.
Yes.
So I just want to make a friendly amendment to the motion.
You good with that?
Yeah.
Yes. Trustee Church?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, General Counsel?
Just to be clear on the record, this is under statute, a preliminary approval is the first step. So I don't think it needs to be in the motion. I just want to make sure we have a record on that. So this would be a preliminary approval. We'll go 13 days and then get the final approval.
Okay, that's good clarification. Seeing no further discussion? Okay. All those in favor of the motion as described, please signify so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? Okay, seeing none, hearing none, the motion's carried. Let the record show it was unanimous, and that means Board Policy 9215, as amended, was preliminarily approved, and will go out for an additional, for another 13-day public comment period to be reconsidered by the board at that time. Okay. Trustee Church, we'll go down to the other you had interest in, policy, not policy, but agenda item 3.15. This is about capital funding and bond oversight.
Thank you very much. And again, my first meeting, trying not to take up as much time as I guess I'm doing. First of all, I need to apologize to you and to the community here that I just got the computer today. I haven't been trained on a lot of these document things, and I've messed up on my personal computer trying to sort through these. This particular, and besides that, I was sworn in January 4th. Without going into detail, we had some major pressing issues this weekend, so I've spent virtually every waking hour working on Washoe School District issues. This one, I regret not getting to staff sooner and to you as president. So that said, let me launch into this. This dates back to WC1, which I was very active initially. For the record, I supported WC1 in that it was supposed to sunset in 9 years. When that change was made, I opposed it because it goes on forever. WC1 essentially raised our sales tax at the time to the highest in the state, 8.263%, I believe it was. Since that time, Clark County has beat us. We're now number 2. They re-raised their sales tax. So we're in a race to see who can have higher sales tax. WC1 promised oversight to the community. And again, I didn't bring all my documents tonight. I probably have some. The school district promised in their brochures on the matter, not being political but being factual, oversight. So we already, as I understand it, we had a committee known as the CFPC, which essentially is the Capital Projects Oversight Committee, however that spells out. Then we have the OPSF committee, and I guess that's what we're talking. Capital Funding Protection Committee was the first one, and then we have the OPSF, and again, my eyes blur when I try to give you that exact definition, but it's essentially the Oversight Committee. So under this policy, it talks about that, and what I don't see and what I want to make clear to the new trustees, all the trustees and the audience, there is no new committee. And I feel that the taxpayers were deceived. Under the policy, the 2 committees are identical. They generally meet the same night. They meet as one committee. They take a break, they take their hat off, and they're on the other committee. You cannot be on one. You could not volunteer for one committee unless you agree to be on both committees. They are identical committees. So what's the point even in having 2 committees? So that's my concern. I understand, again, I apologize that none of the trustees are aware of this probably because I didn't put this out like I should have. But you have the 2 committees who are really one exact same board, and I don't feel that's fair to the taxpayer. I don't think that's what we promised the taxpayer, and I don't believe they should be one and the same. And I believe that would be part of the discussion here. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Church. I'm going to pass it over to open it up for Chief General Counsel and then any other comments.
Good evening, President Taylor, Superintendent McNeil, members of the board. Board Policy 9405 is it is correct. It is the codification of the Capital Funding Protection Committee, which is the same as the Bond Oversight Panel. Bond Oversight was actually the first public body. Capital funding came on afterwards. This policy has always been drafted this way. I drafted it myself. It was done this way during the WC1 campaign. It was public during the WC1 campaign. The community knew that this was the language of the policy if the community chose to look. Before this board today is not a substantive change, and you cannot make a substantive change, and I actually wrote this in the policy on purpose, that if you are to make a substantive change to this policy, you have to provide extra notice to the community in an effort to make sure that this watchdog group still exists and has a voice. And so that was actually something that Pete Etchard and I worked on together to put this in here. I can tell you that I serve as the attorney for the Capital Funding Protection Committee and the Bond Oversight Panel, and they are not easygoing on anything the district does, and they love nothing more than to let Mr. Etchart and Mr. Searcy know their points of view, which is exactly why they're here. If the board decides to kick this back, the only changes here in this policy are that we took the definitions from down below and moved them to the top for consistency purposes. That's consistent with the NRS, and it's consistent with Board Policy 9070, which is how we draft our policies. We then removed the term guiding principles because the board never voted to have that in as a term. The board voted to have terms such as policy. And so we took that out. We also took out the term guiding practices. But again, these are not material changes. These are just administrative consistency changes. And if we were to try to create a new committee and try to change the makeup of the Capital Funding Protection Committee, you would get strong opposition, I'm certain, but you would also have to meet the noticing requirements that are special under this policy. I'd also point out, as part of oversight, the Capital Funding Protection Committee is the only committee. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, the Capital Funding Protection Committee is the only committee of all of our subcommittees that the board must agree with. If the board does not agree with the recommendation of the Capital Funding Protection Committee, it cannot just move forward, which it can do with every single other public body. If it tries to do that, it actually must send the item back to the Capital Funding Protection Committee, and there should be an effort to reconcile the board's position with the Capital Funding Protection Committee's position in order to make sure that these funds are properly managed. So, and I wrote that in there as well, and that was the whole purpose of it. It's clear, and the Office of the General Counsel stands by the policy as written and recommends approval tonight. From our perspective, we have a lot of work. We can't just keep kicking these around as another note.
Thank you, Councilwoman Barlow. Trustee Church, I see you're.
Yeah, my campaign was run on fiscal responsibility, and a lot of folks said, just keep your mouth shut, let this stuff go through, get comfortable in your seat. But the thing I just heard from our respected counsel extended well beyond legal opinion. He opined, and I disagree, that the committees are tough on spending. We're talking, for example, $260 million approximately last reported, 252 in the last report, $1 million for a high school. The board meets for maybe an hour or two, and that's just one example. Counsel went beyond legal opinion in expressing his opinion personally, that he recommended approval, that he believes that the committee is tough on spending. I disagree. And there were a couple other comments in there that I think were not of a legal nature. And I respect his opinion. And again, I understand that at any time we can put this up again and bring it up or go over it and get constituent feedback. But I am opposed to having the two committees be exactly the same. I think that we need a separate committee. I believe he opined something about that I disagree with. The fact that it has to go through a certain legal process, as he stated, does not concern me. That's exactly what the system is for. That's exactly why we should do it or consider it, so that we get adequate oversight. I don't think the community or the board realize that these two are one and the same. So I guess I've made my point. I'm almost definitely, unless somebody talks me out of it, going to vote no on this one.
Thank you, Trustee Church. Yes, Chief General Counsel.
Just so that we're all on the same page, the model rules of professional conduct for an attorney, especially a general counsel, which is the term, specifically state that we are allowed to advise on law, policy, economics, and other related information. And so I am well within my purview as the Chief General Counsel to advise on all of this, and I am entitled to express that opinion to the board. I'm not going to have my ethics questioned.
Thank you, Chief General Counsel. How I would respond to Trustee Church in this is that I, in fact, have always known about the makeup of both committees, and they have always been a part of the district's work in terms of going forward and considering how do we make sure that there's sufficient oversight of, as you said, hundreds of millions of dollars, which is really important. And so what I would say is the fact that they exist and they have the same makeup, which, by the way, is representation from the other governing bodies in the region, as well as those with expertise in the areas that have to do with school building and school funding. So they serve specific roles. It isn't random people. They serve specific roles. I've always been informed on the makeup being the same, and so I'm actually comfortable with that. I'm comfortable with the fact that it's always been out there. It has not been a secret. Maybe you didn't know, or maybe others knew, or you knew, but maybe others didn't. But it isn't been hidden. It's never been hidden. None of these have been hidden. And then most importantly is we just completed an audit of the capital funds and passed with flying colors. Flying colors. So there's no reason, as one trustee, there's no reason for me to think, well, you know what, this isn't working. Because there are things in place that cause it to work. It has worked. It's a very open, very comprehensive audit, external. All of those things should be the case, and that did occur. And we did very well in that. I think those audits should continue to happen. And so I'm as one trustee, I am not inclined to make a change in something that is working the way it's supposed to work. I'm not a if it isn't broke, don't fix it person, because sometimes you just need to make things better. But this is pretty darn good. So as one trustee, I'm not inclined to change this for the reasons that I've shared, and certainly just ask for your support. Vice President Caldwell? Yeah,
I'll respond if I can.
Actually, you can't. Trustee Caldwell had his light on, and he's been called on, but I can certainly go right back to you, so don't lose it, okay? Trustee Caldwell, Vice President Caldwell?
Thank you, Madam President, and I can respect the concerns of Trustee Church. I would also second what was said about the audit that we had just completed, showing that everything is going fine and well with the way that the money is being spent. And this committee specifically, compared to our other committees, it's really it's a different makeup when you have other elected officials, individuals that absolutely do not have to show any type of loyalty. Maybe it's the wrong word, but loyalty comes to mind to the school district. If they don't like something, they can shut it down. And I'm looking at the list now of those that are on this committee. You have representative from Reno City Council, Sparks City Council, Washoe County Commission, construction projects and finance, gaming, general public representative, public works, construction, and structural civil engineer representative. So this is a committee that provides strong oversight, and to what Chief General Counsel said, any committee that we have that comes to us can say one thing, and we can just kind of brush it aside and do what we want, and that cannot happen here. So if it's not broke, I don't see any reason why we have to change it. Now, if there's evidence that there's some significant issues that we need to look at, I'd be happy to review that. But at this time, there has not been anything that I have seen presented that there is a problem with the way the process is run. And I know we're dealing with a lot of money. The public passed WC1 with this information, and we are pressing forward with the way that money is being spent with a lot more scrutiny than maybe some people want, but I think it's great. I think the scrutiny is great, and I think that it's good for us to have that outside accountability from other bodies in town that have a vested interest in what we do as a school district and how we spend their constituents' money as well as our constituents. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Carlo. Trustee Church?
Thank you. I'll try and be brief. Number one, I apologize if Mr. Rombardo misinterpreted my comments. No ethics tact whatsoever. Simply pointing out the difference between if an attorney gives a legal opinion, you better darn well follow it or have a good reason, as opposed to him opining, which is perfectly fine and legal. Again, the consent item refers to items that are routine. I think by now the board understands under this one, this is far from routine. And I just finally want to comment on the minutes, on the two committees. I've attended or probably read the minutes of every single meeting that I could. I can't recall ever seeing them turn something down. That's my own opinion, but I can't, in my memory, don't recall anything being turned down. Number two is the audit that was mentioned. I applaud the audit. It was awesome, flying colors. And as I read it cover to cover, and as was made clear in the audit, they looked at, how can I phrase this, procedural, no embezzlement. If they said the money was spent for sidewalks, it was spent for sidewalks. They very clearly did not opine in any way on whether it's appropriate to build a $252 million high school or a $90 million elementary, et cetera, et cetera. So I just want to make that extremely clear. The audit did in no way address costs. It simply addressed procedure, and we passed with flying colors, and that's wonderful.
Thank you, Mr. Church. I appreciate that, and I would add that that was not the intention of the audit, so it should not have done that. And I would also say that, and just in looking and going forward, the reason this is on a consent agenda is because the proposed changes were the changes and just verbiage as shared by Chief General Counsel. This was not in a review of should we have this policy or should we not have this policy. What is routine were the language changes so that there was consistency. So that is routine, and that is part of what we asked to Vice President Caldwell asked to be done to the governing policy. So I would certainly say that if you want something different, perhaps, but the changes that are before us today are indeed routine, and we can all see that, and there's in the packets. Okay? Any other commentary? Do we have any public comment on this, JJ? We don't? Okay, and I see that you're here, but we won't call on you, Pete, unless we need to. Okay, having no public comment and no other conversation, Vice President Caldwell?
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Board of Trustees provide final approval to Board Policy 9405.
There's a motion on the floor, and there is a second that Board Policy 9405 be approved as submitted. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposition?
Opposed.
Okay, the motion is carried. Let the record show it is 6-1. Okay, that one is done, and we will now move on to public comment. Public comment, and for those of you who are here for public comment, thank you for your patience. Your time is now. Also, again, if you are watching at home, you can submit public comments. If you have public comments, they should be sent to publiccomments@washoschools.net. Those can be submitted at any time. However, in order to, and they will always be included as a part of the record for the meeting. However, public comments will only be read at specific times during the meeting and will not be responded to, just as in-person comments are not responded to. As a reminder to those who may need a reminder or who may have never made public comments before, I'll read the procedure. Public comments from the public are invited at this time on topics not specifically addressed elsewhere in the agenda. That's really important. If your item is addressed elsewhere in the agenda, we'll ask that you hold your comment until then, unless for some outstanding, unusual reason that is that can't happen. A citizen's request to speak card should be filled out and submitted to the recording secretary before speaking during the public comment section, which must at least include the name of the speaker pursuant to Board Policy 9115, meetings of the Board of Trustees. All persons are limited to 3 minutes per item. The time limit may be altered at the discretion of the president or the board/chair of the committee. In order to comply with Nevada Revised Statutes NRS Chapter 241, Open Meeting Law, and on the advice of legal counsel, the board or committee is discouraged from discussing and precluded from deliberating and or acting on items raised by public comment which are not already on the agenda. Pursuant to NRS 241.035, correspondence or written material submitted for public comment shall be attached to the minutes of the meeting. The Board of Trustees/committee may impose reasonable content-neutral restrictions on public comment, such as willfully disruptive comments that are irrelevant, repetitious, slanderous, offensive, inflammatory, irrational, amounting to personal attacks, or interfering with the rights of other speakers. All speakers of the general public will be expected to observe social distancing and wear appropriate face coverings per the governor's directives. If members of the public refuse or fail to do so, in order to protect the health, safety, and welfare of all members of the general public, staff, and the trustees, as well as commensurate with the governor's directives, they will be asked to leave the meeting. If there is not enough space available for all members of the general public, the board respectfully requests that members of the public watch the meeting online at a location different from the meeting's location in order to provide enough space for all members of the general public to make public comment. You see, we've used, I believe here tonight, even some overflow rooms for that. The board will also accept public comments before and during the meeting through public comments at washoschools.net. The board will take time to read these comments during the meeting and announce the names of those who provide public comment via email. And again, I want to remind you that you're provided with one opportunity to speak on a specific agenda item. So should you choose to speak on a specific agenda item now, because you will not be available later in the meeting, or should you just choose to do that, then you will not be able to speak on it again. If you've previously submitted written comments through public comments at washoschools.net, then that email also counts as your comment on the specific agenda item to include the general public comment items 4.01 towards the beginning of the meeting, which is now, or 8.01, which is towards the end of the meeting. So we'll open the floor now to JJ, our recording secretary, and she will read names accordingly. She may read one name and then have another name close by, so that have another name read so that you'll know that you'll next and you can position yourselves accordingly, of course, maintaining the practice of social distancing. JJ?
Richard J., then Paul White.
Welcome, Mr. J. Thank you for being here. We're going to get your mic. Let's make sure we get your mic turned on. There's a button there. We have John, thank you.
Let's do it.
Okay, there we go.
There you go. Thank you very much, Richard J. For the record, Happy New Year, and may 2021 bring a turning point for many issues facing the district. I would like to congratulate all the new trustees, and as always, if I can be of assistance, please reach out. The work for the school district is daunting. Getting our students back to the classroom safely, how to deal with reduced revenue from the kids not enrolling due to COVID, new funding formula from the state that could give the school district less revenue, Incline Village property lawsuit, fatigue, overworked teachers and staff. I will ask you to work together in the spirit of what's best for our students. I would like to publicly acknowledge the successful CAFR report, WC1 audit, and continued growth in academic scores. I would like to congratulate you for maintaining your Moody's AA3 and your S&P assignment of AA. This clearly indicates your financial strength remains strong. This will help with the lower interest rates on future bonds. To the new trustees, you have a huge learning curve, and unfortunately, decisions must be made sooner than later. To my elected trustee for District A, your constituents will ask you to work with your fellow trustees and staff members in the spirit of cooperation. We'll ask you to attend all meetings, and not just board meetings, ribbon cutting, committee meetings, state of the education, and other duties. Your website, Reno Tax Revolt, and Watchdog Jeff contains material that is not accurate, and they remain as of this morning. Your attack against staff member Pete Etchard can no longer remain. You are now a trustee. It is not right to publish a salary with disrespect. Your headline, caught red-handed, is totally inaccurate. I know exactly what you're referring to in your failure to present the entire story. Comments as to Nevada do not apply. You're a trustee for the board and not the Nevada Board of Education. You did send a congratulation email to the district, and I quote, "I do congratulate Washoe County District on improvement in test scores such as ACT in 2020 and passing the WC1 audit with flying colors. Likewise, just released the 2020 CAFR shows strong accounting principles. Yet that afternoon in the City of Reno Financial Advisory Board, you stated, like Reno, Washoe County School District faces the financial tsunami and failed to act responsibly. Remember, the board has two employees, the superintendent and the auditor. The superintendent is the CEO for the district. Personnel is her responsibility. Your comments do nothing but bring down board morale, employee morale, staff morale. We need everybody rowing in the same direction at all times. I will ask you respectfully to take these comments down in regards to the Washoe County School District. In closing, I wish all of you nothing but success for students in the future. May God bless you, give you the guidance, the wisdom, and the knowledge to do your job. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. J. Mr. White, you'll prepare the podium, and then you'll be next, JJ.
Paul White, then Beth Martin.
Welcome, Mr. White. Thank you for being here.
Thanks. Paul White with Reno on Record. You heard I'm speaking about the superintendent's delivery a few days ago of using the district's resources to share a political opinion with all the parents and children. This should be of incredible importance to the board. It's really not about feelings, it's about facts. For example, the superintendent just shared that she condemns violence of any kind. Well, in about the last 9 months, there were 501 identified violent riots by the Department of Justice. One was done by conservatives, 500 were done by far left and other groups. If the superintendent truly wanted to condemn violence of all kinds, there was an awful strange silence for the first 500 violent riots. Also, hopefully what she's paid for is to take care of business here in the district among schools rated the worst in the nation and consistently worst in the nation. And so apparently the concern for violence doesn't apply to the dozens of teachers in Washoe County who shared in a poll our foundation did last year that they'd been violently attacked and assaulted by students for years. Where's the superintendent on this? Where's the board on this? It includes stabbings, being hit over the head with computers, having furniture thrown at them, being thrown against the walls, all with no accountability on the part of the students. So if I'm the board, what you've got is you've got a policy 1310 that the superintendent used the county resources for her own self, abused her position in speaking for the district when she wasn't, and said face up to the board, no apology from me. Well, she's violating the board policy. She's refusing to apologize for it. It's as classic a case of pure insubordination as there could be, and the board needs to insist that she either apologize immediately or be charged with insubordination, which is typically cause for termination in a chief executive officer. The board also has to realize that they are responsible. They took an oath of office, and that this policy, that they are accountable for enforcing it. And if the board's not going to, then they too are violating their own policies. And in which case they either need to back up and enforce them, or the board needs to remove themselves. We either have rules or we don't. We're either a nation of laws, a school district of laws, or we're not.
Thank you, Mr. White. Thank you for being here. I will ask you, sir, if you would, as you said, please make sure you cover your nose with that mask too, if you would. Thank you so much. Okay, no, I'm sorry, sir. Your time is up for public comment. I'm so sorry. Okay, well, we've asked everyone to, and so we've asked everyone to, employees and the like. So thank you for pointing that out. We'll make sure we take care of that if that's the case. I appreciate that.
Beth Martin, then John Eppolito.
Welcome, Ms. Martin. Thank you for being here.
Good evening, Beth Martin, proud Washoe County School District parent for the record. On Wednesday, January 6th, again in our nation, there was a lot of unrest due to the storming of the Capitol. The feelings of sadness, shock, and disappointment being felt by everyone in America caused even more discomfort to our already fractured country. Feelings that seem to have impacted every single American in one way or another at this point. For nearly a year now, I have felt it. It doesn't seem like there has been any normalcy in our lives since schools closed last March. The pandemic, job loss, food insecurities, continual budget cuts, BLM movements due to the killing of Black people by police, George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, and our own district unrest with the LGBTQI flag, stress is very high. January 6th seemed like just any other typical day in America at this point, but when I got the phone call from Dr. McNeil recognizing the day's events and the offering of resources to our families who may be hurting, it made me feel like we were, in fact, all in this together. You cited the violent events that took place in our nation's capital. You noted that this was an assault on our democracy, which we are all a part of. You never once took a side to either political party. You simply wanted us all to know that our school district would stand together and that we are dedicated to having a strong, healthy community, one in which our children would not be harmed. Those words of support are not a political stance. When you let families know the importance of having conversations with their children so that they can ask questions and share their feelings, you're in fact doing exactly what a pediatrician would recommend their family to do. And you are also doing what a teacher would suggest to a student that asks hard questions. Suggesting open dialogue and offering resources to families who need them is not political. It is something that humans do because it's the right thing. All of those feelings and words are those of a strong leader, one who takes care and looks out for everyone. Community members and educators have been asking for more mental health supports in our schools, and it has been evident to me that you have been working on this during your time as superintendent. Let it be noted that there was a press release and resources offered to our families when George Floyd was murdered, but to many that wasn't enough, and some claim that you offered no support at all. Again, your phone call was to support all the requests made by our community members, and you recognized and acknowledged that there was an issue and offered support and assurance to our families that our children would be okay and taken care of during these times. It's easy to jump and attack someone when they're doing something you don't agree with, but often if we take a step back, we realize that there's a positive intention and genuine care behind it. The message was to unite us and offer mental health support, and that is all. This is the type of leadership that we have been missing and what needs to continue, and I'll continue to fight for this because it's what's best for kids. You are a good leader, and good leaders fight for all of our children to ensure that they will have a bright future. Sorry.
It's okay. Thank you, Ms. Martin. We appreciate your coming.
John Eppolito, then Bruce Parks.
Good evening, Mr. Eppolito. Thank you for being here.
My name is John Eppolito. I'm with Protect Nevada Children. I'm a former teacher, and I have 2 kids still in Washoe County School District. Welcome to the new board members. I've been intimately involved with this board longer than anyone up there except Superintendent McNeil. What I'm most concerned about are the things that the superintendent knows but won't tell parents, the kind of things that we discuss on our private Facebook page, Protect Nevada Children. For example, for months we've been asking for a list of all the data Infinite Campus collects and stores forever on our children. Experts have called it, quote, the most data ever collected on children in human history, end quote. In this document, the district told us, quote, the record is confidential and proprietary to Infinite Campus, end quote. I find it incredible that the massive database, including any and all incriminating data being stored forever on our children, is confidential and proprietary to a paid vendor. Plus, Infinite Campus does publish a list of all the data stored on children in Colorado. It's 82 pages long. So how could it be confidential and proprietary, Mr. Attorney? The most incriminating data stored in Infinite Campus is 1, entered without parental consent or knowledge, 2, subjective, and 3, entered by multiple school site and school district employees. One of them called me, the spouse called, one of the psychiatrists that works in the district. She's very concerned about the psychiatric data she has to enter on children in Infinite Campus. A small subset of the Infinite Campus data is uploaded nightly to the Nevada SANE system. This is 49 pages, maybe between 800 and 1,000 data fields. Some of this stuff is entered daily on kids, 1 data field. This data is also stored forever. Another issue is the content and secret student profiles created on our children by many of the free education vendors you require students to use. Here's one example. I have a handout for the new members. In May 2019, Washoe County School District told teachers Kahoot, a free vendor, may sell student personally identifiable information. In October 2019, a Reno student took a Kahoot test while at school titled, "Should I Kill Myself?" The next day, Caleb committed suicide. Kahoot was supposed to be out of our schools by July 2020. Today, a mom posted on our Facebook page, Kahoot may still be used in some schools. These are some of the issues we discuss on our private Facebook page, Protect Nevada Children. If you are interested, please join us. I don't know who to give these to. The new board.
Thank you, Mr. Ippolito. If you just give that to JJ, you know the routine. Thank you for being here.
Bruce Parks, then Elizabeth Cadigan.
Welcome, Mr. Parks.
Thank you for allowing me to be here. Bruce Parks, for the record. Well, first of all, thank you to the board for having an open public meeting. Even though the Reno City Council doesn't follow your example, it's refreshing to see that you guys obey not only the spirit, but the intent of the open meeting law. I want to get right into it. The superintendent's message was totally political, despite what she may say or what others may believe. The hypocrisy and double standards are palpable. If you, as an educator, have students that know what your political leanings are, you have failed as a teacher. Failed. Your students should not know what your political leanings are. There's a huge difference between an education and indoctrination. For too long in this country, we've seen our institutes of higher learning become institutes of indoctrination. We don't want it here in our schools, but here we are. You know, it's little Johnny graduates high school, can't read or write, can't fill out a job application, but heaven forbid he graduates not knowing he can sleep with whomever he chooses. What a shame. There's a reason that Nevada is 49th in the country in education. You're contributors. I'm asking every one of these board members here to condemn the superintendent's actions. I would like to see a motion from one of you that has a spine that this be an agenda item open for discussion amongst the board members for an upcoming meeting. What you allow will continue. If you don't condemn her actions, you're complicit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parks.
Elizabeth Cadigan, Kimberly Clark.
Welcome, Miss, is it Cadigan? I'm sorry, turn it on. Okay, hang on, that's okay. We have help coming. Help is on the way. Okay, I'm sorry, your last name?
Cadigan.
Cadigan. Thank you, welcome.
Thank you. Board of Trustees and Superintendent Dr. McNeil, back in October, I made a public comment encouraging members of the board to add their voices to others in our community who are working towards bringing awareness of the need for our state to properly fund our public education system. Now that the new board members have been officially instated, I encourage each of you to raise awareness for our need to properly fund our schools by adding your voices to those currently advocating for adequate school funding, such as Empower Nevada Teachers. I invite you to join us as we line the streets of Carson on February 15th. I ask you to contact our legislators to let them know that our dismal per pupil funding levels have done enough damage and that we've had enough of doing more with less. I encourage you to talk with your family, friends, colleagues, neighbors, and any Nevada resident of voting age that you happen to meet about the need for us to make a change on how we value our public schools. As the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees, I recognize that your voices and opinions carry a lot of weight within our community. And as members of our community, I encourage you to do what's right for our students, for our community, and for our future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cadigan.
Kimberly Clark, Kristen DeHaan.
Welcome, Ms. Clark. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. I'm Kimberly Clark, and I would like to address the Washoe County School District Board. I am also disappointed in the actions of the superintendent of using the public system, the Washoe County system, for a political agenda. I know that she said earlier tonight that that's not what happened, but as the gentleman before me said, all summer long, all year last year, there was all kinds of riots throughout the whole country. Nothing was ever done. This is not what the use of our school system is. Should not be for political purposes. I have children, I have grandchildren that are in the school district. I lived here since I was 3 years old, and I would really appreciate it if this type of behavior would stop.
Thank you, Ms. Clark.
Kristen DeHaan, then Roger Edwards.
Welcome, Ms. DeHaan.
Yep,
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here.
of course. Hi, my name is Kristen DeHaan. I am the proud parent of an AACT graduate and an AACT senior this year. I'm also a special education teacher at Drake Elementary School. I want to take this opportunity to say that I support and appreciate Dr. McNeil's call and email last Wednesday. I did not feel it was political. I did not feel it was telling people how to parent. It was giving resources. I know many people believe their children have not heard anything about Wednesday. They have. They have heard it on the playgrounds. They have heard it in between classes. They have heard it on Zoom, even if it's a parent in the background, if there's TV on, they have heard it at every level. Sorry. Mental health was the biggest reason that the community and the board wanted school to be in person, regardless of staff and teacher safety. Mental health is still important, and it should have always been important and always continue to be important. In that vein, teachers and staff should be able to have things that represent to their students and fellow staff members that they know Black and brown lives matter and that they support them. Teachers and staff should be able to have things that show they support their LGBTQIA+ students and staff. Required Safe Schools training and the required equity training this summer also state how important this is for our students' mental health and their well-being. I firmly believe that BLM and Pride are not political issues, they are human issues. Thank you.
Thank you for being here, Ms. DeHaan.
Roger Edwards.
Welcome,
Good evening.
I'm sorry, welcome, Mr. Edwards.
I'm sorry?
I just wanted to say welcome, Mr. Edwards, please.
Oh. Yeah, well, I'm a 48-year resident of this neighborhood. I've seen so much change and so much improvement, they call it, but I've seen this board go through many, many evolutions, let's say. But, you know, I've chaired many committees, past chairman of the Washoe County Planning Commission, the board, the county board, homeowners associations, all kinds of things. You guys have a major job, 60+ thousand kids, all this stuff, the largest budget, I don't know, in the world maybe, but you have a lot of things to spend your money on. But I read the agenda, I sat through the whole thing, and not one thing in that agenda talked about improving you guys' grades as an instruction institution. Now, you know, the Chief's General Counsel defended his position on all kinds of things. That's all internal. That's not taking a kid in the hallway who's concerned about his gender identity and ask him how he did on his math test. Not one thing. You know, your job is to be sure that the teachers in the school district instruct students successfully. And $270 million schools should be the same level as a major university, as far as I'm concerned. They're building a 3-level, great big one over on the golf course here right now. That's a major money dump. If it doesn't produce students that can read and write and take a math test and take civics enough to understand what's going on when they hear on the television that the nation's capital has been invaded. You know, this nation was created by people that invaded institutions and made drastic changes, and then they lost a lot of lives. And it's not even taught in our school district. Why? If you guys want to do something meaningful, let's get off this gender identity nonsense and figure out how to teach our students. That's your real job. And I'd like to see you guys do it. I know several of you, I applaud your new members. It's a daunting task, but don't forget what your real job is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. Superintendent McNeil?
Thank you very much, President Taylor. Actually, we do have an item on our agenda today that talks about the strategic plan and academic progress within our district. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Superintendent. Okay, we will, now at this point, we'll take a break.
Madam President?
I thought, there's more. I thought that was the last. There's more public comment? Okay, please.
Those were all the cards that I have received.
Oh, right, we need to read them. Please, let's.
The board also received emails from Sarah Dawkins, Andrew Cristancho, Zach Woodhead, Kate Pulfaget, Gurmee Reed, Jonathan Acosta, Colleen and Russell Barnum, Carrie, Alicia Twitchell, Matthew Montagnese, Chris Hogel, Krista Rossi, Carrie Parker, Cinnamon Steinhardt, Matt Tate, Sarah Labach-Gurr, Yvonne Allen, Scott Kraus, Cher Daniels, Michelle Beck, Michelle DePoli, and Lauren Davis.
Thank you, JJ. What I will do, because we certainly want to acknowledge those who have sent in public comment, before we take a break, just have a moment for trustees to go to their email and read the public comments. That and you may have been able to do it following along, but if not, we want to make sure that those that have come across for our general period, that we have a chance to take a look at them. So just a couple of minutes for that. Go into a break. We're going to take a 20-minute break here, and if you haven't had a chance to review all of them, please do so as you can, and we will reconvene here at 6:45. 6:45 right here. Thank you. We'll be in recess until 6:45. A couple of media things to take care of, but now we are back and ready to get to the agenda. We have none other than the soon-to-be very, very, very busy Lindsay Anderson here for the presentation, discussion, and possible adoption. This is agenda item 5.01 of the 2021 Washoe County School District Legislative Platform for the upcoming 2021 Nevada legislative session, to include the areas of funding, academic success, student and staff health and safety, educator support, and community-centered approach. This is for possible action. Ms. Anderson, welcome. Happy New Year.
Thank you, President Taylor and trustees. It's nice to see new faces. Hello. I'm Lindsay Anderson, Government Affairs for the Washoe County School District. And as Dr. Taylor mentioned, I'm here today to have our discussion about the 2021 legislative platform. So the staff report included a copy of that platform. It also included some previous legislative platforms that the district has adopted to give you some context for the priorities that the district has had in past legislative sessions. And it also included the Invest document that all 17 superintendents collaboratively worked together to adopt a legislative platform. And this is the one for the 2021 legislative session. And that included 3 priorities. And so it's important, as Dr. McNeil is part of that group, that our legislative platform has some nexus and alignment with the legislative platform of the superintendents collectively. And it's important that we adopt that document as the superintendents adopt that document, because having a collective voice at the legislature is very important. You can imagine if districts come with different priorities, it's very easy for legislators to kind of pick and choose things that they want to prioritize based on which district is asking. And so having a collective voice is very important. At the same time, each district is a little bit different. In fact, districts in Nevada are very different from each other. So the Washoe County School District has always adopted its own legislative platform. So I'm not going to go through the document in terms of each individual bullet. You've all had it and you've been able to review it. But I will just sort of quickly go over the 5 different categories that we have put forward for your consideration today. Education funding, as we know, is always a priority for our district. We are, at least since I have been here, this will be my 5th legislative session. It has always been a priority for our district at the legislature to increase state appropriations for K-12 education, and this session is no different. We know that the budget situation that the state is facing is bleak. The idea that we will leave the legislative session with more revenue is unlikely. That doesn't mean that we aren't continuing to advocate for that, for the needs of our students, to address the shortfalls that we have seen for many years. So you'll see under the education funding area, it addresses the pupil-centered funding plan. We had a long discussion about that a couple of meetings ago in terms of what that new funding formula may have impact on the Washoe County School District. So you can see there addressing the regional cost difference issue that we talked about at length. It also addresses some of the things that we've seen in the past in terms of property tax reform. So property tax reform measures may not, in fact, increase revenue to the school district in a direct fashion, but there have long been identified structural issues with our property tax system that local governments have come together to try to address at the legislative level. So you'll see a bullet about that under education funding. And lastly, my personal favorite is addressing the underfunded and unfunded mandates that seem to come out of every legislative session, too many to count. So we will continue to push back on well-meaning but expensive ideas that are not funded from the state level to make sure we are not adding to our educators' plates at this time. Obviously, student and staff health and safety is a priority. We can't address educational issues if our students and staff are not healthy and safe. So we've continued to identify areas there, especially around mental health supports. We know how important that is for our students, and so we will continue to advocate for those. And then certainly around student and staff safety. Academic success, this continues to be a priority for our district. I think that first bullet on the last bullet on the front page there really addresses the current situation around the pandemic. We know that the learning loss that's being experienced right now as a result of the pandemic is going to be measurable and long-lasting. And so we will continue to look for opportunities the legislature can help us address that learning loss going forward. On the back, again, we continue to talk about technology, professional development, career and technical education. We know how important those programs are to our district. There are specific points in terms of governance, and that is in response to legislation that's already been published. So we are trying to both talk about things that we expect to come up and things that we already know have been introduced. And then pre-K funds, always an important issue that's funded a little bit differently than our regular K through 12 students, and so we have a special bullet for pre-K. Educator support, I know Dr. McNeil has continued to reiterate how we are making every effort as a district to minimize the number of things on our teachers' plates, and so continuing to eliminate those things and look for ways to maximize educators' instructional time. That also includes support of our own legislation. I assume it's implied, but we certainly want to explicitly say we support our own legislation that tries to remove that additional responsibility from our teachers around the student learning objectives until the 2023-2024 school year. And then the community-centered approach, and that's really intended to address local control and giving you as elected trustees as much flexibility as possible to make decisions that are in the best interest of our students at the local level. And then we know the digital divide as we face this pandemic, that's a community approach. As a school district, we're not going to be able to solve all of the internet access issues. And so we really need other local governments, other community organizations to come together and address the importance of our students being able to access their education under any circumstances. So again, I'm happy to take some feedback just in terms of process. This item was marked for possible adoption, so we can do that tonight, and then you won't have to see me again at the next meeting. But if there are things that you want to add, substantive changes to be made, we can certainly make those changes and come back for final approval at the next meeting, which will give us a couple of days clearance before the legislative session starts on February 1st. So I don't know if Dr. McNeil wants to add anything, but I'm happy to respond to any questions or make any changes you'd like to make.
I would if I first of all, thank you, Ms. Anderson. I know that your very, very busy days are ahead, but for those those new colleagues of ours, Ms. Anderson is very well respected down there as a representative in governmental affairs, has great instincts, great contacts, and it's really a blessing to have her well respected down there. And if you aren't well respected, you don't have an opportunity to have really important conversations that need to happen. My question is, would you mind speaking just a little bit about our BDR, that process for our new trustees? I know that isn't necessarily our platform, but you know how we get the right one, and right,
Sure.
if you would?
Right, so I don't have the statutory reference in front of me, but there is a statute that allows our district, based on our population, to introduce one bill draft request each legislative session. Lots of local governments get them and other organizations. The Clark County School District gets 2 bill drafts, but ultimately the Washoe County School District gets 1. That has to be submitted to the Legislative Council Bureau by September 1st of the year preceding a legislative session. So we started having that conversation about what the Washoe County School District would sponsor, I think, over the summer, June and July, looking at options and alternatives for the school district sponsoring legislation, and ultimately at the meeting in August decided on the student learning objectives delay, I would say, for our BDR. Is that what you asked me, or was it more?
Yes, would you want to talk a little bit about what it is, what we wrote in it?
Sure.
Just further enough, thank you.
Sure. So our legislation has already been published. It's Assembly Bill 57, so you can read it yourself if you'd like. But ultimately, it delays the requirement for educators to perform and put together the student learning objectives until the 2023-2024 school year, and subsequently makes it 0% of their evaluation until that time. So currently, I believe it's 15% of their evaluation. That's changed over time, so I was trying to remember the latest, but I believe it's 15% of their evaluation now, and ultimately that would be 0 until the 2023-2024 school year, when it would go back to 15, pending any other legislation change.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments? I see Vice President Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President, and Lindsay, thank you as always. I hope you're getting a lot of sleep because it's coming. I actually made myself some notes on things that were important to me before I read the document, and I was happy to see all three on there. The local control is huge for me. Supporting the career training, because obviously, as we know, not all of our students will go to a four-year university, so how are we preparing them? And then the mental health. The two subsets of local control and then also career training that I would open it up to get your thoughts and get my colleagues' thoughts. For local control, testing. I think right now we have so much testing requirements on our students. We can't do anything about the federal government, but we have state requirements, and I know our school district is looking at different ways to assess progress from our students, and I get concerned about spending so much time on assessments. It takes away time from the classroom, especially in age of COVID, where schools are looking at weeks of testing to try to do social distancing devices, and how do we get everyone tested, and a month has gone by in the entire school year. And then finally, not every student, as I mentioned, goes to a four-year university, so I don't know why in Nevada we require every student to take an ACT. And what it does is we're testing students on their college readiness that aren't going to college. It creates a situation where it's a poor metric, and students are not really being shown, are they prepared for their future? And speaking as someone who works at the university, I'm not sold that it's a good measure of college readiness. And so I'd be curious to get thoughts on those two items, because they're subsets of the main points, but I think overall the main points are very solid. So thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Trustee Caudill. Oh, good. Phone a friend. I didn't even have to phone him. I certainly think having a statement about assessments is appropriate. It's a topic that comes up a lot at the legislature. I think what we would have to do in terms of this document is what are we saying or supporting? Do we want specific changes? Do we want there to be less testing or more flexibility at the district level? So I think developing a bullet on assessments makes sense. We would just need some guidance, and I think probably Mr. Hayes is here and could offer some suggestions. In terms of the ACT, I don't want to appear as if I'm defending it. I just remember when the initial legislation was introduced, and the thought process was, if everyone takes it, maybe we pick up kids who didn't think that they could go to college, score well on the test, and then say, maybe I am college material, and then they go. Whether or not that has transpired, I'm not the right person to answer that question. But ultimately, that's where it sits. And I am sure Mr. Hayes could tell you now the state uses it as a measure of accountability at the federal level. So there's some complicating factors in terms of changing it. But I'll certainly turn it over if Mr. Hayes wants to make a statement, or Dr. McNeil, about assessments.
If I may, President Taylor, is it okay if I hop in real quick?
Please do. Follow up.
So the thought I had on assessments, Ben, before you get going, is I think we should test our kids, but we have testing requirements from all levels, federal, state, and local. And I understand that the state will want some assessments, but have a few set assessments that every school district in Nevada administers, but then give flexibility to Washoe County, our school district, to provide assessments that we feel are necessary for us, especially in the age of COVID, what we're trying to figure out here potentially learning loss that may be very different from Nye County. So that's kind of where the thought came in. So thank you.
Hi, for the record, Ben Hayes, Chief Accountability Officer. I think that between Lindsay and Vice President Cottle, you said everything that I was going to say. ACT is indeed now it's counted as the federal high school test for Nevada. I think there's great arguments to be had on both sides. I agree as an accountability person that it's not a great measure. You're taking a college readiness test in the winter time of your junior year. I don't think it's the best measure we can have, but the state is going through some processes to look at that. The state is going into the legislative session looking to remove some of the state assessments. And as you know, in Washoe, we've been kind of looking as hard as we can at two things: getting rid of some of the time we spend on assessment, and if we are going to give an assessment, make sure we use that data the best we can. So kind of pushing MAP aside, and using more classroom-based, curriculum-based assessments based on the grade level standards. So.
Oh, there we go. Dr. Dye.
Thank you. Diane Nicolette here. So I want to do just a little deeper dive into AB 57. Couple questions. Do we have a legislator who's our champion? I mean, I know you're a champion and very good at it. Do we have a legislator? And then how do we think about the long-term 0% evaluation and the impact that it can have?
Thank you, Trustee Nicolette. In terms of do we have a champion, because it's our own bill sponsor, and most bills were used to being sponsored by legislators, the vast majority, they are the individual sponsor, and in this case, we are the sponsor. So I can't attach a name to it because it is our bill and we are the champion. I do think that we will have significant support from both our local Washoe legislators and other legislators. We know other institutions, so the Nevada State Teachers Association and other associations have been supportive of this kind of legislation in the past. So I think we will have support. To say that there is one person who is going to pull this through for us, that's not how it will work with our bill. But that doesn't worry me at all. I still feel very strongly that we will get significant support for this idea. In terms of the long-term impact, I'm probably not the right person to answer that question from a functional perspective. I will tell you that there has been, we started at 50%. Student data was going to be required to be 50% of a teacher's evaluation. In every legislative session that I've been in, it has been lowered consistently. We went 50 to 40, 40 to 20, 20 to 15. And here's where we are now. We're talking 0, at least for the short term. So I can't speak to the impact that will have on educators themselves. Obviously, that's not my role. Maybe Dr. McNeil can weigh in on that. But we've certainly seen this change every 2 years since we started this, I think, back in 2011.
No, thank you very much, Lindsay. And Trustee Nicolette, I appreciate the question. And as you probably remember, our school district actually started with the Teacher Incentive Fund grant, which was a large federal grant. And we actually were one of the very first districts to get ahead of student learning objectives, or SLOs. And over time, the idea was never intended to be something that a teacher would be evaluated upon. However, during different legislative sessions, it became an accountability measure. And so with everything else on our teachers and our administrators' plate, the idea was that this is something that we can really work for to take off of their plate at this point in time. And I will also add that we actually brought it to NAS, the Superintendent's Committee, and there was not any significant pushback as far as Washoe County School District's BDR, that there was general acceptability of it.
Thank you, Dr. McNeil. Trustee Thigpen?
Thank you, President Taylor, and thank you, Ms. Anderson, for this update. I just have a couple questions regarding student and staff health and safety, regarding mental health and PPE. I know the governor's office, of course, is eager to keep schools open as much as we can. With funds being put into different buckets at the legislature, do we anticipate any elimination or rolling back of funds, especially with mental health? One constituent mentioned I think it's called the social workers grant, for example, and I know that that's really come into play in a big way with COVID. So if you could shed some light on what we might expect.
Sure. Thank you, Trustee Thigpen. I mean, this is all crystal ball, of course, and I think it's a good segue into, it's a little tricky to develop a document like this before we get the opportunity to see the governor's proposed budget and hear the state of the state, which we're expecting next week. So we're about a week off in terms of timing of being able to have that insight as we develop our own platform. That being said, there's a couple factors. I mean, number one, obviously, that the budget is negatively impacted. So I expect everything to be rolled back to some extent across every policy area that the legislature has jurisdiction over. The social workers grant, in particular, I think is an additional complexity because of the potential of the new funding formula. So I don't necessarily think that that money would be targeted to go away if the funding formula is implemented in the way that the law currently states. It becomes one of the funds that goes into the larger bucket of education funding. So I think that's going to be tricky to see if all of these things don't have their individual buckets and they go into one bucket. It will be really more up to our district, and in some cases better local control for our board to make decisions on those funds. But if the overall pot ends up being less at Washoe County, I think, we're obviously going to be in a difficult situation. So I think there's a lot of support for that individual grant. I think our district has seen success with that, is committed to that program. Whether or not it continues in the exact way that it is right now, I think is just a big question mark. It's because of the overall change in the way we're going to receive funds.
Thank you for the insight on that.
Thank you, Trustee Thigpen. Trustee Church?
All right, just for the record, when I turn on my light, her mic comes off, so I can't listen. So that's why I didn't have my mic on before, because that shuts her off and I can't hear.
Okay,
That
no
makes
problem.
sense?
Well, yeah, we'll have that looked at, because what should happen is the volume should actually start coming from here, and then when you switch it, it should switch up. So we can have that.
I'll figure it out. Okay.
So go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Just a question, maybe a comment. I think it's bullet point number 4, statutorily extend authorization to the current rollover property tax. Can you explain that?
Sure. Thank you, Trustee Church. I'll try to be easy on this. It's a little wonky, but currently Washoe County, and I know Mark and Pete are here, they can jump in, but the Washoe County School District has the 38.85 cent property tax rate, which is dedicated to school debt, which we use for school facilities. And that, as it was originally written, has to be voter approved every 10 years. So we call it the rollover bond because it rolls over. It doesn't require, we don't ask voters for an increase or a decrease. It's just continue to have access to that particular stream of funds. In the 2015 legislative session, Governor Sandoval at that time statutorily, legislatively extended that rollover bond authority for an additional 10 years, not requiring school districts who had this authority already to go back to the voters. And we know through conversations with our district, other districts in the state, particularly the Clark County School District, they are hoping to see that model extended where it would legislatively be extended another, 10 or longer years to be able to access that same property tax rate that's currently available. So I don't know if that made sense and if someone wants to back me up, but that's my understanding.
It does. Mr. Church, do you have more questions?
Just to clarify what I think I heard. So it's a tax, property tax, that would normally sunset every 10 years unless approved by the voters, but the legislature went around that, so to speak, and legislatively extended it, and then that's where we're asking for another extension?
So to clarify, I wouldn't characterize it as a sunset based on the way that it works. And again, I'm getting a little outside of my skis here, but basically whatever debt that is issued upon that, until that debt was sufficiently paid off, which would be many years into the future, that rate would not go down. So on the day of expiration, the rate does not go down. Over time, as the debt is paid down, then it could go down, and other local governments could use that rate within our property tax cap system.
Only for facilities? Only for capital projects?
We can only use it for capital projects. If we were to not be able to bond against it and eventually started to go down and was picked up by other jurisdictions, they could use it for other things.
I'm a little bit confused, but
One more clarification, Trustee Church, just based on your question. Ultimately, what's in our platform, we are not necessarily asking for this ourselves. What we are saying is if this came up, we could potentially support a piece of legislation that reflected what's in the proposal. We're not making any affirmative requests.
I guess my next comment is more addressed to my fellow trustees. If they could throw me a bone to help me with my constituents, maybe they can help me change a word or two to say something to the effect of discuss, or help me out. I'm looking for a lifesaver here, but I don't want to get accused of voting for new taxes.
What I would say, if this, Trustee Church, if this may help, is it isn't a new tax. So in and of itself, you shouldn't be able to be accused of voting for a new tax, because I believe, as Ms. Anderson was explaining, it's continuing that which is there, which has been done over time, which may or may not matter. But based upon this is not a new tax. I don't know if that's helpful or not, but
Yeah, but it's a rollover. I got it. I understand. Thank you.
okay, Vice President Caldwell?
Yeah, I would also say not only is it not a new tax, it like as Lindsay had mentioned, it's not going to go away. It's just a matter of, do you want it to go towards the betterment of your kid's education, or do you want it to go to who knows what? So it's not, so correct me if I'm wrong, it's not that the taxes are going to come down. They're going to stay the same. It's just a matter of what it's going to be used for. Is that I see a thumbs up by Mr. Searcy, so that's good enough for me.
Yeah,
so that seems like a good way to frame it.
Yes, I would say that's true. Other jurisdictions, if there is room below the 366 or 364 property tax cap, other local governments can take the difference, if it were to go down 3 cents or whatever, use that 3 cents without any kind of vote of the people. They could just do it at the council or county commission level. And so we would expect something like that to come up from another jurisdiction.
Makes me feel a lot better. Thank you.
That answered, that's what you needed, Trustee Church? Okay, thank you. Any other questions or feedback from Ms. Anderson? None? Do we have any public comment on this one, JJ? Okay, no public comment. Vice President Caldwell?
Sorry, I just wanted to kind of loop back, just to kind of get feedback from my other board members on thoughts about the testing. It kind of sounds like, from what Lindsay and Ben said, the ACT's kind of probably off the table. It may come up, but maybe not something that we should necessarily push for. But I do think, depending on what everybody else thinks, speak to something around assessments. Because I know we hear about it. As new trustees, you'll hear about it, especially when we get to around assessment time, how much of the school day and the school year is being used on assessments, just because it's a challenge to do a computer-based assessment in some of our schools that don't have the devices. And now this year you have full distance learning students, you have hybrid, you have devices that maybe were in the building are now out somewhere in the community with students. So principals are trying to figure out, so how are we going to do assessments this year? And so I'd be curious on what other trustees think, if we think it's something that we should emphasize in our platform or not emphasize. Lindsay has heard comments, and then as bills come up on if the school district would support it, and I know Dr. McNeil's heard the same. So I'd just be curious on if there's any feedback from former fellow trustees.
Thank you, Vice President. We're going to go to Trustee Minetto, and then we'll go to Trustee Thigpen. I'm sorry, Clerk Minetto. Clerk Minetto.
I'm glad you brought that up, Trustee Cadell. As I'm a retired teacher, and a whole lot of time was put into preparing the kids for testing. An awful lot of teaching to the test is what the terminology we've used, rather than the kind of teaching a lot of teachers would like to do. So yeah, I think that it would be a good idea, if we can, to have less formal assessment, less assessment, and trust our teachers and their educations more.
Thank you, Trustee Minetto. Trustee Thigpen, and then we'll go to Dr. Dye.
Thank you, President Taylor. I'm with agreement with Vice President Cottle on this. I think with the level of pressure our teachers have been under, the level of pressure our students have been under, I think our emphasis would be on the curriculum, the knowledge that we are trying to impress upon them to just get ready for competency with college and life is more important than teaching them to take a test. And I think if we can move in that direction, great. And if we want to make it part of our platform or an ask at least of saying, hey, we kind of need a little bit of a break here after what we've gone through the past year plus, I would definitely want to consider that.
Thank you, Trustee Thigpen. We'll go with Dr. Diane, and then Dr. Dye, and then we'll go with Student Trustee Victoria.
I believe there's a duality here. I absolutely, and I have thought for many years that we are forced on some level to do too many formal kinds of tests that we don't even create. And I agree with Trustee Ellen that, teachers, that's part of their training, is to be able to, in an ongoing fashion, test our students, not just wait for a big test. Having said that, this is a very interesting time, and I would definitely like to see Washoe County School District and the experts within design strategies, mechanisms for teachers to design their tests based on their content, their curriculum, in such a way that we can still, and in a new way, assess where students are at, because I think we all can agree on some level that with this being a unique time, it's even more difficult to tell where a student is in their learning and their scaffolding of that learning. So I do believe it's incumbent upon us sooner rather than later to decide what that's going to look like. And I think teachers must play an integral part in that role because, they're the expert on their students who come to them.
Thank you, Trustee Nicolette. Student Trustee Victoria?
Thank you, Madam President. I had a comment on how you guys were talking about the ACTs. We are starting next month, and as the legislature is next month, you will be able to use that information on how schools are taking their tests and how they're making the plan on how all our students are taking the ACTs. You'll be able, I think it's a good idea to add the assessments in there because you'll be able to add that information on how schools are working with students and all those students that are taking the ACTs. And adding on to the comments on assessments, I would agree with having these assessments because they are what the state wants us to be able to know. But I think since ACTs and SATs aren't always required in colleges now with the pandemic that has changed, they should not be required throughout every school.
Thank you, Student Trustee Victoria. Are you leaning in, Superintendent McNeil?
I was leaning in, yes.
Okay, I thought I saw a lean. Okay.
Thank you very much, President Taylor.
So just very quickly, and as you all probably know, we do work within the Washoe County School District on what we work towards as a balanced assessment system. And so we've done a lot of work around professional learning communities to make sure that our students and our teachers are actually able to measure their progress. And that's the most important thing, is that we're able to measure the progress. So it may be, verbiage, something such as a balanced assessment system that looks to the, progress of a student throughout their time. It's not something that is separate and distinct from, that it must be within, the span of a student's academic career.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Vice President Cottle?
Thank you, Madam President. It's an interesting conversation. The reason it's been coming to my mind, because I know this school year, the Washoe County School District has launched some school district-based assessments on measuring student learning, and it got me thinking about, is that something we should do going forward versus the state assessments? And I'm not knocking state assessments. My big issue with them are how long it takes for schools to administer the test to all students. It's not a day, it can take weeks, because they only have 55 devices and they have 400 students have to take the test. And all of that time is, there's days not being used for instruction. So if we were able to get assessments done in one day, great. I'm not that old, but when I was in school, assessments were done on paper. It was done in one day, and then the next day you moved on. We're not seeing that anymore, and this year is even harder. So I don't know how the superintendent would feel about something like this. Obviously, I'm aware that any solid legislator is going to ask Lindsay, great, so what do you propose? So if we take away some state assessments as the Washoe County School District, what would you do in its place? So we would have to go in with something. The left hand, yeah, let's get rid of it, but if our right hand's empty, they're going to say, nice try. But you don't have anything, you're not proposing anything else other than just getting rid of assessments, and the legislature is going to want assurance. Then how are you making sure your students are progressing? Because what we're seeing from legislative bodies is that they don't necessarily trust that we're doing the job here. So they create laws that force the school district to do things in an unfunded way, and that cycle has to stop. So we have to put something forward. This is what we're going to do instead. And obviously, we're not going to create that this evening. So I don't know if it's worth having it come back, or if it's something that sounds great, but maybe we just aren't in a position to propose it this year. But I think that we just have to start the conversation somewhere on what is best for our students, because that's what it should matter. So I know it's a big change in the system, and there's going to be some nerves around that. So I'm okay either way, but I thought it would be important to at least put it forward as maybe we want to be the school district that steps forward with a new idea about how we assess our students in Nevada.
President Taylor, if I could just kind of add a couple of things, I'll try to bring it to a close.
Please, I was thinking about that.
The idea of minimizing assessments is not new. It comes up every legislative session. I think there was an audit done over the last, not this interim, but the last interim, trying to get a handle on what each district is doing and how much time it takes. So I think this is a really relevant conversation. It's happening everywhere. But you're exactly right. Legislators want some metric by which to measure their investment. So if we are giving you this, what is coming as a result of this investment, whether that is a Zoom program or some other thing that there is an assessment to measure. And of course, they also like to be able to compare districts to each other. So when districts are doing different things and then they lose that comparability, there is nervousness, I think is how you characterize it, and I would agree completely. But in this particular, we can address an individual bill, assuming the timing works, as a board at a meeting. If it's a big kind of proposal, we can come and say, here's what's being proposed and how do we feel about it? And that might give us a more specific way to address a change that's being proposed when right now we don't really have anything to respond to. I think we could come up with a statement, something to the extent of, the school board supports a strategic approach to assessment that include, is a balanced, all the words that we've heard tonight, and relevant to the times that we're in now, a way that works, because I think what I'm hearing resonates with legislators is that we're asking students that are on distance learning, for example, to physically come to buildings, which is exactly what they don't want to do, which is why they opted for distance learning. And so I think we have some really practical examples of why what we're doing right now may not make sense right now. So I think we could come up with a relatively generic statement that says, we think we need to relook at assessments based in a sort of a COVID and a post-COVID world, and in a way that minimizes the time it takes to take assessments. And that we've heard that conversation a lot. So I certainly think we could come up with a bullet point to include in here that is generic enough that represents what we've heard today. But I also think we could address it at the individual bill level if the timing allowed.
Thank you, Lindsay. Trustee Church?
I'm not going to give a big speech, but it's probably too late, but I emphasize the word probably. Maybe there's legal issues. And obviously, being this is our first meeting, I'd like to, in my mind, at least discuss with somebody sometime the issue of WC1 capital projects ballot money, if the legislature could grant us the discretion as a board to utilize that for other than capital projects if we ever feel we're done building.
I'm sorry, Trustee Church. I want to I want to stay close. Which bullet point are you speaking of?
I'm speaking of the legislative issues, and that WC1 restricts the money for capital projects. And in my mind, it would be nice if the board had the discretion to say, well, we've got enough building, but we need more teachers to put in the building, or the teachers need a raise, or that kind of thing.
Okay, so what you're speaking of, which isn't really here, because it wouldn't really fit here, but you're speaking of a general conversation or what have you about some flexibility around using the funding that received from WC1.
Well, I think it's here because it would have to be the legislature would approve it. The legislature would have to approve it. So that might be 2 years down the road, but.
Well, yeah, but it isn't a part of our platform. Okay, it's okay. Our legislative platform does something a little different than that. But I hear what you're saying. As soon as possible, you would like, what might that look like? I hear you. Okay. Okay, I do hear you. Thank you. Any other comments, questions for Lindsay? Do we have any public comment on this, JJ? We don't. This is an action item. This is an action item, and in terms of what we see before us here, what we're looking at is a bullet to express the concerns of the board surrounding assessments, the timing during COVID and post-COVID, because those are certainly two different things. And I think you captured the language when you talked about that being added to this under the, I would imagine it's going to be under academic success, would be my thinking. So that's something that has been suggested. Are there any other suggestions? Just based directly to here? Okay, if not, this is an action item because I know that the session's starting pretty soon, and we certainly want to be able to get as close as we can to finalizing something. Again, a little bit challenging because then next week we'll hear what the governor is saying, but certainly able to move forward. So if that's, I'd like to entertain the motion if that's the pleasure of the board.
So moved.
Thank you, Trustee Thigpen. Is it?
Second.
Okay, second from Clerk Minetto. Yes, Vice President.
I just want to clarify, we're approving it with the bullet point about assessments, and I'm okay with the school district drafting the exact language because you know what's going to resonate with legislators, so I'm good with that. Thank you.
Yes, when I asked for the motion, it was including that, so that's why the so moved kind of encompassed it. So we're there. Everybody's good there? General Counsel, we captured it. If not, I know you probably wouldn't kick me because of my knee today, but you'd have sent me. I'd have gotten a side eye or something. Okay, there's a motion.
President Taylor, I'm sorry. Who provided the second for the motion?
Clerk Minetto.
Thank you.
Okay, it's been moved by Trustee Thigpen and seconded by Clerk Minetto that the board adopt the 2021 Washoe County School District Legislative Platform with the additional bullet as discussed for the upcoming 2021 Nevada legislative session to include the areas of funding, academic success, student and staff health and safety, educator support, and community-centered approach. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Great, the motion's carried. Thank you, a very, very good, robust discussion. Appreciate that. All right, the motion carries. Let the record show it is unanimous. We're going down to these are items for presentation and discussion. We'll begin with agenda item 6.01. This is the Washoe County School District Strategic Plan Bridge Year Reporting. Bridge Year Reporting, and Superintendent will ask you to talk about what that means as you get into it for our new trustees. Reporting of metrics related to the following goals and possible action to provide direction to update or revise metrics as needed. This is Goal 1, to ensure annual student academic growth through a system of curriculum, instruction, and assessment that is aligned, rigorous, and relevant. Again, for presentation, discussion, and possible action, we have the A team of academics in front of us, except for the deputy soup is here somewhere, and we're going to start with Superintendent McNeil.
Thank you very much, President Taylor. So as the trustees will recall, we have a bridge strategic plan for this year, meaning that the 2020 strategic plan ended at the end of last year. And so the board has adopted a bridge document that involves metrics, objectives, and initiatives that we will be coming to you throughout this year, making reports on what those metrics are and how we're progressing around those metrics. And there is a very detailed pathway that you all are able to see that allows you to see when those progress reports are coming. And so today is around academics, and it's around our graduation rate, our college and career readiness diploma, career and technical education, and our pathway of study. So those will be the metrics that Ben Hayes and Troy Parks will be going over today. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Hayes.
Good evening, President Taylor, trustees, and Superintendent McNeil. For the record, Ben Hayes, Chief Accountability Officer. I have the pleasure, along with Dr. Parks, of representing our academic leadership team today to go through these select January bridge plan metrics. So I won't repeat what Dr. McNeil said. She introduced what we'll be discussing. So if we can go to the next slide, and nor will I take too much time by reading this all to you. But suffice it to say, the highlighted point is the one that we're talking about today, under Objective 1.1, under our academic growth goal, increase graduation rates on an annual basis. The bullet points that you see below that, just to remind trustees and to inform the new trustees, we covered those in October, and then we'll revisit them in the next strategic plan. So the next slide, you'll see the trend in graduation rate for the past several years. Obviously, our goal is to increase each year. But we went down 1 percentage point this last year, and although every one of us would tell you that we want to see increases, this was something that we were proud of, and our schools worked incredibly hard to graduate students in the time of COVID when they weren't able to see the students in person. And I know a lot of trustees have heard me talk about, all of us talk about this. So much work is done in the schools with counselors and principals and teachers and graduation liaisons in mentoring students in person to get that last 4% or 2 or 3% across the stage. So I think although we're disappointed that it went down 1 percentage point, it says a lot about the strength of our pathway and the work of our schools from preschool to high school that we were able to keep that even in the time of COVID. Dr. Parks and I are going to kind of table tennis this, so I'll introduce the measures, and then both of us will go through areas of success and barriers. So the quick thing I will say, and this is something that we've been proud of, is half of our diplomas go to advanced and honors and college and career ready diplomas, and that's been true for several years running. We're above where we were 5 or 6 years ago, and that's something that's with all of our gains in graduation rates, and in the past 5 years, we've gone up 10 percentage points. We haven't sacrificed rigor, so we still see the honors and advanced diploma. And as Dr. Troy Parks will say, and the rest of our academic leadership team, going into the next strategic plan, that's our next goal, is to move that from 50% towards 100%.
Thank you, Ben. Good evening, trustees. Congratulations, President Taylor. Welcome, new trustees. For the record, Troy Parks, Chief Academic Officer. And in talking about our areas of success, I'll continue on. In the past, we've worked very hard at making sure we monitor our progress towards graduation. As the area superintendents would tell you, our teachers and principals are to a T able to tell you every student and where they're on trajectory to graduation. And our deputy and area superintendents continue that monitoring even during the pandemic. We also really have strong support of our schools coming out of our strategies office, Dr. LaMarca, our student graduation advocates, and our family graduation advocates. They too are boots on the ground anytime the schools need support in supporting families. Also really important to mention our intervention staff under Rochelle Murillo. They too often are out in the neighborhoods, making sure they track down kids, making sure to re-engage them in their schools, and highly responsive to the needs of our students and our schools. If we look back at the pandemic, when it started, we had a lot of businesses wanting to support us, and we also had our Ed Alliance. One of the projects they took on was acquiring new technology, and we were very quick to make sure that we prioritized our seniors in getting those first and making sure that they were able to graduate on time. Another great memory and silver lining of the pandemic was that we reinvented graduation. Any of you that got to attend any of these, a lot of positive feedback about the extent to which our schools went to acknowledge each and every student, and often those students were able to be acknowledged with their families, in cars, social distancing on stages. It turned out to be one of the things that we look back and said, that actually went really well. Some of the challenges we've had, obviously during a pandemic, we focus on more than ever social, emotional, and basic needs first. That presented some challenges, not as much face-to-face contact with our students. That also was a factor for our SGAs and FGAs. And obviously, the relationships.
I'm sorry, Dr. Parks, I'm going to jump in and just, acronyms. Acronyms, can you help with new trustees, SGAs, FGAs?
Yeah, in that,
thank you.
Over on the left-hand side, the student graduation advocates and the family graduation advocates.
Good. I just want to make sure we don't leave them as we go in there. We love our letters.
Thank you for the reminder. It was my attempt to speed it up. No, thank you, Dr. Taylor. And then, obviously, as we got to summer, and any intervention was also virtual. And as you might suspect, our students have had a lot of virtual opportunities for learning. So, next slide.
If I could take 30 seconds, just when Dr. Parks said good memory, I wanted to say this summer, but we really didn't have the chance. In 2007, this year's graduates were in kindergarten, and I'm sure Dr. McNeil and probably Trustee Minetto remember the district's tagline that year was "Graduation begins in kindergarten," and everybody was running around with those shirts. I'm sure our principals remember, so it's kind of fun to see this year's, that they were wearing those shirts back then. This is that graduating class. And it was our most ever graduates that we've had in history. So the next kind of objective that we're doing, this is more along the college readiness, and this is what kind of leads us into our next strategic plan next year when we talk about profile of graduate and things like that. So college and career readiness diplomas and career and college diplomas, that's a new state. So real quickly, and I won't read this whole thing, but we covered the bullet below that in October, increased percentage of 8th grade graduates. Remediation, this is one we took off the bridge plan this year, but I just wanted to say it for the new trustees and for the public. This is the Nevada System of Higher Ed remediation rate is a great college readiness metric, kind of in theory, but it's lagged by about 3 or 4 years, so it really doesn't help us strategically to have that as a metric. The state, in one of the last legislative sessions, put together a college and career readiness diploma, so that's become kind of our strategic objective, and the number of kids getting the college and career readiness diploma and endorsement. As you'll see on the next slide, it's not as intuitive as we'd like to think. So there we have an advanced diploma, and that's a state diploma, certainly a standard diploma, that's a state diploma. The new college and career readiness diploma is a state diploma, and then we have our own district's honors diploma that we've had for more than 20 years. It's a local trustee thing. A lot of our students and families still like the honors diploma because the whole nation doesn't know, or the whole world doesn't know what the college and career readiness. I think there's going to be a lot of communication to make that different so that we can streamline what you see up here into a few, or hopefully 2 or 3 different diploma types. That's much easier to understand and kind of drive toward as a metric. But what you see is kind of grads earning a college and career readiness diploma, and then if our students earn specific ACT or SAT scores, or if they earn specific ASVAB or career and technical pathway courses of study, then they can achieve a career readiness endorsement. So all of these numbers show kind of who earned the diplomas, who earned an honors diploma and were qualified for an endorsement, grads who earned both the CCR and an endorsement, and so on. So you can see, looking at that we're up in some areas, down in some areas. In kind of to boil it down the best I can, we were actually flat, a little bit down. So in 2019, there were a total of 3,464 college and career readiness diplomas. In 2020, there was 3,444. So it went down by 20 diplomas, which we'll take, again, given the time of, and not to use COVID as an excuse at all, but there were certain retesting for SAT and ACT opportunities that were canceled because it was in person, things like that. So this is kind of a wash. Again, in our next strategic plan, in all of our kind of meetings and strategic planning, we're looking at getting that college and career diploma to our promise to every child when they cross the graduation stage, that they either they're ready to walk into college with taking credit-bearing courses, or they're ready to walk into a career with certificate and that kind of thing. So I'll hand it over to Dr. Parks to talk about some of the successes. And actually, can I take 1 second more?
Go ahead.
On the first bullet point, I was running out some numbers when the state announced their data last month, and the district leads the rest of the state in kind of college and career ready diplomas by a little bit more than 10 percentage point. So we're close to, in just CCR, 40%, and in the state's more like 30%. So that's something that will give us some momentum going forward.
Thank you, Ben. And I would just add that for a while now, again, our teachers, principals, counselors do an exceptional job at promoting their signature academies and CTE. Another success we did have, I pointed this out in the earlier slides, Kendall and Skip and the Ed Alliance really worked hard at providing those technology to our students. Clearly, our signature academies and CTE, they promote right into this strategic plan where we want students to be college and career ready. The many different signature academies are natural attractions to our students to attain higher. And as we look at the AP and IB and dual credit offerings, often what happens when a student is interested in a career in technical education or signature program, they tend to take AP honors courses that go along with that, and they're earning more credits, so they're very complementary. Some of the barriers we face during especially the pandemic is virtually a CTE program requires a lot of hands-on normally and a lot of face-to-face contact for student and teacher to get feedback because you're working on more than just mathematics, reading, language arts. A lot of feedback we received also. One of the barriers has been the hybrid teaching model for our high school students. It presents challenges when one day you are in person and you might be able to get that feedback and be very actively engaged, and then the next day we're trying to figure out how to keep you engaged virtually over the computer. And then the last barrier, especially during these past times, has been the intricacies of each of these diploma opportunity for our students. Normally we'd have parent nights and we would do a lot of counseling in the 8th grade, getting kids ready, and all that turned to a lot of virtual opportunities, which when you really get into the subtle changes between each of the diplomas, harder to explain virtually.
So this is the final objective that we'll be talking about tonight, and that is the percentage of graduates that completed a pathway of study in a career technical education program. So typically that means a 3-year program and passing a test at the end of the 3 years. So it's not just going into your initial career technical course, but it's completing a pathway of study there. And we've had, over this past several years, some good success and a big jump this year from 20 to 24 percentage points. And I know Josh Hartzog presented a few board meetings ago and talked about enrollment in CTE programs. So the pathway is really strong that number will start going up and up and up.
Thank you, Ben. For areas of success, I would emphasize that prior to COVID, we were seeing consistent upticks in our CTE enrollment, and that was very exciting, not only for our students, but it's right in our strategic plan, so it was good to report out on those upticks. It has been a challenge also, once the pandemic hit, that when we really are focused on social emotional needs and meeting basic needs of students, it's hard to really think about challenging students with these new programs. So we're really gearing up for the future to be able to create excitement about the opportunities in CTE and signature. This year we have seen a decrease in our CTE enrollment. We also learned a lot about virtual marketing and doubled our efforts in mailers to families. We've had a lot of positive feedback regarding our passport nights for students entering high school. Those were all done virtual, and we had a lot of materials that we shared with middle school counselors and really tried to work with them to make sure we could increase the numbers. We've added some new pathways, obviously working all of us more in a virtual world. We've heard a lot about the need for cybersecurity, so there are going to be programs in the future at Worcester, Spanish Springs, and North Valleys. And then, of course, really excited about the opportunity, Debbie Smith Career and Technical Academy. We're going to have classrooms that are specifically designed for career and tech ed, and obviously those will look a lot different than your core academic classes. Another thing to emphasize as a success is the CTE and signature programs very much are focused on being extremely rigorous and relevant for our students. So they not only focus on those hard skills, but all of the programs emphasize the soft skills for being able to enter a highly skilled career. So as we talk about barriers, CT is not any different than a lot of our challenges that we're currently faced with. But specific to CTE, we have a real challenge in attracting people who are already probably in business and industry into teaching positions. And then we have a challenge that we have to have licensure for them. They have to have specific licenses. And as you might imagine, sometimes business and industry or their prior careers recruit them back into business and industry. As we have been challenged by many budget cycles in the past, teacher allocations seem to raise every year, and that is not excluding our CT and signature programs. So that's something, as Lindsay mentioned, we're going to be challenged with in this next cycle. Also, when we do have the opportunities, these great opportunities dwindle as we lose allocations, because now when we give those allocations to our principals, they have to work with their leadership team and decide what course offerings they're going to be able to add. And sometimes you have to make hard decisions around what advanced placement courses you can have, what CTE courses you can have, and your overall schedule. So it creates diminishing number of classes that kids have access to. And obviously, once that happens, our students are challenged with having to make hard choices about their classes and choosing their highest priorities and maybe not being able to get their second and third programs that they would like to include in their classes. And as Lindsay mentioned as well, especially this year, funding has been a barrier. Funding is a big concern for the future. Specific to CTE, they are dependent on funding from not only the state, but a lot at the federal level as well. So those are barriers and will continue to be challenges. Anything else to add there, Ben?
No, nothing from me. Thank you.
All right, so we are ready for questions if you might have.
Yes.
And I'll just add, it just so happens that we're sitting in the Academy of Arts, Careers, and Technology, one of our flagship schools, and I'm not just saying that as a superintendent, I'm also saying that as a parent of 2 graduates of AECT, and the remarkable job that this school does in making sure that our graduates are well prepared going right into either higher education or into a career.
Thank you, Dr. McNeil and Dr. Parks, and Mr. Hayes for the update on this very important initiative. All of this speaks to some of the academic achievement that the gentleman was asking about earlier. So I hope he's having an opportunity to listen and see that we're not only talking about it, but measuring our results and seeing where those barriers to our getting better and doing better. So that being said, I do see a question from my colleague, Vice President Caudill.
Thank you, Madam President. I have 2 questions. The first one's around goal 1.1.1, graduation rate. The higher the rate goes, the harder it's going to be to keep increasing it. So what are we doing to increase the 85% to 87%, 90%? Because I understand it wasn't easy, but it's maybe easier or different strategies to go from 66 to 75 in 3 years, where you may not be able to go from 85 and 94 that easily in 3 years. So what new things are we doing to address the 15% that are not graduating?
Ben Hayes, for the record. I'll speak quickly, and I know Dr. Parks has some stuff to add. I think, I know we've been spending a long time building this pathway, and the schools will tell you that it's really blood, sweat, and tears from kids and from our educators. But in order to get to the next level, they need a little bit more support from the district in terms of mentors, but also funding other classes and communication. I think one of the things I'm very optimistic, and I probably put too much faith in the power of a new strategic plan, but I do, and I think it's the way we have made these gains, I'll say real quickly, is by the mantra, every child by name and face to graduation. So if we're able to inspire and personalize that to the next level with our promise, whatever we promise to the community that these kids will have, our portrait of a Washoe graduate, that'll personalize it for our students, for our educators, and for our leadership, and for our funders, to be honest, for our legislators. But it'll also allow us to go back to our pathway and articulate, here's all the things we need on the way, personally. So when you're in 3rd grade, we want you to be here. When we're going to hand it off to 4th grade, here. And when you get into high school, we're going to have this and this and this. So we have, I know you've heard Delisa Crane in our family engagement department talk. She's real big on communicating that pathway. So I think definitely the educators in our district do a tremendous, again, blood, sweat, and tears mentoring the kids, but a new kind of refresh and re-energizing of the system of communication and resources, and I think personalizing it again, not just every child to that stage, but every child meaningfully across the stage, and communicating with them along the way. What is the Washoe County School District graduate, and where should you be in kindergarten, where should you be in 8th grade, where should you be?
I appreciate that, and I know that the conversations that we had last year, and I'm sure we'll have this next year, that the path to high school graduation doesn't start in high school. It starts in elementary school. And I think that there's some opportunities there for us, so I appreciate that emphasis. My last question is on 152 and 153. As a school district, what are we doing to ensure the best we can that these types of opportunities are available to all of our students, regardless of where they live in our county?
Thank you, Trustee Cottle. Do you mind if I weigh in on your first question as well?
Absolutely.
Okay. And I thank you for raising the question, and it's obviously, I would argue, very much related to your original question about assessments and the time that they take. So both, I would say, President Taylor referred to the A team. We have academics as well as accountability. We are working very hard with other departments to really change the conversation to learning rather than testing. We really want to take, currently we're looking at what it means. You talked about it begins in kindergarten. So what is it going to be essential in kindergarten that our students learn to prepare them for first grade, and then to prepare them for second grade, third grade, all the way up to the exciting work that Ben spoke to about at one point we're going to have our promise to our community that our Washoe County school districts are going to have these skills, and we're going to build this system so that we can truly say what students learn K through 12, we are guaranteeing our community a graduate that has that skill set, that mindset, and can demonstrate with evidence that they've accomplished readiness for college and highly skilled careers. So just wanted you to know we're really thinking about that. And I think that leads to, you talked about the 15% that we arguably are failing to graduate. The plan is if we can focus better on learning instead of testing and less feedback, I anticipate we will capture more students who are going to be able to point to specific learning outcomes that they're achieving that keeps them more engaged.
No, I appreciate that, and representing the northern part of the county, the perception is the further away you get from the Merritt-Caron circle, the less opportunities you will have. And I think that's important that we highlight things that we're trying to do to ensure that these type of opportunities are going to be available everywhere. And that's why I was happy to hear about the cybersecurity, North Valley's High School and Spanish Springs High School, both high schools in my district. I mean, that's two great opportunities in the northern part of the county. And so, and it's not just the north, it's the south, the east, west. There's that perception that these programs, the Debbie Smiths, these great opportunities, you have to live in town. And if you don't, you just have to kind of deal with what is available to you, because maybe you just don't have the ability to transport yourself or whatnot. I know we don't have infinite resources. So anything that we can do to communicate to our community and to encourage these opportunities, to show these opportunities, and to make sure that every school is equipped with the programs and the capacity of the staff to make sure every student has opportunity here is going to be great for everybody. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Cottle. Superintendent McNeil, you wanted to say something? I have a question to add on to that as well.
Yes, just very quick. So Trustee Cottle, I thought it would be great if Deputy Superintendent Beiersdorf can just give a very brief update on the Equitable Access Task Force and the work that they're doing to provide supports for our students and less barriers for students.
Thank you, Dr. McNeil, and good evening, trustees. Deborah Beiersdorf, Deputy Superintendent. So, Trustee Cottle, when I think about opportunities for students are great, but sometimes we have to lead students to those opportunities, and we have to pull down some of the barriers that are inherent in a system such as a public school district. So Dr. McNeil talked about the Equitable Access Task Force, and we've come before the trustees, it's probably been a couple of years now, I would think, to explain the work of this group of district leaders, site administrators, teachers, counselors, at the high school level who have worked for 3 years now to pull down some of those barriers. So for example, some of the fees that students are charged for some of the courses at the high school level, applications that were in place for specialized programs such as the one that we're in right now, and working to remove barriers in the application. And also prerequisites that were in place for some courses that, quite frankly, didn't align to what our curriculum and instruction office said should be happening as well. So we took a big step forward last week, actually last Friday, and we're now starting to work to tackle grading. And what does grading mean? And do students know what they're being graded on? I could talk for a long, long time about grading practices, but that's a barrier as well that I think speaks to this too. So the task force they're amazing, but they're working super hard. We're going to be looking to expand out to middle school here fairly soon as well. And then just one more thing, if I could add. Super proud of the work that's happening around dual credit opportunities in the school district as well. TMCC is an amazing partner with Washoe County School District. The university is as well, but the more options that we can have for our students to earn college credit while they're also earning that high school credit as well. You talk about engagement and hands-on and relevancy for kids, so that will help with those numbers as well. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll go ahead, Dr. Dye. And then we'll go
Yes,
to Trustee
thank you
Thigpen,
for
yes.
that, Deb. That's, I believe you're spot on, and I've seen that evolve for a good 20 years, actually. We've worked hard on that, and I believe it to be very strong and still evolving to meet the needs of the community, our students, and the future. I do have a question about the certificates for CTE programming. I have a buzz that there could be some changes from the 3-year programs to the 2-year programs. And so can you address that and help others to understand?
Yeah, I'll jump in there. It is my understanding as well that will be during this legislative session. They're looking at the possibility of making all CTE programs, which includes our signatures, 2 years. There is a lot of conversation around what that might imply. From what I've heard, some teachers are concerned that there's not going to be enough engagement in their particular career path. On the other hand, I've heard you now have opportunities for a student that may want to do, say, a marketing and engineering, that they're going to have the opportunity to, for 2 years, focus on the marketing, and for 2 years focus on the engineering, for example. I don't have a lot more. I don't know if Deputy Beiersdorf has any more on that.
I think, no, and that's absolutely correct, Dr. Parks. But the concern is that the enrollment in the programs were starting to drop off by the time the students became juniors or seniors, that 3rd year. So how to keep kids in programs. Our Signature Academy and CTE department is working closely with their colleagues at the Nevada Department of Education to work through that. The entire state is working through that right now as well. There's, as Troy said, there are concerns about how we get kids to a good certificate that then they can take on, for example, into the job site or to TMCC, for example. But yeah, that's definitely going forward, or moving forward, I should say.
Thank you very much, Deputy Beiersdorf. Trustee Thigpen?
Thank you, President Taylor, and thank you both for this update. It's great to see, how far we've come and to understand where we need to go. I have a question on 1.53 around adding the new pathways and programs. I'm definitely a product of being able to be a part of a similar CTE program years ago. And it's been great in my career. My question is, you mentioned that some barriers can be the cost effectiveness of some programs. I know, and this is particularly from my industry of working in marketing communications for many years, that there are needs on certain pathways that could be beneficial to some savings as well. So that being, training students to learn computer programming like JavaScript and things like that. perhaps even teaching kids how to get certified on Google. Google has many free classes that they can, get their CTE credit as well as get certificates from Google and other places, just to use as an example. So I'm wondering if that's a possibility of consideration and incorporating, into adding our new pathways and programs, those types of options. I know, for example, if a student learns how to become a computer programmer, those jobs pay between $60,000 and $80,000 a year. So just some food for thought, and I just would appreciate your feedback on that.
I think that was a phone a friend.
Yes. We have such great partnerships, the school district, with local business and industry as well as higher education. So Troy mentioned earlier federal funding that school districts receive, Carl Perkins funding it's called, and it's funding that helps keep a lot of these programs running. There was a recent reauthorization, I think it was Perkins 5, and part of that reauthorization tasked states, so state education authorities, SEAs, with really dialing in what the needs were for particular regions, parts of the state. So for example, needs that Southern Nevada may have relevant to CTE programming and kids earning certificates may be different than Northern Nevada. So they look at job data, graduate data from the university, from our community colleges, and that was a good year and a half process to do that. The other nice thing about that reauthorization is that it requires, which Washoe does, but it requires more information pushing down into the middle school level as well. But so we then partner closely with the Nevada Department of Education when we determine what kind of programming we would offer to support the students in this part of the state. So an example that comes to mind is photography is a very popular course with students. But through the process of the reauthorization of Perkins 5, there's not a lot of job opportunities in the area to support maybe photography programs. So those were things not just Washoe, but our sister districts were tasked with as well, is to look at your programming, because funding's not limitless, and we have to be able to keep up on computer programs and devices and machinery and such. So we've got it pretty well dialed in going forward, the programs that Washoe would be really, really focused on.
And one follow-up question is, especially after COVID, a lot of people have switched to working from home and things like that. So I'm curious if maybe, and this is probably at a higher level that I obviously don't need an answer on now, but I'm curious if we could start to look at not just what is needed physically in our area, but nationally to fill job roles there, because I'm noticing more people are taking jobs that, they may live in one place, but they're taking a job out of state and working from home, or, going and working at a co-working space. We have many here in Reno. So I'm curious if you think that might be something that's on the horizon.
Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, I would say yes, because I think post-pandemic, things are going to look different in a lot of different ways, and work looks different. So I don't have a good answer for that right now. It might be something that Troy has an answer for, so I'll turn it over to him.
We'll go with Dr. Parks and then over here to Dr. McNeil.
Thank you, Trustee Thigpen, for your excellent questions. I want to state on record what Deputy Beiersdorf answered. It was exactly what I was going to say. I just couldn't find the words. Specific to this opportunity that we are all, realizing that the pandemic has changed our world. Real quick, I'll give you a preview of next Board of Trustees meeting. We're going to be bringing to you an update to the technology strategic plan. Quick update, during the pandemic, we created an Office of Distance and Blended Learning, and we are exactly trying to think through, okay, we know that the state is making a big commitment to technology and connectivity. We know our community is rallying behind us and supporting us, and it became very evident that we have the digital divide. So we are really in the planning stages of what does blended learning look like in the Washoe County School District. As we talk about our promise or picture of our graduates, it begs the question now, those type of skills, we would all probably argue they're going to be mandatory if we're really going to be meeting that promise of college and career ready. There's a big part that technology and the ability to perform work in a virtual setting, it's a great question, and we are in tune with planning that out and defining, what does that mean for how we engage students starting in kindergarten, in the primary grades, and articulating that up all the way through the promise of a graduate. So thank you for that question.
President Taylor, if I may, and just very quickly, with our partnership with EDON and around economic diversification and economic development, I think that goes hand in hand with making sure that our students are well prepared as we go into the workforce. And so we work very closely with the Governor's Office of Economic Development as well as EDON to make sure that there's opportunities when we're talking about, what types of jobs are we going to be seeing within our region as well, too.
Thank you, Superintendent McNeil. That settle your questions and comments at this time. I know some were quandaries for thinking, as well. That comes. Yes, our student trustee, Victoria.
Thank you, President. I had a question for Deputy Beiersdorf before you leave. So how does the district support dual credit? I know you talked about it. I know that some schools do have dual credit classes at that school, but what about those classes that students want to take that they can take online or actually like at TMCC? How does the district support those?
Good question, thank you. So dual credit looks a little different. We have dual credit courses at our high schools that are taught by Washoe County School District teachers to Washoe County School District students, and then our teachers partner with their content like teachers at, I'll say TMCC, for example, for support in that. And because of that work between the district and the community college, we can give credit. We also have students that take courses at the university, I'll say, maybe a science course or a mathematics course that the school district doesn't offer, and are able to get dual credit through that route as well. We're always working with our higher ed partners to try to reduce the costs of those courses as much as we possibly can. This school, AACT, for example, we have a group of students that are in the manufacturing program focusing on welding, who actually cross the street and go over to the Pennington facility across the street with their teacher, who's an AACT teacher, but are taking manufacturing courses and are getting credit through TMCC and working towards that pathway as well. So it's actually pretty cool. It looks different for different needs of students and interests that they have. We're always working to get more of Washoe County School District teachers interested and involved and able to teach those dual credit courses, so our students can access them at their school site. This year, a lot of those all of the courses actually, there might be a few that are doing some in person, but they've all gone virtual as well. But anyways, we're going to continue to build. Very, very interested in building more courses with UNR and more opportunities through the university as well for dual credit.
Thank you. And I have one more question. Wait, I think you covered on it a little bit. When it comes to those schools, those classes that aren't at that schools that the students have to go to, like either TMCC or UNR, does the district cover those, or do the students have to pay for them?
Yeah, it's a cost. It's a cost to the students. There's funding available through TMCC to help reduce the cost of some of the dual credit courses, and I mean that's an area that we've got to work on as well, Victoria, to try to bring those costs down as much as we can for students, because it's not just the course. There's materials and in some cases fees that are charged as well. So I will share with you that we meet regularly with leadership, actually President Sandoval from the university and Dr. Hilgerson from TMCC on a regular basis. Just had a meeting earlier this week where we talked about dual credit and the needs of our high school students to have more and more opportunities moving forward. And I know they're really, really receptive and supportive of that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, student trustee. Excellent questioning. Excellent questioning. Thank you for that. Any more questioning before we pull it back to the board? Do we have public comment on this, JJ? Oh, I just looked and your light was off and now it's on. All right, Trustee Church.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to recap something I think I heard that really is going to be great for our critics. I think you indicated that, and again, all these acronyms, CCRs and college readiness endorsement, that we're way ahead of the state average. Did I hear that right? So I can tell the critics?
Correct, yes.
Great. Wonderful. And then also, there was a lot of talk about ACT scores, and I don't see it on here, but I note that our ATC, and stop me if I'm wrong, our ATC scores are up significantly to like 18.1%, something like that, from the 17s. And I think that speaks very highly of you, of the superintendent, the staff, all the way down, the teachers, et cetera, that we've turned the corner and we're showing improvement. I think that's incredible. And then my question is, when you talked about that, you mentioned ACT scores. Is there a certain level, or how are we doing at that college readiness endorsement? Do we base it on a certain number?
Yes, that's defined at the state level, and in order to get it's consistent with the Nevada System of Higher Education. So in order to get the endorsement, you need an 18 in English on the ACT, a score composite of 18, or for that subtest, or an SAT reading score of 480, and then for math, a 22 on the ACT, and a 530 on the SAT. 530 for SAT.
Okay, that cover your questions? Okay. Well, look, JJ, any public comment on this item? None? Well, thank you very much for the report and for the update. And now we'll bring it here to the board table, because these are our metrics and our reporting progress, and the step that would be if we as a board are accepting this as this is our monitoring going forward. I'm looking for a motion to say that we accept the metrics and the reporting of the progress of the Bridge Strategic Plan for this reporting period.
So moved.
Thank you, Trustee Thigpen. Is there a second? I see this. Vice President Caldwell will take that as a second. Thank you. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right, seeing none, the motion passes, and let the record show it is unanimous. Thank you very much. And just again, as a reminder for the new trustees, this is how we do our review, if you will, of the items in the strategic plan. As you know, right now, it's a Bridge Strategic Plan, as we've been talking about. Instead of we used to, back in the day, one time we'd have a meeting and we do all the reporting, and then sometimes there were 2 days, we do all the reporting all at the same time. But now it's being able to do it as we go along. One, allows us to, I think, give better attention to it. It spreads it out more, and then it also allows staff to plan on doing it when it makes sense for them and their numbers, because some of that didn't. So you'll see this periodically. It's calendared so that we go through all of them every year for the updates as we go. So just a little background information, because I know it's like drinking out of a hose, actually like a hydrant, honestly. All right, so now we're going to move on. Excuse me. to agenda item number here. Thank you very much. Deputy Beiersdorf, you weren't in it, but you were in it, so thank you for that as well. And to Dr. Parks and Mr. Hayes. Now we'll move on to agenda item 6.02, presentation and discussion. This is for information and discussion only, and this is such a big project that we'll hear a lot of different parts of this, the Wild Creek project, or the new Proctor R. Hug High School located at Wild Creek project. This is for information and discussion only. So this, and looking at the material for here, it gives you a pretty much good background as the budget history, comprehensive scope, the schedule, and the progress that's associated with the new Proctor R. Hug High School located at Wild Creek, again, for information and discussion only. What we'd like to do is open up agenda items. Mr. Etchart, if this meets with your approval, we're going to open up agenda items 2.02, 6.02, 6.03, and 6.04 all at the same time. Mr. Etchart, I'm getting you there, right, Pete? Yes, guys, I got thumbs up, all right. At the same time, and that way the discussion can be more free-flowing, since the three agenda items are connected, and questions may go from one area to the other, and then any individual action, so that as we get the information along the way, any individual actions will be taken related to items 6.03 and 6.04. And then Mr. Etchart, I'll let you introduce the team, which will be new to some, and a Happy New Year to some of the others. Welcome back.
Well, thank you very much. Pete Etchart, Chief Operating Officer, and we are very glad to be here this evening and provide you an update to this really exciting project that has been years in the development. And I am joined today by Adam Searcy, our Chief Facility Management Officer, and Andrea Sullivan, our Director of Procurement and Contracts. So Adam and Andrea, we're going to be bringing an owner's contingency item and also the last of the guaranteed maximum price construction contracts to you this evening. So we felt that this was an opportune time to provide you a complete update on the project, especially with the new board members coming on. Go to the next slide, please. So even for our returning members, a lot has occurred since that absolutely beautiful fall-winter day a little over a year ago when we celebrated the groundbreaking of this project. And as the slide indicates, we will provide an overview of the project, including the scope, schedule, and budget updates. And then we will provide information on the two action items, as you mentioned, including the owner's contingency change order, and lastly, the final contract award. Next slide. So as this timeline indicates, this has been a multi-year project, which will culminate in its opening in a little over a year and a half from now in August 2022. I know we're all excited about that. And I will provide a quick overview this evening of the initial scoping, design, and project approvals that occurred mainly between 2017 and 2019. And then Adam is going to talk about the much more exciting part of this project that began in earnest in 2020, the actual construction of the school. Go next slide. So let's kind of go back in history here. In 2016, when the Public Schools Overcrowding and Repair Needs Committee developed what ultimately became known as WC1, we as a district spent a lot of time discussing our facility needs with the community. I can tell you from the hundreds of presentations that I was a part of that this project, along with its sister project of turning the existing Hug High School campus into a career and technical academy, were two of the absolute most popular projects that were proposed. Probably these two, along with the middle school in Sun Valley, that the community was really behind these projects. Now, after the passage of WC1 in November of 2016, we got very serious about looking for potential property sites. It was only a few weeks after the passage in November that we met with former County Manager John Slaughter and Reno-Sparks Convention and Visitors Authority Chair Bob Lucy to discuss if the Wild Creek property could be considered. Over the next year, we worked on finalizing an alternative sites analysis that showed this site was far and away the best site for our new high school. We next completed a detailed due diligence report on the property that again found this site was very suitable to build a new school. 2017 ended with a letter of intent being signed by Washoe County School District, Washoe County, the City of Reno, the City of Sparks, and the Reno-Sparks Convention and Visitors Authority agreeing to cooperate in the development of this project. Next slide. 2018 was the year for more detailed public discussion of the project specifics, including the initial design and layout of the school. Like any good project, we had significant public discussion that led to numerous iterations of the campus layout. And the process accomplished exactly, and I mean exactly, what I think it should have provided, which I believe is the optimal location and layout for the school, which provides land for the county to continue golf operations and for public open space. But since it had been many years since a school project of this size had been proposed in Washoe County, especially in an urban infill manner, we had many discussions on a regional level about this project. Ultimately, this led us to submitting a comprehensive facilities plan to the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Agency that includes all of our anticipated schools for conformance with the regional plan. Now, this is not a new process, but I believe it had been enhanced and does add additional transparency to the school planning process, which we are glad to be a part of. Next slide. In 2019, the final approvals for this project all came together. After obtaining final approvals from Washoe County and the Reno-Sparks Convention and Visitors Authority, the final property transaction was recorded in July of 2019. The City of Sparks also completed the most thorough development agreement that I have ever seen. I really need to thank City Engineer Jan Erickson and Planning Manager Jim Rundle for their diligent work to get this completed. Now, that being said, one of the most challenging parts of this planning process was obviously the construction budget. As I am sure we all remember, 2018 and 19 had some of the most significant construction cost increases we have ever experienced. Every public agency, whether it was private development or public development, was caught up in this, and we were no exception. Thankfully, our revenues were also increasing, but this was definitely a trying time. However, the team continually analyzed the costs, value engineered the project, and provided updates to the Capital Funding Protection Committee. Adam will be discussing in more detail the budget and the final costs of this project, and thankfully the timing of the bids worked out in our favor. Lastly, I just have to say that as an engineer and as a former capital projects manager, I have been incredibly impressed with the work that Adam, Tammy Zimmerman, Andrea, Mark Mathers, and their teams have done on this project. It has truly been outstanding work, and I just thank them for their efforts on this. And with that, I'm going to turn this over to Adam to talk about construction.
So as we know, good evening. My name is Adam Searcy. I'm the Chief Facilities Management Officer for the school district. Thank you. And wanted to move into 2020 in this presentation. And as you all know, 2020 brought a wide range of impacts that will not soon be forgotten. It is worth noting, perhaps first and foremost, that construction of this project, now underway, was deemed essential in early 2020 and has persisted throughout the entirety of the pandemic, safely and on schedule. So in early 2020, the first GMP, or Guaranteed Maximum Price construction contract for this project to relocate the ore ditch was completed successfully. We had also advertised and contracted for the on-site work, GMP2, in February 2020, also just slightly under budget. The much larger GMP3 for the building scope of work, we opened bids actually in early April 2020, and if everybody can recall where our minds were at in early April, it really was the height of the pandemic-related anxiety. So in addition to receiving outstanding market competition and participation on that bid, and the high-quality bidding documents for the GMP, there was quite a bit of uncertainty that clouded many of the bidders' minds, and it ended up resulting in bids that were more than 20% under the forecasted budget, really a combination of all these factors. This was fortunate timing, of course, for the school district, but also due to the years of planning, public discussion, and high-quality design that laid a foundation for that outcome. So as you can see from this information slide, the quantitative data, that our project is at or exceeding industry standards for cost efficiency, no matter how you slice it. It is important how you slice it, because comparing one project to another is rarely a simple A versus B exercise, and it's important that we get these comparisons accurate. That's what we're attempting to discuss here today, the actual contracted costs to deliver this project. In the end, there were many concerns that were expressed along the way, but the design achieved an outstanding balance of so many factors, and they were able to contract for this scope under budget, saving the taxpayers literally tens of millions of dollars. Next slide, please.
I actually, before we leave that slide, I told Adam I had to chime in on this one, because when I saw the number, the project total cost of $206 million, I actually was pretty excited to see this number, because I looked at the numbers, and when you look at land acquisition of $4.7 million, actually about $2.4 million of that was for water rights, which we're going to be using on a lot of different schools besides just Wild Creek. I also look at the FF&E number, which is still a budget number. And then I look at, the contingency that I know is still in all the construction items, and I'm still hopeful, and I was kind of telling the guys from Clark and Sullivan earlier tonight, I still hope this comes in under, when we all said and done, and this school opens, that it'll come in under 200 million, and the first number will start with a 1. So I'm still optimistic on that, so I'm putting a little pressure on Adam and the team here.
We're going in the right direction. Next slide, please. Hey, so this brings us really to the present. This is a photo, an aerial photo from December 2020, but set up on that strong foundation of those original construction contracts. This team has already accomplished tremendous milestones really throughout the pandemic of 2020. As anyone who has driven by the site in the last 6 months can attest, the transformation is amazing. The construction team is moving at a rapid pace under the cloud of COVID, but safely and effectively, currently executing construction at a pace with over 200 workers per day, approximately $8 million a month, and 0 lost time injury accidents through over 150,000 labor hours worked. And perhaps more importantly, the team is having fun. Now, this is a super serious project with very high stakes and many, many dollars on the line. 2020 has been a drain on everyone's well-being. Construction projects are a tough environment, and we've all been a part of teams from one walk of life or another, or projects where you could scarcely stand to look at each other at times. We also know that those teams failed to succeed or achieve as much as they could have otherwise, but for moving towards a common goal and embracing the genuinely special opportunity in front of us. I'm really proud to be a part of the team. This team has embraced this opportunity and created a culture within this project of positivity and respect, putting the needs of the project ahead of the needs of the individual, and it is truly translating into every piece of work that they're doing out there. I want to just take a moment to acknowledge and embarrass a couple of folks that have hung in there with us for tonight. These are leaders out there in the field that are really making this happen. The school just doesn't magically build itself. It's incredibly risky and complicated, dangerous business. They're doing it at a masterclass level. This isn't just on schedule and on budget. There is special sauce that they are putting into the field every day. With us here tonight, we've got Tony McMillan, Director of Construction for the school district, James Mitchell-Tree and Aaron Lang, both owners representatives with CM Works, and Zach Smith, Senior Project Manager for Clark Sullivan Construction. Just a few people who are out there on a daily basis really, really doing special work and laying the foundation for generations to come in this school. So on the next slide, I wanted to talk about that just a little bit. This is 2022 and beyond, right? The greater purpose of the building of a new public school, we all know, has so many far-reaching impacts. We, of course, will be providing much-needed overcrowding relief to Spanish Springs High School in 2022. We will also be unifying and aligning the community of Sun Valley through the new Desert Skies Middle School and into the new Hug High School, creating a continuity and a renewed positive trajectory for all future Hug High School students. There's the valuable remnant of public golf and the efficient use of resources to benefit all citizens of Washoe County and to enjoy. And of course, there is creating the opportunity to reimagine the old Hug High School into the new W. Smith Career and Technical Academy, serving the entire district and future workforce of the Truckee Meadows. So I'm thrilled in this image to be a part of the current and future Hug staff beginning to create connections with the school and establish a culture for that community, really building on the work that the construction team is exemplifying. But I wanted to try to cue up a video that maybe some of you have seen recently. It tells it in much greater full color than I ever could, and really adds a personal touch to the folks that are actually out there building. This is just a couple minutes long, but it's worth the watch.
I graduated Hug High School in 1984. I was kind of having problems in high school, and I discovered they had a building trades class. We got to learn all the trades like the framing, electrical, plumbing, painting, and all that stuff, and then I decided to be a carpenter.
They had started a CTE program at Reno High School, so I was in the very first year of that, and I believe it was 1972. So I was in that all 3 years. Actually became a teacher's assistant on my senior year of that. I've always been interested in the construction trades. Actually, after that CTE program, the electrician that was assisting with that program and stuff that tried really hard to get me into the electrical end of the stuff, doing residential wiring and that kind of thing like that.
I graduated in 1981. I'm glad I'm here building it, actually. It's really kind of cool because that's something a lot of people don't ever get a chance to do. You know, after all these years, I'd be back in school working on it. I am a project coordinator. I'm representing the owner. Anything that comes down from the Washoe County School District side, I have to go and investigate and be in compliance with their wishes and make sure that it is copacetic with the plans and the specs. I was always just kind of project oriented. I always love starting my own little projects, in my backyard, starting with landscaping. So I always like to start from scratch and see a project go from small to big.
You end up with a project at a gorgeous school, that the kids are going to learn in for the next 20, 30, 50 years. It's just a great comfort to know that someone else is going to gain from what you've done.
So the football field's actually going to be right in this area right here. I've been with Clark & Sullivan for 34 years now. I've been working on over 20 schools, several detention projects, hospitals, all kinds of projects. So this one here is like the pride and joy because I went to Hug High School. Now this is going to be the new Hug High School. So it's kind of went full circle for me, so it's really special. The area we're standing in right now is the Commons, is the lunchroom area, and they're going to have some other CTE classrooms and stuff in this first floor area as well. That's kind of something that I'm proud of because obviously I went through a CTE class, one of the first the school district ever had, and that was the building trades class, and it led up to where I am today. I just can't wait till this opens. I can't wait to see the kids of Hug High School have an opportunity at especially CTE classes, just like I did.
Well, thank you. That's really the summary presentation. Tremendously proud of this team to be able to present this positive of an update, not only on scope, schedule, and budget, but you can see the emotion in those workers' voices and just know that this project is going exceptionally well for us. So if you'd like, we could move into some of the additional slides presenting on items 6.03 and 6.04.
Let me just do a check-in, if I may, Mr. Searcy, with my colleagues. As we just, again, overview presentation, a lot of questions. I know a lot of areas of interest for you, Trustee Church. So just on the overview piece, if there are questions, and then otherwise we can keep on going and jump forward. Trustee Church?
I'm sorry, do you want me to wait till the end? I can easily wait till the end and ask them there as long as I get to ask them.
Oh, of course you'll get to ask questions. If it isn't specifically on something covered here, we can certainly wait until the end.
I guess I can ask a few here.
Okay.
First of all, you probably weren't present when I did my mea culpa earlier. I just got my computer tonight. I'm not super computer literate. I haven't seen the presentation until tonight. So I got sworn in on the 4th and just drinking all this information through a fire hose. So my apologies. Normally I would have emailed you questions in advance. I don't have any gotcha questions. So a couple things. You mentioned something about Spanish Springs High School. So who will this take the pressure off of?
Yeah, so as a part of all of our new school openings, we have a zoning advisory committee and public meetings associated with modifying any of the zoning boundaries. And in 2022, when this school opens, right now, basically the southern half of Sun Valley is currently zoned to Hug High School. So all of the existing Hug High School will move, of course, into the new Hug High School, but really it's that northern half of Sun Valley that's currently zoned for Spanish Springs High School that will be zoned into Hug High School. So as I mentioned, keeping that community together is something really important, and also relieving overcrowding at Spanish Springs High School will be achieved in 2022 with the opening of this school.
Awesome. And then how many students there versus Hug High? Do we know? We would figure occupancy.
So the new Hug High School here will have a rated occupancy of a maximum of approximately 2,200 students. Hug High School, the existing Hug High School is slightly smaller than that. I want to say around 1,400 student capacity. So it's a slightly larger school from a capacity standpoint.
Okay, and then there was some comment earlier about the committees that look at this and approve it. Unfortunately, I was not able to attend the December 3rd meeting of the Oversight, not the Oversight, but the Capital Projects Committee. But I'm looking at their PowerPoint, and it lists an allocated amount for this high school at $252 million. And because it's water under the bridge, there'll be plenty of other projects that I can go into with a fine-tooth comb. I won't do that. But I think I heard you say we may be able to bring it in under $200 million.
Yeah, I appreciate the question. So when you're referring to that 252 number, that is the total approved budget for all aspects of this project to date. That includes all of the design phase funding as well as the construction phase funding. And what we're displaying here on page 7, if you could even page back a couple slides for us, are the actual contracted amounts for this scope of work. And really what it boiled down to was the building GMP, the largest scope of, the largest construction contract on this project, coming in some 24% below what was estimated by all of our professional engineers and general contractors. So a combination of a series of events, but really we're looking at a total project cost at just over $206 million. And as Mr. Etchart described, that includes contingency that may well likely not be spent. That includes land acquisition costs that in some ways are attributable to other projects. And it also includes the furniture, fixture, and equipment figure, which is still entirely a budget number, will likely beat that number. So yeah, we're definitely within striking distance of delivering this entire project from cradle to grave for under $200 million.
Okay, and then, and again, this is a discussion item only, so it's very informative, and I'm glad we came in lower than expected. It's still a very high number. It's still a lot of money. And just, again, correct me if I'm wrong, I just want to make a couple comments. When WC1, the capital projects to help fund this, passed, or when it was first proposed, way back in the legislature, before sky-high rates, there was testimony from the school district that they estimated a high school would cost $110 million, if my memory's right. And then during WC1, it went to $130 million. So I just want to put that on the record that I'm going to be a watchdog for the taxpayer dollars, and you explain how the market's gone sky high. I mean, we know that. So I appreciate that, but I just want to bring that to everybody's attention, and we just, I guess the final statement I'll make, this is a done deal, but at what point do we say, well, that bid's too high? And that's just a comment, not a question. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Church. We'll go to Vice President Call.
Thank you, Madam President, and to all of you and your teams, this is tremendous, and I'm really hoping that we can, in 2 years, we can plan like the greatest ribbon cutting ever, because a lot of this work, a lot of the celebration along the way just really has been disrupted because of COVID, and when those kids go through the doors for the first time, I'm really hoping that we can just have this thing be exciting for everyone, and it's cool to see how many of the workers went to hug. I mean, that's got to be powerful for them every day to go build this school. And to what Trustee Church has said, to my recollection, we're looking at almost over 800 kids coming out of Spanish Springs High School, and that for me is really important because Spanish Springs High School, residing in my district, is extremely overcrowded, and I'm sure with COVID they wish that they could have less crowding now. And so I really just hope that every worker that works on this every day really sees that this impacts so many people. It impacts all the Spanish Springs community because now those students get to go to a high school. It's not completely overcrowded. It impacts Sun Valley. It impacts so many people. And so I know I'm very appreciative for all the work. And I mentioned to Adam that I missed the groundbreaking, so I'm really hoping that I can schedule a time. I haven't been there yet to see it in person, and so I just appreciate all the work that's being done, and it's great to see the smiling faces because this is going to be a source of pride for all of the Hug alum for forever. So I am very appreciative, and almost 50 million, possibly under. That's almost an entire elementary school. So I mean that's huge for taxpayers. So. And thank you for bringing the presentation.
Thank you, Vice President Caldwell. I'll add, and I'll go to Trustee Thigpen. As you know, as a proud Hug alum, just have to say that in case anybody cared. But there are new trustees here that may not know. As a proud Hug alum, new trustees. Hall of Fame, 2 Halls of Fame at Hug. But nonetheless, no, seriously, it's really, I mean, Vice President Caldwell captured really a lot of it. I was able to, at one point during COVID, when there was a little light and we could go out there a little bit, go out and then just talk to some of the people working on it. And there are a lot of Hug alums. I met the project manager, I think was the title there, and we graduated the same year, so we had a good old time. I don't see how that happened because I'm much younger than him, but anyway. And just the other alums, like those from other CTE programs, and they were called VOTEC programs back in the day, when that from around our school district, and they really attribute them being in the industry and acquiring the skills and being introduced to those things, to their time in the Washoe County School District. And I think every new school that we build and people from our community that get a chance to work on it are always proud. But I think because this is a high school, it's a large project and it impacts so many communities. I mean, the current Hug is in my district. The new Hug, much to my dismay, is going to be in Ellen's district. And it has a huge impact on the North Valleys area to keep the Sun Valley families together. I mean, I think because it impacts so many people, is why there's so much. When you're there and you visit the site, you can really, it's palpable. You can feel the excitement and the people that you speak with and so on. So tribute and really just kudos and great appreciation to the entire team. Thank you for staying and hanging in. But for just making it such a special project, and there's just a lot of excitement about it. And at the end of the day, we fool around and save money too. I mean, that's like a bonus. It really, really is. So just really, really, really appreciate all the hard work, and really on behalf of all of these families from so much of our community that are going to be impacted. It's going to be huge. It's going to be a huge deal. So thank you very much, Trustee Thigpen.
Yes, and I thank you, President Taylor. I echo your sentiments. I think it's so touching to see the workers share their experiences of either graduating from Hug High or other Washoe County School District schools, and they're going to be able to point to this project to their grandchildren and say, look, I built that, I did that. And I think that is a tremendous thing for our community. I just have a couple questions, and I apologize that I didn't submit this earlier. It just came to mind just now. What parameters are there around school safety? And I'm curious, and I haven't been able to make it out to the site yet, but I'm curious of anticipated foot traffic from students going to school. So I'm thinking pedestrian safety as well as safety inside the school building as well.
Well, it's a brand new school. Excuse me, Adam Searcy, for the record. It's a brand new school, so really all of what has become our standard safety and security best practices have been integrated into this school. So you'll hear a little bit in item 6.04 about some of the roadway and pedestrian improvements off-site to the campus that we're going to be making, but then of course, on the campus, there's handicap accessible ramps and sidewalks and all those things. Inside the school, things like CCTV cameras, single points of entry, safety, security glazing in and around the classrooms, best practices like that all are integrated on day one into those schools as we've just evolved our understanding of school safety. We're baking it into the construction here. There's some other unique features that, everything interplays. The school actually has a lot more and similar features to what you see in our newest elementaries and middle schools. Small group learning areas, sort of opportunities for classrooms to break out and interact with students outside of the classroom. So there's a lot of unique spaces along those lines, as opposed to your more traditional just hallways of lockers with double loaded classrooms and you're only in and out of the classrooms. There's also a large, we call it a learning stair, so really a two-story space such as this that has a large stairway that's made for either presentations or student study and collaboration. It's really in the center of the school between the third story and the second story. The first floor with the student commons has a two-story library space, a media center that's in part intended to create connectivity between the floors. A number of those features have subtle safety elements baked in, and for better or worse, safety considerations have kind of become ubiquitous in all of our design considerations when we talk about second story view sheds or glazing window systems. Hey, let's look at this from a worst case scenario type of view and try to come up with design solutions that still accomplish the objective academically, but create a safe area of refuge in a worst case scenario. So I'm pretty proud of it. It's a lot of hard work to find those win-win design solutions, but pretty much the best practices across all of those elements are baked into the school design here.
One thing I was going to add really fast, because of the great work I think that the team has done on this, is that we focus a lot on the initial price of a school and and what it costs to build. When you looked at this school and you compared it to the old schools we built, when you put it to inflation compared to like a Spanish Springs High School, this actually came in very close to the same amount. But what's different is this school really focuses on the operating costs of the school. And all of our new schools, elementary schools, middle schools, we've put in the latest of energy efficient design. So even this school will have a ground source heat system like we have at our middle schools, our new middle schools, where our old high schools do not have that. So even though it costs about the same, but through the efficiencies this team has put together, it's going to cost a lot less to operate, and that's what's really important when you talk about a school that's going to be here for 50 or 70 years. So I really applaud the team for all the work they put into that. And again, it sometimes costs a little bit more to put in, but those kinds of systems pay for themselves over and over and over again over the long haul.
It sounds very innovative, and I can't wait to see it when it's done. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Trustee. Oh, Vice President Call?
Yeah, it's one thing that came to my mind. I put my athletics hat on. I remember that there was going to be some really nice state-of-the-art athletic facilities here. Also, we're going to host some state. I remember the conversation briefly of hosting some state events at this facility. So if you could talk about what this is going to offer for student athletes, not just at HUG, but also in our community.
Well, across the board, it's a brand new school. So we've got a varsity and a junior varsity baseball, softball fields, both. We've got essentially 3 separate soccer fields, all natural grass turf, all being irrigated with recycled effluent water, more cost effective. We've also got a brand new turf varsity football field, stadium with, I believe, a 9-lane track. So helpful for regional and state competitions from that standpoint. And, in addition to that, we've got a tremendous, JROTC portion, small rifle range, state-of-the-art weight room, theater, band, choir, orchestra, all of those types of extracurriculars, some really, really spectacular spaces for some CTE programs, a culinary program that's adjacent to the multipurpose room, the cafeteria, art and digital media that's really on that southwestern corner. It's going to have just a spectacular view shed of the Truckee Meadows and the entire campus. But, from an athletic standpoint, the full gamut of NIAA activities and facilities to match. So it's really exciting. I understand actually the varsity football field stadium lights are going to be erected something in the next 60 days, something like that. So I'm telling you, this video was special and touching, and those drone images are spectacular. It doesn't do it justice. Even just take the scenic route to work, drive up Sullivan, and you'll be impressed. It's a sight to behold.
Well, thank you very much. We're all certainly very excited, so we can let's continue with the presentation.
All right, well, here we got Homer Simpson. We're going to talk about item 6.03 here a little bit. This is technically a contract change order for recommended action. So I wanted to just take a minute on this slide to talk about what a change order on a GMP contract perhaps means. So this slide attempts to summarize our typical construction or contract structure on these construction manager at risk or CMAR projects, where we have guaranteed maximum price contracts or GMPs. So while there is increased contractor involvement during design and ultimately an increased risk during construction borne by the contractor, there are still limits to the contract authorization which may require board action to exceed. In this instance, we have both owner contingency and contractor contingency that are associated with the GMP. Change happens, unforeseens occur, and contingency is necessary. However, in the GMP contract structure, in order to exceed the owner contingency amount, board approval is required. So that's sort of the basis of what we're here to talk about, and the next slide maybe has a little bit more color commentary. So in the case of this specific item, detailed scope was included in GMP 2, which was the on-site contract. The mass grading, the retaining walls, the underground, and then ultimately the paving, the landscaping. That's GMP 2. But in places that contract scope was immediately adjacent to the scope of the GMP 4 or off-site improvements. Right? So we have to draw a line somewhere. We drew the line to the best of our ability, and GMP 4 will be up here in the next item for approval. But during the course of our construction on GMP 2, it was determined that a small amount of earthwork and utilities that was previously scoped to be completed within GMP 4 or later in 2021 would actually be significantly more efficiently completed within GMP 2 in 2020. So we were able to execute this change, effectively moving the same scope of work from GMP 4 into GMP 2 and executing it in 2020 by using our existing owner contingency associated with GMP2. So while that change did not exceed our authorization, it has left us with insufficient remaining owner contingency to successfully execute the remainder of that scope should some other unforeseens occur. So this item is really a recommendation to essentially replenish the owner contingency in that same amount that was shifted from GMP4 to GMP2. So again, this is not a scope addition or an oversight. It's merely moving project costs, which would have always been a part of the project, from GMP4 to GMP2 in order to more efficiently execute them. So in the next item, we are from my standpoint, again, it is a zero-sum administrative action, but which does require board approval. So we wanted to bring this forward so there wasn't a misunderstanding. The GMP, or guaranteed maximum price, can sometimes be misconstrued. Of course, with any project, there are unforeseens, and we all do everything within our power to deliver these projects on time and on budget. But in this unique instance, it does technically require board action. And I appreciate the opportunity to narrate the realities that this is not a scope addition, but really just a movement from one contract to another.
Thank
So
you.
that's all I really have for this one.
Mr. Searcy, we're going to jump in here and take action along the way, which is typically our practice. So just as a quick review, something that was scheduled for I'm just going to say phase 4, so we can get away from some of the acronyms right now. For phase 4, it was found to be better served. The project was better served for it to be completed in phase 2, and so the money for it, they're asking to move that money from phase 4 to phase 2. No additional scope, nothing that we didn't think we'd need to. They just did it a little earlier and now want to cover the funds so that phase 2 doesn't come up short. Okay, that's pretty layman's terms. That's pretty good, huh? Okay, so let's have if there any discussion on that from my colleagues as we look, and we'll pause for a minute. JJ, we have any public comment on this one? This one, by the way, is agenda item 6.03. This is 6.03. There for our handouts. Yes, Vice President Caldwell?
I'm happy to make a motion if my colleagues are okay.
Thank you, sir.
I move that the Board of Trustees approves the increase to owner's contingency in the amount of $268,000 for a total of $1,268,000 for the guaranteed maximum price, GMP number 2, of the new comprehensive high school at Wild Creek, which is Hug High School, CMAR C61600A, for earthwork and utilities.
There is a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Diane Nicolette.
Second, Dr. Diane, thank you very much. Any discussion, colleagues? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Okay, the motion is carried. Thank you very much. Great job. We can continue on, Mr. Searcy.
Okay, thank you.
It was unanimous, by the way.
So finally, this is an award presentation for our final outstanding construction scope on the project. This is in essence what it looks like to mitigate our impacts on day one. So much was discussed around the influx of traffic and pedestrians associated with the new high school in a location where one didn't previously exist. Fortunately, we went through a thorough public process where the City of Sparks and the majority of these improvements were spelled out and required in a detailed development agreement, and as a result of technical study and public deliberation. Additionally, we impact right-of-way with this project managed by Washoe County and NDOT. So all three jurisdictions have reviewed this, made comments, required various scope elements, and ultimately will approve this for construction. In addition to these fun facts shown here, I think the important takeaways really are to note that, number one, while the construction has been progressing tremendously on site, you know, it's just fun to look at. there will be significant construction impacts on El Rancho and Sullivan Lane this summer. We absolutely are going to do everything we can to mitigate that, but just know that the school district is about to cause a few traffic backups that occasionally generate some phone calls. I think that's important to have everybody on everybody's radar. But also,
thank you for the
yeah,
warning. We appreciate that.
It's a thing. It's going to happen. But you know, these are professionals that know how to manage that work. But really, the other takeaway is that when we're done with this scope, we will be 100% ready for max pedestrian and traffic impacts on day one, with a high emphasis on safety. This will be a wonderful upgrade for the entire community. So I won't go into the scope details. You can see the 3 roundabouts, a significant amount of sidewalk, completely new road on Sullivan Lane, dual access points for the school. This is all something that's been thoroughly vetted both in public meetings, engineering studies, and by public works staff from Washoe County, City of Sparks, and NDOT. That's the design, but I want to stop talking and turn it over to Andrew Sullivan to tell you how we brought this GMP forward.
Thanks, Adam. For the record, I am Andrea Sullivan. I am the Director of Procurement and Contracts for the school district. I did want to just for a minute explain the role of purchasing versus the role of capital projects, especially for our new trustees, if I might. The purchasing department oversees the selection of the construction manager at risk early on in this project. So we oversaw the selection of Clark Sullivan. We led that committee. We led the process. Once that was awarded, it sort of passes over to capital projects for them to do their design process. Once the design process for a particular phase is done, it sort of comes back to purchasing, and purchasing and capital projects together work on the guaranteed maximum price. So we're involved with the oversight of the subcontractor bidding by the CMAR. We're involved in the final negotiation of the GMP, and then award of the GMP. And then when that's done, that's kind of our final part of a phase. And now it hands off to construction, for the construction in capital projects to oversee the construction of the project. So for me, this is a bittersweet item because it is the last part of our major involvement in the purchasing department of project, and it's the last phase of this project, and we've been working on it for many, many years. But after the design was done of these offsite improvements, our CMAR, who is Clark Sullivan, went through a legally required pre-qualification process for their subcontractors. And once that was done, they issued their request for proposals to their subcontractors. And those proposals were turned in and opened on November 19th. Quickly after that, they engaged in subcontractor interviews, and that is a process for them to sit down with their subcontractors who have put in bids and go through the scope with them thoroughly to make sure that they have covered the entire scope. There's no holes in the project. And also to make sure that the subcontractors have the capacity to do the work, they have the manpower to do the work, and that they understand fully the scope of the project. So both during the bid openings and the subcontractor interviews, you have members of Washoe County School District's purchasing department and facilities management department in attendance. And we don't select the subcontractors in this process. The construction manager at risk does that. But we are there to make sure that they are adhering to the law and that they're adhering to our policies as well. So we are there, we witness the bid openings, and we are, sit in on the subcontractor interviews. So after those are complete, Clark Sullivan issues us their draft GMP that we take a look at. And while we were super excited this project came in under budget, anyone who knows me, that doesn't mean, though, that whatever they present to us is fine because it's under budget, right? We still look at every single thing in that GMP to make sure that what's in there is what's required. It's enough to get the project done well, but it's not overstaffed, for example. And we go through that with a fine-tooth comb. Clark Sullivan's been a very, very good partner through all of that. It's not always easy to sit at a table with me when we're negotiating these things. But they've been a great partner. And then after that is complete, that process is complete, they present us their final GMP. And that's what we're here tonight to get approved. And I think it's always worth saying that all of the scopes are publicly advertised and they're competitively awarded. Next slide. So one of the ways that we can bring value is to any project is to ensure we have plenty of competition. And Clark Sullivan's been very good about generating interest in their projects that they do for us. And thankfully, we received multiple bids for every single scope of this GMP. And we don't get to say this very often. We always have a very high percentage of local subcontractors, but this particular contract has yielded 100% local subcontractors. And in addition to that, it is under, this part of the project is also under the allocated budget. So a lot of good news on this project. So if approved here tonight, we'll go into the process of obtaining bonds and insurance from the CMAR. They will go into their process of contracting with their subcontractors, and then they'll be ready to mobilize for this project in March. Then, as Adam explained to you, the intrusive part of the project to the community where there will be some traffic issues. The major impacts to Sullivan and McCarran will occur beginning in May and go through September of 2021, with substantial completion of the project in October of 2021. So with that, we three here at this table are recommending approval of the guaranteed maximum price GMP4 with Clark Sullivan Construction in the amount of $6,943,629 with an owner's contingency of $325,000 for a grand total of $7,268,629. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. And for the purposes, to our new colleagues, just for the purposes, Ms. Sullivan does an amazing job when she is a no-nonsense person when it comes down to making sure these things are done right financially as well as by the rules. And for the record, even though this contract, which is going to a local contractor, which is fantastic, along with the 100% subs, they both happen to have the same last name of Sullivan. It's not her husband. Okay, there's not her cousin.
There's no relation.
You know, it's not a step whatever, you know, or long lost whatever. So just for the record, there's certainly no conflict of interest with her level of involvement, but we're very fortunate to have her. She does just a great job with this. Everything lined up, T's crossed, I's dotted, which is the way it should be with the people's money.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any commentary, Madam, before we deliberate? Check on any public comment. I've been watching the iPad. I don't see any coming through for that. Thank you, JJ. Okay. Any other commentary? We know this is under budget, but as she said, she still went through it with a fine-tooth comb because that's just what she does. Yes, sir. Trustee Church.
Just a couple quick comments or questions to make. A lot of information for a non-professional to get. This is a guaranteed maximum price?
Yes, it is a guaranteed maximum price. As Adam explained, both the contractor and the owner does carry contingency because even in this situation, things can go, there are unforeseens that happen. But typically, you guys will know, because many of those of you who have been here a while, it's very rare that we come to you for a change order on a CMAR project. And so when that happened tonight, it was really just moving money from one project to another. We've been really, really good about staying within what the board awards.
And if I understand right, this is off-site based on almost mandates, for lack of a better word, from other community players such as NDOT or whoever. That kind of.
That's an accurate summary, yes. As I mentioned, we're going to be dramatically influencing the character of the neighborhood, and it's necessary for the safety of everyone involved and, of course, the function of the network and the community that we make these upgrades to accommodate the needs of our school.
And then finally, how many bidders did we have?
So there were several different scopes, and we had multiple bidders on every scope. I don't have a number with me to tell you how many bidders overall, but there were a lot of envelopes opened that day. It was a very long bid opening.
And again, mea culpa, because normally I would ask those questions offline, and this is my first night, and I just didn't see this until tonight. So not trying to do gotcha, and I apologize for that. My point is, though, that we did have, it wasn't like just one bidder.
Absolutely not. Every scope received multiple bids, so we were very, very happy with the amount of competition.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And again, I apologize.
Thank you.
Let me, just before I go to you, Dr. Nicolette, I just want to say that to Trustee Church, questions, even as much as possible, we submit our questions in advance. Questions come up during the meeting, and we certainly want our colleagues, all of us, to feel free to ask those questions, right? So please, no, I appreciate the mea culpa, but even if you sent in some questions ahead of time, something comes up during the meeting, we want those still to be asked. It's still important that that's out there, so.
Yeah, I just want to, some of our board guidance, I just want to avoid any gotcha. Nobody's trying to gut anybody, just trying to make sure I understand, and then the people that are watching understand.
No, absolutely. Thank you very much for that. Dr. Nicolette?
Oh, yes. So I'm trying to understand this too. This is not my expertise, but thank you because you've done a really good job. I only have one question. That owner's contingency that, I hope I say this right, that we kind of moved from 4 to 2. And I noticed that in the GMP 4, there's an owner contingency of $325,000. It helped me understand how that worked. Thank you.
So the item that we talked about in item 6.03, it was to augment the owner contingency associated with the on-site construction contract that we used to pay for scope that we basically moved from this off-site construction contract into the on-site construction contract. So that was a separate action. This scope of work here valued at almost $7 million. It's still, is $7 million worth of work. There may be changes that need to be paid for or unforeseen events. So there's an owner contingency associated with this construction contract as well. It's $260,000 less. This construction contract is less for the shift to the on-site work than it would have been otherwise. But nevertheless, there's still $7 million worth of work that we need to execute, and this approximately 2.5% owner contingency is to address any unforeseen issues that may arise during this scope.
During this unique contract?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
That answer your question, Dr. Nicolette? That was a good question. It's like, hey, I thought we gave that over. Right, we get a piece of it. Give it a little small down payment, if you will. Other questions? Good questions? We already said no public comment on this. Thank you, JJ. Okay, yes, Vice President Cottle?
Thank you, Madam President. The only comment I'll have is I appreciate the 100% of the contract being awarded a locally based subcontractor, especially in the economy that we currently have. You think about the families that can, afford the things they need to afford because the work that has been given to these people through this project that are here locally. I think that's great. I'm ready to make a motion if we're okay. I move that the Board of Trustees approves the guaranteed maximum price, GMP number 4, from Clark Sullivan Construction as the construction manager at risk, CMAR, for the management of construction for the new comprehensive high school at Wild Creek, Hug High School, CMAR C61600A, for off-site improvements in the amount of $6,943,629, with an owner's contingency of $325,000 for a total of $7,268,629.
Okay, thank you very much, Vice President Cottle. Moved by Vice President Cottle and seconded by Clerk Manetto. Seeing no other discussion, we'll take a vote. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Okay, the motion carries, and let the record show that it is unanimous. Again, thanks to all of you for your hard work, for the excitement, for saving us money, and for counting every dime, Andrea, because I know you do. We really appreciate it. Thank you. And thanks to the team for all of your work and for hanging in there on tonight. We appreciate you being here and for all that you're doing. Okay. Well, we're going to get into we have 2 COVID items. We're going to get into those. I have a feeling that we may need to have quite a few questions since we have new trustees and we want to be able to answer that. So let's take a 10-minute break and then come on back and we can get started. All right, great job, colleagues. Everybody back in 10 minutes or less. We're going to we're going to pivot from construction of a new high school to talking about our next agenda. And actually, it's going to end up being our next two agenda items, but we'll start with 6.05, which is discussion and possible action to review the COVID-19 case counts in schools, adequacy of staffing levels, and other applicable factors, as well as data indicators used to assess COVID-19 community risk, to include but not limited to completed risk assessment forms, test positivity, community-wide case rates, and hospitalizations, and if data indicators suggest very high risk or above for up to 7 days, or the board deems it necessary, the Board of Trustees will consider relevant actions that may include changes to in-person, hybrid, and full distance learning models. This is for possible action. Presenter, our Chief Ombudsman and Strategies Office, who's done a great job just really being the liaison on all things COVID in our community. Dr. Paul Lamarca is here before us, and Superintendent McNeil may jump in as well. You're going to start as Superintendent?
Thank you very much, President Taylor. I will go ahead and just kick us off and kind of lay a little bit of history here. So this is a standing item that the board placed on our agenda so that the board will have regular updates around learning models and where we are in the status of within the district and within the community on the COVID spread. So what Dr. Lamarca is going to be going over today, he works very closely with the county, with the city of Reno, city of Sparks, and so you're going to be seeing when we talk about surveillance measures, Dr. Lamarca will be going over several surveillance models that the Mayor's Task Force takes into consideration when we talk about COVID and COVID spread. In addition to that, we will also be going into resources because the board at the December 8th meeting voted to make the decision to continue our middle school and high school on full distance learning. And the reason why the board, which was the recommendation of the superintendent and the team, was to make sure that we had enough resources in place in order to make sure that when our students returned and our staff returned, that they were in a safe environment. During this time, it's important to note, because we feel very strongly that our schools are safe places and they are not the main indicator for COVID spread, that our staff in our middle and high schools have been doing their work within their buildings this whole entire time while the students are on distance learning. And so today we're going to update you on the efforts of those resources, which include guest teachers, contact tracing, and testing. And so we'll go a little bit into an update on those resources. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Lamarca.
Thank you, Dr. McNeil. President Taylor, Superintendent McNeil, members of the board, for the record, Paul Lamarca, Chief Strategies Officer. So this is everyone's favorite item. That's a joke. So this is the TMRPA, Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Agency COVID-19 risk meter. This is a measure that tries to provide the community with an indication of where we're sitting as a community with respect to COVID spread. It was kind of the brainchild of a few folks that were working with the mayor of Reno and others on a committee. We are in the very high region, in the red region, which is concerning, and we've been here for quite some time. However, I will tell you that today the rating is actually a 9.0, which is really an orange rating, and it was as well yesterday. However, this is not the kind of a tool that you want to just go up and down and up and down, and so before Truckee Meadows will push it back down into the orange region, they're going to want to see several days of being in orange before they would make that decision. Next slide, please, JJ. So the Truckee Meadows meter really takes into account several different indicators, and they're on the left for you. Risk assessments, which really are the number of people seeking a test through the Washoe County Health District. We did receive some information from Dr. Jeremy Smith. I believe he's the director of Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Agency. He's kind of the mastermind behind all of this work. Risk assessments have actually plateaued at about 300 a day, and this is significant. That's a lot of tests, right? But it was for many weeks there at around 600 a day. So we have really come down in terms of the number of people seeking tests. Test positivity. Test positivity is the percentage of people who test positive out of those who seek a test. And this has also plateaued recently at around 18%. Today it's actually at 18.5 or 18.6%. And we really need this to be around 5%. But it was around 23, 24 for a bit. So it is also trending in the proper direction. We look at daily new cases per 100,000, and we are hovering right around 50 cases per 100,000, which again is far better than it was, and it seems to be kind of just settling in at about that level. However, a Harvard group that we did some studying of early on when the board was making some of its decisions indicates that should be at around 15 or less, or really below 15. So we've got some work to do there. And then the last two indicators are COVID hospitalizations, where people end up in the intensive care unit, and then just sort of general hospital use. And the good news with these particular indicators is there's a lot of capacity in the hospitals right now relative to where we were just a couple weeks back. According to Dr. Smith, and the numbers I think bear this out, we have not seen a huge surge in response to our holidays. Now, we're not 2 weeks out from the new year yet, so it could go in the wrong direction. It's usually a 2 to 3 week period out following a holiday, but hopefully we're settling in, and hopefully we're going to begin to see a continued decline. The next slide, this is our data dashboard that we produce 2 to 3 times a week, and all the information that we report is essentially provided to us from the Washoe County Health District. We are looking to modify this and rely on some internal data because of some lag in time with the information we are receiving from the Washoe County Health District, but that's a little more complex and challenging than it may seem. You do have sort of the top region of our dashboard, which are the community-wide indicators. Again, you got the meter rating, you got cases per 100,000, you got test positivity. This particular dashboard reflects data through Friday of last week, so I think Friday was the 8th. We just updated it, and it really changed very little. The middle section is community-wide rates among school-age children. That's children 0 to 4, 5 to 10, and then 11 to 18. That segment there includes many children who aren't in our school district, but they do live in the Washoe County. And then down below, we have specific schools that have been impacted by COVID. Nearly all of our schools, we're at 94 total schools that have been impacted. So nearly all of our comprehensive traditional schools have been impacted with one or more cases. Okay, let's go to the next slide, JJ. Hospitalizations, I think this was a piece of information that was requested by one of your former board members, Trustee Simon Holland. She was very interested to know how many of our children, school-age children, are being hospitalized because of the virus. And this is county-wide data. This is not school-specific data. This is county-wide data. So since the onset in March, 73 children have been hospitalized. 54 of those have been since the beginning of August, which kind of corresponds with the school year. Lots of kids, 0 to 4, make up that total of 54, but 18 of those are newborns, so they're in there. They were born with the virus. We have 4 students that are currently hospitalized right now as we sit here. The next slide is, we try to break this information down for you. These are basically trends of cases, daily cases per 100,000. The blue jagged line represents folks in the community as a whole, 19 and older. The orange line in the middle, that is sort of our high school-ish population, but again, this is community-wide statistics. The green line is 5 to 10-year-old children, and then the yellow line is 0 to 4-year-old children. You see some breaks in the graphs to the right. That is because on a couple of days, Christmas and New Year's, data wasn't reported, so it just doesn't show up on the graph. So the point of this is to show that among school-aged children, the rates are far lower than they are compared to the adult population. But again, I will point out, if you remember what I mentioned about the Harvard group and saying it should be below 15 per 100,000, each of these groups is still above 15 per 100,000. But you can also see that we are trending overall in the right direction. And so hopefully it will continue to move south. All right. The following slide is just really a different way of looking at this. This is everyone included, and this is a weekly snapshot as opposed to a daily snapshot. Originally, the board was looking at weekly snapshots. Just for your reference, this is a figure we would like to see at 100 or below per 100,000, and so we peaked out. You can see right at the end of November, beginning of December, at 736.6 cases per 100,000. As of January 6th, we were down to 350 per 100,000. And I will just mention that this needs to continue to go down. We have good news in terms of overall statistics, but we're still at an enhanced level, hence the very high rating on the COVID risk meter. So this is the data, and I'm happy to answer any questions, but I think Dr. McNeil would like me to provide a couple of updates on some of the resource issues. When the board was making its decision regarding the possible shift to distance learning, and administration, Dr. McNeil, were making recommendations about that, there were 3 general areas of concern that we had: guest teachers or substitute teachers, the availability of teachers that could fill in if teachers had to be quarantined or were not able to teach within the school. Contact tracing efforts, which is really, once you have a case, it's figuring out who may have been exposed to the person that was ill for purposes of excluding and also getting them support and help. And then the third kind of tier is testing, just the availability of testing to staff. Probably Ms. Ellison is here, and she can speak to sub-teachers or to guest teachers. I do think that we're, well, here's Emily right now. No, please, if you got a few comments, that would be great.
I'm sorry I made that awkward. I was trying to get in and just have him continue. Emily Ellison, for the record, Chief Human Resources Officer. And guest teachers, or the availability of guest teachers, were a substantial consideration in our recommendation to transition to distance learning. As I shared at the last board meeting, the process of becoming a guest teacher involves obtaining a license through the state, working through the district to secure employment, and then of course picking up assignments. And so my team has been working very, very hard to leverage and maximize the emergency sublicense provision that was made available to us by the Nevada Department of Education, and we're so grateful for that. But we've also had an encouraging response, not only from emergency sub-applicants, but regular traditional sub-applicants. And so to date, we have had 143 people enter our system, kind of new to the pipeline. And we're working every day to get as many of those across the finish line as we can. Remember the three parts I talked about, right? License, employment, and then picking up assignments. And so people are in various stages, but we do have a little more than 60 people who are ready to rock and roll and pick up additional assignments, and that number is increasing every day. So just today I worked with NDE to follow up on the outstanding licenses that we had, and we got a few of those moved forward. So it's a very high-touch process. I think the message that I would convey to the community at this point is we're feeling very strong about the response that we've had. Now we need those folks to pick up assignments. And so whatever our school administrators and school staff can do to help make those experiences a positive one and have them return and want to engage in education moving forward, HR will be so grateful for that, because that's the real variable now. We need to make sure that these folks are engaged and picking up assignments so that we have this support available for our schools.
Thank you, Emily. So actually, it's useful that this slide is kind of up in front of us for this purpose. If you look at around, and I'm just using this as an illustration. If you look at around November 4th, the figure on the board is 292, and then you see it climb precipitously. It was in this period of time in which the Washoe County Health District, through their contact tracing efforts, was really unable to keep pace with all the cases that we're picking up. It's also during this time where we saw that because of that, we were having to exclude very broadly, and we weren't able to fill the number of places with substitute teachers. This was just, you can see it. I mean, you can see it on the board. There were so many cases, it was out of control. We are coming down, but we're still higher than we were when this problem began. So there's still this critical need for these guest teachers. In terms of contact tracing, so this is really, if I show up at a school, or if my mom calls a school and lets the school know that Paul has tested positive, that kicks into motion a bunch of things that have to occur. The principal, and with help, has to find out where I was. Was I actually in the school when I was infectious? How long I was there? Where I was while I was in the building? And it's a very detailed process that has to go on with contact tracers. There's compliance with CDC. There's a bunch of things that have to occur. We were behind. So you'll remember, and I understand that some of the board members are new, but the county, Washoe County, offered to support us by adding some positions. Really what it was is taking positions that are already county employees and moving them sort of as other duties as assigned. They have identified approximately 48 people, most of whom are full-time employees whose primary responsibility is contact tracing. Over the 2-week Christmas break, a lot of work occurred with those folks. There was a very comprehensive training that occurred on December 22nd. Our staff was involved in that training as well. You've heard some mention of our strike team. Some of our strike team members were also trained at that time. The county folks have to go through HIPAA training. They have to go through some training from Johns Hopkins University. They had to go through that training on the 22nd. They have to do some in-person shadowing training at the Washoe County Health District. And then they have to start working cases, and that's the real training. That's when it really matters, and that's when all the questions come. And we are, knock on wood, ready to go. Most of the folks, everyone, Dr. Taylor will remember that at a point, technology was a hang-up. We understand that all of the staff have been issued phones, all the staff have been issued laptops, all the staff have been trained. Not all the staff, the last time I was given an update, have gone through the shadowing, but hopefully the majority of that is occurring this week. I will receive another update in the morning on that. These folks, these 48 folks, will be primarily dedicated to support our secondary schools in terms of contact tracing. And when you think of a secondary school versus an elementary school, you can see that contact is a more complicated situation. Kids travel to different courses. Kids travel throughout the building during the day. So there's many more chances for exposure than typically at the elementary level. So you know that we have been at the elementary level excluding whole classrooms, which we have found that is probably enhanced continuity of learning, because at the same time the kids are placed out on distance learning, their teacher is, and so there's kind of some continuity there. We will be continuing that practice as of now with the elementary schools until we know we're where we need to be with secondary schools, and we can move more sort of fine-grained contact tracing to that elementary level. So we're very
Dr.
optimistic.
LaMarca, I'm sorry, if I may, primarily just for those that this is your first really in-depth conversation being involved with this, can we talk a little bit about how the 48 are assigned? Remember we talked about verticals. I don't know if you decided to go in that direction or in terms of what schools I think that's also additional information that will be helpful and interesting for our new trustees.
Yes, let me try. So this has become a more complicated situation than we originally sort of assumed it might be. So we have this strike team, and the way that the strike team is within Washoe County School District. Dr. McNeil's worked with all the chiefs and the different members of LT, and we've identified, I think we have 23 staff right now that we call strike team coordinators. These folks are basically, they're assigned to schools within different areas. Within our school district, there's 5 areas. There's 4 very large areas, and there's a 5th area that just has one vertical, the North Valley's vertical, and that's because Jen Van Tress, who's the area superintendent over Area 5, is also she's in charge of special education, so that's a heavy lift. We had hoped that the contact tracers from the county could just be feathered into those teams, and that's become more problematic than we envisioned because of bargaining unit agreements, supervisory processes. However, we are trying to assign them essentially by area. However, there's going to be a lot of flexibility among those folks so that they can fill in for each other. I don't want to say that's been, it's frustrating when you don't have control, and we don't have control over those folks. But I do have every confidence in Manager Brown and Heather Kerwin and in working with these folks, and they're going to do what we need them to do. They will work. The hope is the same person will be assigned as often as possible to the same school, just to build those relationships. But because of turnover in staff, they're going to work multiple schools, and on some days they won't be available when a problem is there for that school. Someone else is going to have to pitch in.
Thank you, Dr. LaMarca.
And I can talk about contact tracing if anyone else has questions. Stop me at any time. The other big tier.
I'm sorry, I think Trustee Thigpen has a question.
Yes, thank you, President Taylor. Around contact tracing, are we seeing any sort of delays around tracing from either the county or school level, or is our staff still able to stay on top of that?
We are seeing significant delays, and so that's actually what led to the shift to distance learning. The Washoe County Health District was so far behind that when we would notify of a case, it could take 3 to 4 days for them to assign a person. Well, you can't wait 3 to 4 days to make exclusion decisions. So once we moved secondary to distance, we got a bit of a reprieve. And that's not all kids, by the way. Special education kids or kids that are in some of the special programs are in 5 days a week. A few of our schools at the secondary level were in, such as Piccolo, Inspire, others. That's the primary goal of adding this staff and our strike team, is to narrow that gap between when we find out about a case and when we can make decisions about exclusions. At the elementary level, it's pretty dialed in. It's happening within a couple of hours of finding out that we've got a positive test. However, we're not doing comprehensive contact tracing. So we're doing a good job at dealing with the immediate problem, but we're unable to follow up. So we're comfortable with the exclusions that are occurring, but some of the work just that the health district would do with a family to give them the information they need, that's not happening from their end yet. So that's really the goal. Secondary is still going to be a challenge. So if a case comes in at a secondary level starting next week, our strike team coordinator will actually be contacted immediately. We will connect with the Washoe County Health District immediately, but it can take a period of time before they assign that case. But no case shouldn't take longer than 24 hours in any situation to assign a case. If there is a very kind of thorny situation, you could see that we have to do like a 72-hour exclusion or kind of an immediate exclusion that excludes a broad number of people, and then we can narrow it down really quickly with the contact study. What we don't want is to have people who've possibly been exposed walking around and possibly exposing other folks.
Thank you. I guess my concern is, it sounds like, if I'm understanding correctly, with these extra 48 people that the county has put aside for us, they've done a great job with elementary so far. There's still a few things, right, that we're trying to figure out, but I guess my concern is once we open the floodgates of secondary schools reopening, it may throw things a little bit for a loop?
No, I think I may have confused you. So our strike team coordinators are the ones working our elementary cases. So actually, these 48 folks will be a brand new resource for our secondary schools. So that's why we actually think that we're in a very good position. I wish I could be even more confident, but we just haven't been in school yet. So we have to kind of see how it works. But we'll have dedicated resource supporting our schools. And as a backup, we have our strike team coordinators. So our principals are not going to be left hanging. We're going to be responding immediately to cases at the secondary level.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Sure.
Thank you, Trustee Thigpen. I see Dr. Nicolette.
Thank you. You know, I've been watching these discussions at the trustee meetings since the spring. And I just want to say, Dr. LaMarca and Emily, my gosh, you guys have become experts. I mean, I remember the original conversations and everybody was trying to make sense of everything, and you guys have done a great job of making sense of it and being able to explain it. Thank you for that. 2 quick questions. Of those 48 for Washoe County, how many are ready to go? And then, Dr. LaMarca, when you mentioned know where we need to be with secondary schools, in reference to elementary schools, what does that mean?
Can you, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that second part.
The statement, we know where we need to be in secondary schools before we can make some decisions, and it was in reference to elementary schools.
Right. So what I mean by that is at the elementary level, we are excluding whole classrooms of kids. If there's a child who has the virus and has been at the school, the chances are they haven't actually exposed every child in their classroom. But right now, without the ability to do a contact study, it's safer to exclude the whole classroom, and you've got continuity of learning, so that's a good call. What I was saying is, if at the secondary level we are able to work these cases very efficiently, and we find that they still have bandwidth, they have more time, more resource, then they'll start working elementary cases as well, and we may be able to minimize the number of exclusions at the elementary level. But we want to keep our elementary model with the classroom exclusions until we have confidence that we're ready to make that shift. Okay, so
I'm sorry, just the Vice President Call.
Thank you, Madam President. So the hope is, or the expectation is that once this gets going, we will get back to a place where our exclusions are more targeted and not as broad. That's at least the hope once we get going. Did I hear that right?
Yes, that's the goal.
Perfect, thank you. And then on the slides that well, this slide's great. So what do we know, or does I know are the meetings still happening with the risk meter?
Yes.
What is the cause of the risk meter number coming down? Is there anything specific, or is it a mixture of things?
It's a mixture of things. I think I don't have the operational definitions here in front of me. I apologize for that. So I can't be real clear about when we'll continue to go down, but we've actually seen a decrease in scores with every indicator. So again, risk assessments, we're at 600, and now we're down at around 300. We were maxed out in terms of points with risk assessments. We've dropped down to, I believe, a 2.0 with that. Same thing with test positivity. We haven't dropped down as much because we plateaued at still a very high level, but we've seen a decrease. We've seen a decrease with every single measure that's fed into the risk meter.
Perfect, thank you. And as you said, we're probably a week or two away, maybe, to be clear of the holiday season, and so hopefully, cross our fingers, we don't see a spike. You don't have to address this now because it may come up, but I'm hoping that at some point you can address athletics and where we are with athletics as far as competition, conditioning, the seasons, because before you know it, the March will be here, and I think that's the fall seasons, and so people are anxious football is probably going to be the big one. They're just anxious on what are the updates. So if at some point, if you could address athletics, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay. Well, should I just address it now as opposed to going on to testing? Or?
Actually, and I had asked if the superintendent would, I'm fine if you want to deviate for that for just a moment and then get back to, no, I see that is your, Trustee Thigpen, is your question in line with the athletics question, or is it?
Not with the athletic, no.
Okay, so can we have you pause for just a moment? And why don't we take it, because we know there are people that are watching and just pause, don't lose it, and we'll get right back to you. Superintendent McNeil?
So thank you very much, President Taylor. So there's been a lot of work with the NIAA in conjunction with the superintendent's group, and then always making sure, obviously, that we're following the governor's directives around, the winter sports. And so right now, we're in the midst of the winter sports season, which is, for Washoe County, that's skiing. Skiing is the only sport that is allowed at this point in time. The governor's office has determined that wrestling and basketball are high contact sports, so we are not able to participate in competition. However, our schools, our high schools, are able to condition athletes if they are in basketball or wrestling or skiing for that sport. So, Dr. LaMarca, did you want to go a little bit more into detail as far as what is conditioning versus competition and practice? Because I always think that that's a little bit confusing to people.
I can try. So conditioning is, it's really the cardiovascular preparation to prepare for the particular sport. Everything has to be done adhering to all of the social distancing requirements, all of the hygiene requirements, face masking requirements. Conditioning is not official practice. So for example, a student in a high contact sport does not have to have had a concussion test in order to condition. An athlete who's in conditioning has not formally made a team yet, so they haven't had tryouts yet. So once practices begin formally, that's going to start with tryouts probably, and then proceed. So as Dr. McNeil said, we're conditioning right now for wrestling and basketball. We're actually practicing for skiing. So that sport is go. That's a go. We have to be back in person, I think, for them to be able to officially compete. But I'd actually have to get clarification on that. I will say that, We did receive a message from NIAA because, as you know, the governor extended the stay-at-home for another 30 days. However, in doing that, he did not specifically address whether he would make any changes to contact sports. So we are anticipating a possible announcement on the 15th of January that might provide an update, and it might not. As of right now, given the extension of 30 days, football is now sort of in peril in terms of if we'll have a fall season, and if we do, whether or not football will be able to be played. It's still on the high contact list.
Yeah,
If I may, just before you respond, if I can just add a little more clarity to that. As you may recall, at the day after, in fact, our last board meeting, we had I'm on the NIAA governing board, and we had an NIAA governing board meeting, and I asked specifically, because this was part of a conversation we were having then at that time, and the executive director, as well as our athletics director here for the district, our director of athletics and activities, Roland Stallworth, the three of us had a conversation, and according to the NIAA, obviously, everyone has to follow the governor's directives. So if the governor has, as you've indicated, as well as Superintendent McNeil, that basketball is high contact as well as wrestling. In the season right now, the winter season, the only other sport included is skiing, right? However, and in having the conversation, they do not differentiate between a practice and conditioning. We can, they don't. They meaning the NIAA. But they do have this requirement. There must be 10 days of, it can be practice/conditioning. We can call it whatever we want to. They don't care, right? They don't care what we call it, but there must be 10 days so that there's a period of time for the athletes or for those participating in activities or whatever, so they have that time to, get in shape, warm up, all of those things to keep themselves safe on the regular piece. But we're designating that because it's still off-season for us, or we are not in-person instruction. They do have the rule at the NIAA that if you're not involved in in-person instruction, then you cannot be involved in in-person activities or athletics, right? That rule is in place, but we've been making the differentiation between the two, and according to that specific conversation I had with them the day after our meeting, there is not a differentiation. The key thing for them is there must be 10. Right, there must be 10. So that might add a little more clarity to that. But again, all of it still must exist, as you said, Dr. LaMarca, still must exist within the parameters of the directives from the governor's office.
Diane Nicolette, may I?
Yes, please.
There must be
Dr.
10
Diane.
days of what?
Of practice. We were differentiating between practice and conditioning. The NIA does not differentiate. The NIA says you must have 10 days of practice before you can participate in competition. Okay, this is on the sports, of course, not in the activity side. 10 days of practice before you can participate in competition. If we want to have, because I asked specifically, if when we get back into school and our kids are going to start on the 19th, whatever like that, we know they can't play, but if they're allowed to condition, remember we were having that conversation, if they're allowed to condition once school gets back in, even though we aren't in in-person instruction, if they're allowed to condition, kind of along the lines of in the summertime you can condition even though there isn't instruction going on. When would they be able to participate? And he said, if you're having in-person instruction and they've had 10, those are 10 practices. They don't. The key thing the key takeaway for me from them is there is no differentiation according to the NIAA between conditioning and practicing. And that was like, whoa, I never knew that, and I'm on the governing body and I didn't know that. That's why and then I called you right away because we had a little bit of a different understanding, which is just part of what it was. So that might help a little bit more. There needs to be 10 practices. If the superintendent and team is allowing for some conditioning, whatever the case may be, there still needs to be 10 of them before competition can occur within those parameters. We have to be involved in in-person instruction. We have to meet the governor's directives and so on.
No, that's helpful. And Dr. LaMarca, you answered my other question on the governor's announcement. And so as far as I remember, his restriction on those sports was until January 15th, which is Friday. And so we're going to have to get some instructions one way or the other on what's going to happen with those sports. But at some point, decisions have to be made because the seasons are so short that if it extends any longer, then you have 10 days. It's hard to get the competitions in. And then my last point or last question, I'm assuming that the schools have lists of students that are participating in these events and what days, because obviously that's going to impact the contact tracing, because it's not just the schools and where they're going in the classroom, it's they're playing a sport as well, and then they were out doing whatever they were doing for that sport.
Yes, that's part of the protocol. So that's actually one of the things the strike team coordinators do as well at the elementary level is there's just a series of questions. Is the child involved in after-school programming? If so, what programming, so we can make appropriate contact? So there's a variety of those. Do they ride buses? Where do they lunch? Are they involved in athletics, et cetera?
The athletics question, we're finished with that. Thank you very much. And thank you, Dr. Lamarca. But between the three of us, we're going to get this thing right. And then right back to Trustee Thigpen, and then we'll go to Student Trustee Victoria.
Yes, I do have a few questions. I'll piggyback quickly on the athlete one before I move on to my other ones, and I'll try and make it quick. Regarding athletics, is there any sort of mechanism in place that would require them to self-isolate for a period of time and get tested before proceeding forward?
No, we do not have that kind of a requirement in place. We are asking every student and every staff member to self-screen every day before they come in, but there is not a testing requirement.
Is that something we could consider, at least a testing requirement, whether it's a rapid test or something like that to ensure safety?
I think that there's some pros and cons to that. One is the availability of testing, because to do that sort of thing effectively, you're probably talking about multiple tests a week. So the rapid tests are really nice, and just so we're all clear, and that's actually the other component, with a rapid test, if you do come up positive, you have to get that confirmed with the second test. But that is what I think you see our national sports teams or our professional sports teams, what they're using. If you don't test frequently, something like a rapid antigen test might also give someone a false sense of security, like I'm okay. And you could have been exposed while you were in line to get that test. So it's kind of a catch-22. I can tell you that coaches and coaches and referees have to be tested before they can coach or before they can referee a game. But they only have to be tested once prior to each season. So there's some question about whether it really ought to just be a recommendation versus a requirement, given what I was just saying. But there's pros and cons with testing.
And I would share, if I may, just on that, is we want to, I think you hit the nail exactly on the head, Dr. Lamarca, as we see professional sports teams and even collegiate leagues, they have very robust testing programs, not just the protocols, but the programs in place. Vice President Call was talking before about how often their athletes at the university get tested and so on, and that's part of what creates that. We don't have access to that same level of testing. We don't have the funding for that same level of testing. And so that's where and then to be able to administer, those tests and send them through so that they can be tested and so on. If we put it up, that's the responsibility, of course, of the student. You have to get tested 3 times a week, but that's going to be a huge equity issue. And then how do we follow up? How do we know they're getting tested? I mean, so there's just more complications to that. And the bigger thing is we don't have that same kind of testing program, which would have to be that robust. So you don't have the false sense of security, because I'm just getting tested and I'll go every 2 weeks or so. And we know that certainly wouldn't do it. So possible, but I don't know that we have the resources in place, not at this time, or available, and not at this time.
I like the idea of at least having a recommendation in place, if it's not already. Am I understanding correctly, though, there already is recommendations in place to all staff and students on this?
There are recommendations regarding self-screening. So there is a requirement from the governor's office or from NIAA. I apologize, I don't remember. I think it's actually from the governor's office because I know that the director of NIAA had some questions about it. That requires coaches and referees to be tested one time per season in close proximity to when the season begins. There isn't any testing requirements for students, but we do have self-screening requirements every day. And we also have sort of tips and must-dos that coaches have to follow when they're supporting students. And in addition to all of the mitigation strategies like cleaning the ball and cleaning the weight bar and those sorts of things, they're supposed to be assessing all kids every day, how you feeling? And so if there's a kid who isn't feeling well at the beginning of practice, they should be sending that kid home. And then they would go through our isolation. And that isolation would be a 10-day isolation unless they go get a negative test. And that would be a PCR test, not a rapid antigen test.
Are there further questions at this time?
I do have a few more questions.
Okay, no, let's go right ahead, please. Please
Okay,
answer.
I'll try and
then
move.
we'll go to.
I'll try and move quickly. Regarding this, and I'll refer to this chart because I think it's great, with regarding our substitutes and coverage, do you both think that we are well equipped if we were to hit that number on November 25th again, regarding how many people we have in the pipeline for substitute teachers? And I am concerned, especially after seeing what's going on kind of in our neighbor state of California. You're seeing, hospitals being overwhelmed and things like that. What do we do if, say, once we reach our 2-week window after New Year's, if we hit that number on November 25th or higher?
Let me start and then I'll turn it over to Ms. Ellison. I guess I use that for illustrative purposes. And my point being this: if we had the 48 people fully trained working our schools, I'm not convinced that we wouldn't have been able to remain in person or in hybrid, not in person because different model, but in hybrid throughout this. All I was pointing out is they got behind at that point in time, which took time before we shut down. So we didn't shut down, or the Board of Trustees didn't make a motion for us to go to full distance learning until November 24th, and then it was executed on December 2nd. So the Board of Trustees was making its decision when we were at that tall peak. If we had had 40 people dedicated to our secondary schools, I don't know that the Board of Trustees would have done that at that time. I mean, hindsight's 20/20, but that's a lot of resource that we didn't have and the Washoe County Health District didn't have. So yes, I do think that given what they were able to do in the months of September and October, if these folks are trained and doing well, and again, they got to work some cases to get there, I think we're going to be fine at the levels we see right now. Now, the sub is another question.
So, Emily Ellison for the record. As it relates to guest teachers, like I shared before, I'm very encouraged by the response that we've seen, but the big variable is human behavior and picking up assignments, right? And so we're certainly not going to let off the recruiting momentum or our efforts to maximize the emergency sublicense provision, but there are certainly factors that impact whether or not a person decides to pick up assignments day to day and how often they decide to do that. So I think that the more things we can do to help people feel comfortable that contact tracing is in place and it's working, that testing is available. We're going to talk in a moment about vaccines. All of those things are, I think, data points that give people a comfort level to pick up their assignment activity, but I don't want to oversell and underdeliver, right? When I think about the number of people in our pipeline compared to a typical year, this is a tremendous increase that I'm talking about. But it's within the guest teacher's control how many assignments they pick up. So does that answer the question?
It does, and I appreciate that. So it's kind of a wait and see kind of thing, and then of course we're going to continue that recruitment effort and the marketing of the filling of those spots. I guess my main concern, and I'll always err on the side of caution, is we are about to get to that 2-week window, as Vice President Cottle mentioned, of post New Year's, and you worry about how many people have been traveling or doing things they're not supposed to be doing, and then bringing that into our schools. I will say, though, for the record and for the public, I feel safer in our schools than I do going to the grocery store. So I just want that out there.
I will, if I may, just to add to that, because we're going back to when the board made the decision during that time, that decision was, in fact, and I believe Dr. Lamarca referred to this, because we didn't have those 3 really important things in place to the level that was necessary, because the number spiked so much in our community. We didn't have the contact tracing, disease investigation and contact tracing. If we can't track it down and can't isolate immediately upon it's necessary, then what ends up happening is an over-exclusion to be safe, because we'd rather keep people safe. So when you have an over-exclusion because you don't have the contact tracing, then that's when you have more and more of a need for the guest teachers or the substitutes. And additionally, when we don't have those in place and we have to over-exclude, we don't have the testing in place, so that those that maybe I may have been exposed, I'm not quite sure, I'm a little leery, but if you weren't showing symptoms during this time, as you recall, you couldn't get tested. And so then we still couldn't ensure that people were safe, and then really, really important that they felt safe. So those were the 3 things, and that's the difference. If those numbers spike again, those are 3 things that apparently, from what we're hearing, and this is our first hearing of this, and as a board, the previous board, we asked the superintendent, these are 3 areas that we'd like to show improvement in. Before we feel, I feel like we can have a conversation once again on getting back into it. And then this, because the numbers do what they do, right? That's why this is a standing agenda item. So we will revisit, if 2 weeks from now things are crazy, guess what we can do? Right, and that's why it's standing. Okay?
And I'll ask one final question. As students re-enter schools after the 19th, I am concerned, and I have received some things from constituents on mental health, and my family experienced something as well that broke our hearts. Is there any sort of mechanism, and this may be a question for you, Superintendent, is there any sort of mechanism of screening our students for if they're in crisis, if there's, after being in distance learning during the holidays, and following up on that from our school counselors and things like that?
Thank you very much, Trustee Thigpen. And I'll start, but then this is right up Dr. Lamarca's alley. So he oversees our counseling staff as well as our social emotional learning staff as well. But we do have within our middle schools, we have a partnership with the Children's Cabinet, and so we do have a screening protocol in place. But I will tell you that we have eyes on our students, and our teachers and our principals and our counselors. I will tell you, they are so dedicated to make sure that our students have all of the supports in place. Don't misconstrue that we will always advocate for more mental health supports, because we absolutely will. But I also want to do a shout out to our service providers within this school district. Our external psychiatrists and family therapists have really stepped up to the plate and done a lot of pro bono services for our school district as well. So I don't know if you'd like to add a little bit.
I can add just a little bit. Dr. McNeil is right. So we have the Signs of Suicide program, which is primarily targeted in the middle school. And that's where we try to screen every 7th grade student. We're trying to move that into other grade levels. But the good news is that our counselors at the secondary level, they've all been trained on signs of suicide. So they know the signs. Now the ratios are such that they're not going to have a ton of time to sit with every student for enough time always. So we do need to get that message out. We need teachers to have eyes on students. And quite frankly, this is one of the main reasons, again, we've talked about this, and I know you're a new board member. I appreciate that. That's one of the main reasons why we have recommended in-person instruction as much as possible is the school can be a very good place for kids. It's a place, there's some stability there. It's a place where we can support their needs. It's just that much more difficult when they're at a distance. And we're able to support our families as well through many of the resources we have in our buildings.
Okay, thank you so much. And I know mental health is so important for our students right now, and I'm so thankful for all of the staff for all the hours, the extra hours that they're putting in to try and help our students who are in crisis. So I appreciate that, and that is all of my questions.
No, that's quite all right. That's quite all right. That's why we have meetings, right? So we can ask questions. So thank you very much, Trustee Thigpen. Student Trustee Victoria, thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Madam President. I wanted to go back to sports and ask a few questions for clarity, just to know what high schools are looking like with sports. So right now, there's no tryouts allowed, right?
Not for basketball and not for wrestling. Ski teams have already been established.
All right, and I have one more question. For those students who do distance learning, they can do sports. They would have to go back into in-person or hybrid in order to do those sports.
No, if you are a distance learner, because this has been something that's confusing. So if your entire district is on distance learning, then we can't have athletics. If you are a distance learner, but your model within your school district is either hybrid or in-person, then you can absolutely participate in athletics and activities, even if you are a distance learner.
All right, so once we go back to school, so if you're a distance learner right now, but after the 20th, if you are still a distance learner, then you cannot do sports.
You can.
You can. All right.
You can.
Sounds good.
Just not basketball and wrestling.
All right. All right.
Nobody
sounds good.
can.
Thank you.
Yeah, you may be able to practice or condition or do whatever's allowed as long as the governor's, as long as those directives are followed. And I believe those are the things that would prevent tryouts from happening. And either the other two winter sports is because you can't really do the things that you would need to do in the tryout because they're contact-based, and that's not allowed right now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good questions and good clarity, good clarification, because I think I said it in a way that was probably confusing, so thank you. Okay, Dr. Lamarca, thank you.
So the third kind of area that we wanted to focus on is testing, and some of Trustee Thigpen's questions kind of got us there. We've worked really hard. Dr. McNeil has worked very hard. We've worked very hard with the state and the district on rapid antigen testing, and we are in possession of 5,000 rapid antigen tests, and that seems like a large number, but it wouldn't be a large enough number to do the real repetitive testing that we were talking about a minute ago. We had planned our first day of testing to occur on the 9th. That was this previous Saturday. And this has been such a fast-moving thing that we're kind of learning every day new things about these tests. So what got in the way of testing on the 9th was that it was very, very cold outside because of vaccinations, which probably rightfully are taking precedent right now. The lanes, meaning the places cars could go at the Livestock Event Center, were in an area where there was not adequate heating. We couldn't keep the tests at the temperature they needed to be efficacious. So we've kind of punted, and we're going away from working at the Livestock Event Center. We're having our first testing night tomorrow night or afternoon at Hug High School from 3 to, I think, 6 p.m. And it's our dry run, but it's a full-on run. I think Dr. McNeil saw an email from our emergency manager, Roy Anderson, earlier tonight. We had 160 slots for people to come in, and there's been 160 slots taken. So they're going to be a busy crew. It's all voluntary. I should say we are getting some assistance from the state still. Our nurses aren't administering the tests at this point, and they may never. administer the test. We are getting support from a state group right now, and then into February and beyond from the Battleborn group, and then also probably from fire, local fire agencies. So that's kind of an exciting thing, although it's one of these, it's sort of like the contact tracing. We're all kind of wondering what's going to happen tomorrow night. And I think it's going to be real positive, but that's another opportunity for our teachers and for our staff. That's not for students, that's for employees at this point. I can tell you, and you saw it in that previous data on the risk assessments, the Washoe County Health District, they're testing anyone right now, symptoms or no symptoms. There's a lot more availability of testing in the community right now than there was just several months ago, and that's a good thing for our families as well. I don't have a whole bunch more to say about testing, Dr. McNeil. I don't know if there's some things you might want to add or...
Well, I'll just say that this has been a labor of love from the beginning, I will tell you. And Dr. Lamarca, I will tell you, he has knocked it out of the park with his team, because almost every single morning I'm like, how are we doing? How are we doing? How are we doing? And I know Emily's phone. How are we doing with the guest teachers? So I just want to do the shout outs to, and I know we're going to go into vaccines, but I will tell you, this leadership team and others throughout the district, our strike force, they want our students back in schools, but it has just been an amazing lift, a constant on the phone. Even up until Christmas Eve, this team was working and doing what they needed to be doing to make sure that we had students and staff safe if the board decided to go down this route. So, and the only other thing I'll say is the antigen testing, there is no charge. It's free of charge for our employees as well, too.
Thank you very much. I see a couple of questions from colleagues. We'll go with Clerk Manello and then Dr. Nicolette.
My turn? Okay. Well, I just have a question. I don't know if you know this. The antibody test, because I think a lot of people, I've heard that something similar to this ran through the schools last December, January, and those people that I know have not had it since, but that doesn't mean that's what it was. Is the county doing anything about antibody tests?
Not that I'm aware of, and these antigen tests aren't antibody tests, so they're different. So no, that's not really made it into kind of the milieu of testing.
Just in a related conversation, one of my contacts at the health district conveyed as well, we were talking about vaccines and whether or not you should get a vaccine if you had already had COVID. And so I think there is still a level of scientific uncertainty about how long the antibodies last. And so that's probably why, at least, speculating why there might not be a tremendous effort around trying to track down antibodies versus doing vaccines and testing.
Thank you, Emily. Dr. Dye?
Thank you. I almost feel silly asking this, but we're testing 160 people. That's cool that 160 people are wanting to find something out. To what end?
That's a good question. And it's to peace of mind, I think. I will tell you that the way it's set up for us, there's different ways that these tests could be used, but the way it's set up for us, it's primarily for asymptomatic folks. Because if you're symptomatic and you call our employee health nurse, we're gonna get you scheduled down at Renown because you really want the PCP or PCR test, sorry, PCP. It's been a long night.
The Washoe County School District is not administering PCP tests or PCP.
I almost started singing a Grateful Dead song, so, okay. Now I've lost my train of thought. I will tell you that in working with the health district, most people who think they're asymptomatic aren't. So people talk, I haven't had any symptoms, and then they'll probe a little more, and well, yeah, I had a headache the other day. Well, that was a symptom, and so I think there's probably a lot more people out there that have kind of wondered from time to time, God, I wonder if I've got this thing. And this is an opportunity for them to test. It's quick, it's rapid. So that's the big advantage of this test, arguably, is that you find out within 15 minutes. You can actually download an application. You get the test and you can leave, and then we'll hit your phone up with whether or not you have a positive or a negative result. Now, if you have a positive result, we have to work with you because you can't come back to work. And you also need to go in and get a PCR test, and so we'll send them through Renown, or they'll have some other options, but Renown will probably be their best option.
I would just say, just an answer, I think that you hit the nail on the head initially. That I think a large part of it is peace of mind, in that, especially if you've learned maybe someone in your school or someone in the classroom next door or some, so, and you don't get excluded because there's a very deliberate way to learn, which is why the training takes so long for the contact tracers and disease investigators to decide just because you were around someone that tested positive, what peer, were they contagious? I mean, there are a lot of different things that they do to figure it out, but some people still, man, I walk down the hallway and pass so-and-so and then they tested positive, and they're concerned. I mean, and that isn't to take any of it lightly, and so that would be helpful. It's like, let me just go get tested just to make sure. So part of it is being safe and part of it is feeling safe. And that probably goes along the lines of feeling safe. Please.
Diane Nicolette again. So cool, and 160 people right out of the chute tells me that there's going to probably be a whole bunch of people that want this. And I'm just going to assume that you've already got those stages in place.
We are going to test at least 2 times per month through June. And if this goes well and we can kind of figure out the logistics around it, it possibly will double in terms of the amount of tests that are administered on any one of those occasions. We also probably are going to try to do it a little bit regionally, since now we're back into our high schools, so we might move it around the community. Back to your previous question, just really quick, and I know that it's been a long night, but I haven't seen my father since February of last year, of last year. He'll turn 93 in April. With this, and part of that is because I got to protect him. I have to work, I have to do things, I can't expose him. With this kind of an antigen test, I could take that tomorrow night, I could request from my employer to work at home, make sure I have no contact, and I could go with confidence and see my father and know that I'm not exposing him. And that's the peace of mind piece. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. LaMarca. Trustee Thigpen?
I just have one question, and this may be more for the superintendent. I'm not sure. This was part of public comment emails we had received, and I also received some from constituents about playground restrictions and what those are still looking like with our schools. Has anything changed, or what's, for the public's knowledge, what's the current standing?
So if I'm correct, and I see Pete back there, our playgrounds, we have not opened up. Now, we have opened up activities on our playgrounds. So, for example, at the elementary level, you're able to use equipment and those types of things, but you're not able to be using the play structures at this point in time.
So like swing sets, I drove by Mount Rose yesterday and saw kids on swing sets and things like that.
I don't believe that they're open yet.
I do not believe they're supposed to be using those.
We might need to follow up.
So we will look into that.
I was going to say, no, guess what's going to happen at Mount Rose tomorrow? No, I'm sure there'll be follow-up, because it's difficult, I'm sure, but I'm sure there'll be follow-up. Okay, thank you. Dr. LaMarca?
That really concludes our comments. If you have any additional questions, we're happy to try to answer them. This is, as Dr. McNeil said, it's an ongoing conversation. I think that you established the standing board item on September 8th, so we've been coming. You'll get tired of the data, I'll tell you.
Thank you very much to Emily, to all the hard work of your team, Dr. Lamarca, as well as the health nurses that we have, and just everyone that's been working really hard. Dr. McNeil, thank you for working very hard to provide resources in those 3 critical areas, as asked by the board: the testing, the robust testing, enough contact tracing, and guest teachers, and so that we can look at where do we want to be and next steps we want to move forward. The superintendent's recommendation is on the screen. Right currently, but the board decision currently is just what's on the screen, that we return to a hybrid model for secondary schools, that is middle schools and high schools. Elementary schools right now are in the in-person, full-day in-person model. So the recommendation of the superintendent is basically to not make any changes. And if we aren't going to make any changes, then we don't need to have a motion, because it's already happening, unless Chief General Counsel will make me have a motion. Okay. Will not. So what we will do before we go any further, I see we do have some public comment, JJ?
Yes. The board received emails from Diane, Patricia, Clint Toledo, Margaret Repock, Phil Kaiser with the Washoe Education Association, James Wessel, and Larry Cates.
Thank you, JJ. And I believe all of those came in, except for one came in tonight. So if you haven't had a chance, please take a quick look. One did come in tonight in terms of schools. There are also some other questions that came in, but pertaining to this issue, one came in tonight, so please go ahead and give that a look. The others came in before we started our meeting today, because those names are all familiar to me. Okay. So if it is the pleasure of the board to make any changes to what is already in place, again, the board direction has already been to continue the in-person learning model for primary students, and to return secondary school students, middle schools and high schools, to the hybrid learning model on January 19th. Ooh, not July. Ooh, Lord. No, January 19th. That's what's already in place. And so I will entertain a motion from any of my colleagues who would like to make a motion to change the current direction from the board and of the district. Okay, seeing none, we just thank you very much. I know it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work for you to come here and then we make no motion. But I know it. But it really is worthwhile. As you can see, the presentation that you've made it just helps to inform us, and so we're very grateful. So thank you. So thank you very much. Okay, I guess Emily, you get to stay. Paul, you get to go. All right. And all this time, I thought Pete just wanted to hang out. Now we'll move on to agenda item 6.06, presentation and update on the Washoe County School District's COVID-19 vaccine distribution plan for Tier 1 and 2 for eligible employees. This is just to update us information and discussion. Many of us have seen things in the media, and this will just inform us of the rollout plan and the criteria and so on that's been put in place by the district. We're going to start with you, Superintendent McNeil, or should we go? We're going to go right to Ms. Ellison. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Emily Ellison, Chief Human Resources Officer, again for the record. I am joined tonight by my colleague, Mr. Pete Etchart, Chief Operating Officer, who likely the next time I say, "Can you help me with something?" will say, "No way." But we are excited to provide an update tonight on vaccines. I'm going to start by providing some background information on the state's vaccine plan, which I think is helpful for context. Then we'll be providing an update on what's happened with vaccines so far, and then I'm going to turn it over to Pete, and he's going to give you the latest up-to-the-minute information on what's to be expected moving forward. So I'll start just again with a little bit of background information. The state of Nevada's COVID vaccine plan is being executed under the direction of the Department of Health and Human Services through the Nevada State Immunization Plan. And then within each local jurisdiction, there is a point of contact for us, that's the Washoe County Health District, and then the health district is deploying vaccines, at least through these initial tiers, through employers for the current model. The plan, the state of Nevada plan, is both exposure and risk-based. So individuals are identified for their priority within the vaccine tiers based on their potential for exposure to a positive COVID-19 case. And then, as you'll see a little bit later in the tiers, there's also some consideration to an individual's personal risk as it relates to severe complications or death if they contracted the illness. And then you'll also notice within the tiers, critical infrastructure workers are prioritized. And so, as you can see, we employ healthcare providers, sworn law enforcement personnel, and education personnel. So our folks are in tiers 1 and 2 respectively. It is important to note, though, that while the vaccine is being coordinated through the school district as the employer, this is not an employer program. This is not a requirement of employment, and we're making the scheduling information available and the vaccine opportunities available to employees if they elect to choose or to receive a vaccine. And we are not, when they're going through the Washoe County Health District point of distribution, we are not provided any information on who did or did not take advantage of the vaccine. So I know that that's been a little bit confusing for people because it really feels like an employer thing, but really the employer, whether it's us or any other organization, is really just being used as the conduit for getting information to the employees within each of those tiers. As you'll see a bit later when we talk about how we're going to prioritize employees within Tier 2, we've tried to replicate this exposure and personal risk-based approach for our employee base as well. Let's see here. So, JJ, if you could go to the next slide. I'm not going to bore you with the timeline in detail, but I do want to highlight a couple of things. And if you look at the first date and the last date, you can see that in less than a month's time, we've moved from vaccine approval at the national level to beginning to administer Tier 2 vaccines. That's where we're at as of this point. We've also launched and closed 2 surveys to garner interest in receiving the vaccine and then also to assess personal risk factors that will help to determine our scheduling plan. And I'm super, super proud to report that in this time, and as of today, 2,352 of our employees have been offered the opportunity to receive a vaccine. Thank you. I'm going to spend a few slides later talking about what made that happen, so thank you. 2,352. So that's kind of one of the calendar highlights. The other thing is, if we could just go back to the calendar really quickly. You'll notice that Dr. McNeil mentioned earlier, the first week of winter break is when Tier 1 vaccines became available. And so definitely on December 23rd and then also on December 24th, we were having calls with the health district to try and figure out how to make vaccines available to our employees. And it was very quick turnaround, but we're so grateful to our associations because we were able to maximize or to capitalize on those opportunities and help get people through this process. And we try to be, you may have received feedback, hopefully not, but we try to be sensitive to not communicating important things like this while folks are on break. But again, we really wanted to take advantage of the opportunity that was available to us for our healthcare workers. And then right when we came back from break on January 4th, we launched our personal risk factor survey and then received word the same day that we would start to have vaccines available for Tier 2. And so we've been moving very, very quickly as a part of this process. So we rolled out a plan for how we were going to prioritize employees, and then Tier 1 and 2 happened very, very quickly. So we had to work with our associations to determine how to prioritize in the absence of the rest of that data that we were going to use. And we really relied on seniority, as you'll see, as we move move forward. Okay, sorry, JJ, now I'm ready. So for this, what we're now calling Group Tier 2A, we got the call on January 4th that said we have appointments, you can start making them available to Tier 2 employees. We have a plan for prioritizing based on exposure and personal risk factors, but we didn't have all that data back yet. And so we identified particular groups within Tier 2 that we felt like we should start with and take advantage of these appointments. And so this list includes our employees that are serving students who may not be able to maintain social distancing or adhere to masking requirements. So self-contained programs, employees at our specialized schools and in support of our early childhood programs and Child Find were included. We included our rural locations in Gerlach, Natchez, and Incline because of the difficulty in keeping those campuses open when there are issues with COVID-19 cases. We included our home hospital and truancy and re-engagement employees because these are employees who are going into many homes each day where people may or may not be adhering to virus mitigation protocols. In our central kitchen and nutrition services, the physical configuration requires people to work within 6 feet of each other for prolonged periods of time, and that's also kind of a critical infrastructure function for us, so we included them in Tier 2A. And then we identified all of our employees who are age 75 and older and included them as well. So we rolled that information out last week, and here's where I'll pause just to talk a little bit from a process perspective. So right now, we are utilizing the Washoe County Health District's point of distribution, or POD. And so what happens is they decided that we would transition into Tier 2. They called us, they called the charters, they called the other Tier 2A eligible entities. That's where educators live, is right at the top of Tier 2. And then we communicate to our employees that scheduling information. So I'm just going to speak in super general numbers, but if you think about, they opened up Saturday appointments and there were 1,000 Saturday spots available. Those aren't just exclusively for Washoe County School District. So we identified these groupings and then needed to prioritize within these groupings by seniority. So half of all of the people in these buckets, if you will, got the first email, and then when more dates opened up, the other half got an email with scheduling information. So the second group got their scheduling information today. The first group got their information on Tuesday of last week. And so it's really kind of a juggling act of my assistant and I watch the calendar several times a day to watch for appointments to come up, and then we identify more folks to send emails out to. And we're trying to look at the total number of appointments that we have versus the total number of people in those groups and the number of people who have said they're interested in receiving the vaccine to try and maximize those spots. So that's what's happening right now. And we're super excited that 2,300 people have been through that process. When we think about the remainder of Tier 2, which is 6,000 plus people, we can't vaccinate everyone in one day, right? And not only is it impractical with a workforce of that size, but it is super, super important that everyone remembers moving forward that all of our plans are contingent upon vaccine supplies and the supply chain remaining at the level that it's at the moment. So we were just talking a little while ago, right? We've got sort of plans in our mind, and we're going to share that information, and all of those things might change and timelines might change if the vaccine supply changes. So that said, we were focused on getting vaccines to employees as quickly as possible, but we do all need to remain flexible knowing that there's a lot of factors outside of our control at this point. So in an attempt to replicate the state's process for the remainder of our employees, we would look to position-specific and personal risk factors. So is the position directly serving students, right? A teacher should get their vaccine before the HR lady does. Are you serving multiple locations? Are you an itinerant teacher, or are you a bus driver that's serving multiple campuses? So you are interacting with more student populations each day. Does your position require that you interact with the public? So we have a lot of positions in our organization that might require interaction with, if you think about capital project folks, right? They're working with contractors every day, or there's a number of other positions that encounter the general public. Obviously, we have some employees who are currently working remotely, either through ADA accommodations or other arrangements. And so if you are in a distance working arrangement versus being in person, we're prioritizing in-person employees. The workspace configuration, I mentioned a moment ago, the nutrition services. We want to make sure that if there are situations like my HR techs, I have 2 to an office, and it's really meant to be a one-person office. So how can we help mitigate their risk? Serving special populations that are unable to follow the virus protocols. We got most of those folks in Tier 2A, and then assigned to a rural location. We talked about that as well. Human Resources has data on age, and we put together a tiered scoring system. Obviously, the older you are, the more points you get, and that was based on the CDC's table for risk of severe complications or death from the disease. And then we asked employees to complete a survey indicating whether or not one of the underlying health conditions or other risk factors might apply to them. We did not collect information on what that might be. Employees just had to say yes or no, this doesn't apply to me, or I don't wish it to be considered. And then whether or not someone in their household has one of those risks. So when you think about underlying conditions are pretty straightforward. Other risks that the CDC has identified as making you more likely to contract the illness or more likely to experience severe consequences from the illness are if you're part of a racial or ethnic minority, if you're experiencing homelessness, if you live in a congregate setting. There's probably about 10 different things, but that was another area where someone could indicate, like, yes, this does apply to me as well and should be taken into consideration from a planning perspective. So our thinking is that using all of this information, points would be aggregated, and it thankfully produced the result we expected, a bit of a bell curve, right? So there's outliers, a little bit of a cluster in the middle, which again, circling back to vaccine supply and the impracticality of doing all vaccines at one time, we were happy to see that so that we can have a little bit of a staggered approach to delivering our Tier 2 vaccines. In addition to the health district process that I outlined earlier, which will continue to be available to us, we are really exploring WCSD specific vaccine opportunities to help, again, expedite and get vaccines into the arms of people who want them as quickly as possible. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Pete.
Thank you, Emily. Pete Etchart, Chief Operating Officer. So I also have to kind of start off by stressing that all the information that I'm going to provide you is very preliminary, and as we've learned tonight, very fluid. So, and most of all, it is, as Emily also said, is contingent upon us receiving vaccine supplies. I also want to stress that we are going to continue to utilize Washoe County's Livestock Event Center pod vaccination site as much as possible, but we are, as Emily just said, currently planning to partner with all the local fire agencies to have our own pod vaccination sites. That includes Reno Fire Department, Sparks Fire Department, Washoe County Fire Protection District, and the North Lake Tahoe Fire Protection District. Here in the valley, the fire departments we anticipate will be responsible for the chain of custody for the vaccine, but we would be operating the pods. And then I have to say maybe, because as I've been here tonight, I've received calls from our emergency manager and also had emails with the county, and the fire department set up a meeting for tomorrow to discuss it because they have some other ideas. So right now I'm going to tell you things that we had as of this meeting, but things are changing, as I said. We do have and we're going to work through this because we do have a very dedicated and I think a really fantastic planning team and we're working with our emergency management team, Roy Anderson and Michael Perry, on the actual setup of an operation of these pods. And so they're diligently working on the staff that we need and then turn that over to Emily to work on the recruitment side of that. So we're excited about that. We are right now working to have our first pod on Saturday, January 23rd, and we anticipate it being at North Valleys High School. Now, this is going to be our training pod, and we are planning to have supervisory staff that has been operating at the Livestock Event Center pod to come to our pod and help train our supervisory team. And I have also received confirmation here, why we've been here tonight, that the vaccine was ordered for this event. But again, we never know until the last moment, even though it's been ordered, of what we're actually going to receive. So everybody has to be very cognizant of that. You're going to get last-minute, emails from Emily and her team saying, "We got the vaccine. Okay, please come." You're going to get like 4 days' notice because we have to order the vaccine the week before, and then it shows up on that Tuesday, and then all of a sudden we have our events like on Saturday. So if we have our first event on Saturday, January 23rd, and then starting the following week, right now we plan on opening 3 pods, and we were talking about possibly using North Valley's High School, Reed High School, and McQueen High School. And again, I have to say maybe, because the fire department may have some other ideas on that that we'll be meeting on tomorrow. Our preliminary plan, again dependent on vaccine availability, is to have 6 hours of vaccine injections starting at 8 a.m. and ending at 2 p.m. and hopefully vaccinating about 700 people at each site each day. So total, if we can open up 3 sites starting on January 30th, we would hopefully get about 2,100 vaccinations done in a day. As of now, we plan to set aside 4 Saturdays, January 23rd, January 30th, February 6th, and February 13th for the first injection, and the following 4 Saturdays for the second injection. We could potentially reduce the 4 Saturday times and locations depending on how many employees are left to vaccinate, because again, we're going to continue using that Livestock Event Center site as much as possible, and that number that Emily updated you on tonight of 2,300, makes that very realistic, and I'm excited to hear that. I hope that number keeps going up. We are also, I just want to stress, and this is kind of Emily's side of this, but we're working on how to schedule those employees that would be coming to our pods and how that's going to be done. And I really don't have a lot of details to share with you today, except to say that we will do our best to make this as straightforward and easy for our employees as possible. But I do ask for everyone's cooperation and flexibility on this. For instance, we don't have the manpower in our district to split invitations up by geography. So you may be an employee who lives right next door to McQueen High School, and you get an invitation saying you've got to go to North Valleys instead of McQueen. This is right next door, and all I can say is, enjoy the drive, and be thankful that we're be able to get a vaccine to you. And I'll conclude by saying again, I think we have a great team, a dedicated team that's working hard on this, and we're very, very appreciative to Washoe County and those who have been involved with the Livestock Event Center, because we had meetings with them that Emily set up, and they kind of showed us their lessons learned, and that was so valuable to us. We're not trying to reinvent the wheel. We're depending on our community partners to help us through this. And we realize as a community that's starting to reach almost 500,000 people that the more different distribution sites that we can have, the better, and the faster we can get our employees through, the better it is for this community. So we're going to continue working on that. But again, I could meet with you tomorrow night and tell you a whole different plan. So, I mean, it's just really has to be, it's that fluid. So with that, I'd be glad to answer any questions. Or Emily, you have one?
There's just one other thing that I forgot to put in my notes. I remembered thinking about it and I got distracted today. Manpower is a definite consideration for us, and thankful to our employees. We had a really tremendous response on the survey regarding who might be interested in providing volunteer support for these events, which is awesome. But we do have a very limited nursing staff, and that's who we need to utilize for our injectors. And so we put out a call out last night. It was in Dr. McNeil's message, Monday message, and then also I saw a few friends posting on Facebook, and as of 8 a.m. this morning, we had about 80 individuals who are healthcare providers or meet the qualifications to become injectors saying they were interested in volunteering. Keep in mind, though, the volume of people that we need and needing those folks to follow through. If you all know anyone who is a nurse or a retired nurse or a vet tech or a veterinarian, or there's a fairly long list that was included in Dr. McNeil's message, please encourage them to contact Dex Thomas at the district so that we can get them connected to the Battle-Born Medical Corps, which does all of the credentialing and everything, so that we can utilize them for our distribution. We'd be very, very grateful. So. And then happy to answer any questions.
Okay, well, first of all, let me say thank you very much for the information on the vaccines updates. I'm going to start with Vice President Call and then jump down to Trustee Thigpen. Vice President Call.
Thank you, Madam President. I just have two quick questions. The first one is if an employee in the survey indicated that they don't want the vaccine, but they change their mind, they can go back into the survey and fill it out to get put back into the pool?
So we're continuing to collect data on the survey because we need to capture new employees and employees returning from leave. But I actually don't have the manpower to reconcile the multiple spreadsheets that it's living on right now. And I also don't have a way to pluck people out of the distribution lists that I'm using. So even if somebody said they don't want the vaccine, when their number is up, if you will, they're still going to get the invitation to schedule in case they've changed their mind.
Oh, that's perfect. So then that'll take care of itself. And then my last question is, how does this impact the ADA accommodations? Specifically, if an employee chooses not to be vaccinated, are there still ADA accommodations? And if not, when would that go into place?
So ADA accommodations can be very tricky because they're very specific to the individual, but in terms of us changing our models, that will, and any impact that it might have to distance learning assignments, that will be dependent on a change in the governor's directive, which would impact the overall models of our district. So let's say everybody went out and got vaccinated and then we were approved to be in person 100%, then we would need to work through those ADA accommodations kind of on a case by case to figure out what was appropriate for them.
Thank you, Vice President Cottle. I do want to mention this, I forgot to. As far as board members and in our role as educators as well, the survey was sent out just like it was to members of our staff. And please just express whatever your interest is, if you'd like to participate in getting the vaccine or not, and then the same protocol that was outlined for us, for all employees, and we fit that same criteria, and then we'll be notified when we have that opportunity. So just in case you're interested, hey, what does that mean for us? That's what that means. If you're interested, make sure, even if you aren't interested, make sure you fill out the survey. But certainly if you're interested, that will be the way, and we follow the same criteria and would fall in line as appropriate. Okay? All right, thank you. Trustee Thigpen?
Yes, thank you. I have a few questions, but first I'll say I think this is giving our teachers and staff renewed hope. So thank you both for all the work and hours you put into this. First, I'll start from the standpoint of pods. I know the Renown Health has really done a great job with vaccinating their staff. You mentioned, working with community partners. Are they part of kind of that conversation? As I feel like they've done a drive-through thing and they may have some expertise that could be beneficial to the school district.
So we have not worked with them directly because the opportunity to work with fire came up, and I do believe, that this is not definitive, but I do believe that the health district is contracting with Renown to support some of the community-wide efforts as well, much in the same way that I think like the CVS's and Walgreens are going to be utilized for nursing homes and congregate care settings. I think Renown will be used in other ways. So they were certainly on our radar as a potential option, and fire popped up and we latched onto that. So.
One thing I'll add too is just, and I should probably mention this, is most likely when we set up our pods, they're going to look a little different than some of the other community pods. It very well may not be a drive-through for a lot of reasons, and I won't get into all of it tonight. But we very well may have walk-in pods where we keep the people outside. We very well monitor how many people we allow into, say, a high school gymnasium to have a vaccination, and then go into like the small gym to wait 15 minutes or 30 minutes to make sure no one has an impact, and then leave. I would love to be able to do the drive-through pod like the Livestock Event Center, but they also have, the warming huts, and they've got all the traffic control, and they've got a lot of resources that we just don't have. And obviously trying to run a pod in January and February, you never know what the weather is going to bring any certain day. And so not having overhangs and all the different things that, other sites have, ours will look a little different. But I think, we've got a great team that will put together the best plan we can to make sure that it's safe And I think it'll be much safer, as you were saying before, than a grocery store, because everybody's going to be screened, everybody's filling out a questionnaire, everybody's going to, be there for the same reason. We're going to have people on site to make sure, monitor who's coming in and out. So I think it will be a very safe environment, but it's tricky, to make this happen.
I appreciate the background on that. It makes sense, and I think the fire department will likely do a fine job as well. One other question I had, and this kind of piggybacks off of Vice President Cottle's questions, and I'm thinking big picture. I'm thinking way down the road. I understand that, and we may not have an answer tonight. But will we, at some point in the future, require, once most people have been vaccinated, will we require staff and students to be vaccinated to come back once we're able to hopefully fully reopen schools again?
I can take that one. So currently, the vaccine is not approved for children under the age of 16. Those trials are happening now. So in terms of an ETA for student vaccines, we don't have that information. In terms of making it a requirement for staff, I'd look to my friend Counselor Rombardo for definitive legal advice, but there certainly are varying perspectives on an employer's ability to do that, and at this time we are not moving forward with making it required. Also in our environment, we would need to negotiate that with our employee associations, and that's not something that we're looking to pursue at this point.
That makes sense. Definitely just wanted to pose the question so at least it's on our mind and we can get it out to the public as well. My last question, and I apologize if I missed this in the presentation, what came to mind was our students with more severe disabilities that may not be able to wear a mask or anything like that. Is there any, and especially since you mentioned that it's not approved for kids under a certain age, I don't know, I just was thinking, is there any way we can offer them the vaccine at some point, or that's probably another thing down the road?
So students are definitely not identified for distribution at this time, but we did prioritize our employees that are working with our most vulnerable students.
Thank you.
I will add as well, Trustee Thigpen, that there are students, we know we have students in our strategies programs and others, right, that have a difficult time with that, and those things are being worked with now in terms of, because that's also a population that we make it possible for them to attend more in-person school, have more of a connection, and so on. And so the educators that work with that population have already been working with that population. And so having the vaccine doesn't change that in and of itself, and especially until there is a vaccine that's available and that's approved, that's available, trials have been completed, and so on for those 16 and under.
I appreciate that, President Taylor, and it's just, we hear all the stories from parents and stuff like that, and I know our most vulnerable populations are, they're at risk, but I understand that we're doing a great job with that. I know some students are able to wear face shields, for example, over masks, and I think there are certainly options. And
those things, just know those things have been in place since school started. Okay, the bringing in the vaccine doesn't change that in and of itself. Not until it's approved for students.
I would add, though, and this slipped my mind until just now, but we do serve students until age 22, correct, Dr. McNeil? So individuals who are students in our system, but who are over the age of 18, perhaps 16, but I would say definitely 18, may get picked up in distribution in the other tiers if they qualify as a part of a special population. So some of our students may end up being vaccinated, but they won't be vaccinated through our channel.
Right, that makes sense. They may through some other mechanism, I would assume. So thank you very much for this information, and I can't thank you enough for the work that you've done, and I'm so excited to get our employees vaccinated. I know it's going to make people feel so relieved, and hopefully it'll put us on the track to getting our schools fully reopened again. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Trustee Thigpen. Trustee Church?
Thank you very much. I may have missed, there was a lot you gave us. so I apologize if I missed anything. I'm going to ask 4 questions. Let me give them to you all at once. I'm curious about how many people have so far said, no, I don't want the test. Does it matter if somebody previously tested positive, in other words, they had COVID, so they fit into the category, except they've already had it, and therefore they've got certain antibodies already? I don't know if you know this, but I don't know this. Is the second vaccine exactly the same as the first? So when we get to that point and somebody's not available for the second vaccine, then we move to the tier 2 or whatever group. And the final question, I'm not going to ask when the senior citizen board members can get this. I'm not going to ask that one. But you did. That was a little humor.
Asking for a friend.
But one thing that's going to be controversial, you caught my attention. You said something about ethnic, you know what I'm talking about. Who made that decision? Is that an internal WCSD decision? How do we define it? Is it based on what they declare? I can see some controversy in the community.
All right, I took good notes. I think I can get all 4. I didn't take good notes for the first one. So I'm going to jump to the second one. If you have already had COVID, they are not, like I mentioned earlier, they're not sure how long the antibodies last. Vaccines are still recommended. You cannot receive a vaccine during your exclusion period. So if you just or if you have COVID right now, you can't get it. But once you have had it, the kind of informal guidance that I've received is about 45 days later, you could go ahead and get it, but I know people are receiving it sooner. So you can't get it while you have an active infection. You should get the vaccine even if you had an infection already. Now I remember what you asked. Our interest rate so far on the interest surveys that we have done, and we had about, I want to say 53% response rate, 88% of staff were interested in receiving the vaccine at that point. The second vaccine is the same vaccine as the first. So if you get the Pfizer vaccine, you have to have your booster has to be the Pfizer, same with Moderna. But if you don't get the second vaccine, you do still have some immunity. They're just not sure how much. You need the booster for the, to get the full effect.
And on that question, so let's just say there's extra vaccines, somebody doesn't show up. Someone that's never had the first test, the first vaccine, can get that, even though it was intended for somebody getting the second. It's the exact same dose and vaccine?
My understanding is that it's the exact same vaccine, but the way we will be running our clinics, it'll be first shot, and then 28 days later, second shot. So if we had someone come to our second clinic and say, I never got my first shot, we would probably funnel them to the health district because we would not be able to order another second shot for them. You can only get them in pairs. So I would have given the first one away, but I won't have a second one to give them. And then the indication in the other personal risk factors. So all of that information was taken from the CDC website. We used all of their language exactly, and they identified racial and ethnic, belonging to a racial or ethnic minority as a potential personal risk factor, and we did not validate that information. So if an employee identifies with a racial or ethnic minority, they could just check that box, and then we would include that in the considerations or in the factors.
And racial ethnic, would that include Hispanic?
I would imagine.
Yes.
Yes.
It does. Mm-hmm. If you just from and this just may help clarify why that's on the list for the CDC, because if you look at the numbers of those who have contracted and even have died from COVID-19 or complications thereof, it is disproportionately those that are racial or ethnic minorities, and that's why they're at a higher risk group from the CDC. Did you get all your questions answered, Trustee Church? Did she get them? Did she roll them down? She got them? Okay. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Thank you so much for being willing to answer the questions along the way, both of you. It's exciting to see that everything's being done to help our teachers, not only for those that that are concerned about being in the buildings and so on, but when it's time to get vaccinated, they want to a very thorough, thought out, balanced approach to get as many people through as much as we can, and reaching out, having our own pod. I mean, just a very good innovation around it to help our people get there as much as possible, as fast as possible when it's their time. So I appreciate it. Any other comments from my colleagues? Along the way, Dr. McNeil?
Well, I just want to thank Emily and Pete. There's no, this is how you vaccinate 8,000 individuals. There's no program, playbook for that. And we all know that this is our first global pandemic. So I just want to thank you all from the bottom of my heart. How much work, I mean, I know how much sleep you all have lost on getting this up, and Roy Anderson and Perry, the entire team. And Emily came into my office last night and said, we're gonna have to structure some leadership team members here. And I was like, okay, we'll do it. But Pete has already signed up for every Saturday. I already told Emily whenever there's an opening, we're all gonna sign up. So we may have some traffic opportunities for any of the trustees that are interested in helping us with these pods. So, but thank you all so very, very much.
Okay, thank you very much. I was really hoping to give Melina a bad time. That won't happen tonight. That won't happen. We're here after 11. I can't tease her. Okay, so now we're on to agenda item 7.01. For those trustees who are new and may not know what this entails, that's board reports. And this is a discussion. This is no discussion among trustees can occur under this item at all. But this is when we take an opportunity to perhaps share. We've been out in the community, we visited this school, or anything like that may be of interest, we think, to the rest of the board. We certainly don't expect you to get out your calendar and name every school you visited and so on, especially at 11:35, and that is a poorly veiled hint. But there are those things that step out, that stand out, certainly is the time that we take. And we also always like to hear from our student trustee to hear our student voice and our student advisory committee. They're up to some great things, even during this time, during the pandemic on Zoom. I'm just so impressed that they continue to do some work. So we'll certainly start there and work our way down. So student trustee Victoria.
Thank you, Madam President. This upcoming week, we will have our third town hall. We have one each month, and this month it will be on mental health. Tonight we heard that brought up various times, and us as students wanted to bring it up to other students because we see that it's very important for everyone. And through this past month that we were on distance learning, that affected students even more. So we invite parents, students, and adult staff in the district to attend this Zoom call. You guys can sign up at wcsddata.net/student voice, or email Michelle Hammond and she will send you that invitation. It will be next Tuesday, January 19th from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m., which is the day everyone returns back to school in hybrid or distance learning. And the topic will be on mental health. Students are invited to speak on their experiences and talk about how their mental health is, or basically anything about this topic. And then adults in the room in that Zoom call are just here to listen to students and be able to see how these students interact and what they have to do with mental health. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any trustee have something that they just absolutely feel like is critical for us to hear this time? We'll hear from Clerk Minetto.
Thank you. I had the joy of going to Robert Mitchell and Jerry Whitehead yesterday, and it was a delight. And I found out that we have amazing staff that back each other, and Debbie Beiersdorf and Joe Ernst really went to bat for one of the principals, and I just really appreciate that. They're amazing.
Fantastic. You told me that story, and that's the kind of stuff you like to see, right? Yeah, just fantastic, working together. Okay, Vice President Caudill.
Thank you, Madam President. Just want to do a quick shout out to Gerlach. Right before the break, I was able to go up there, recognize a graduate. Generally, it's like a huge celebration when they have a graduate, and they couldn't do that. So I always enjoy going up to Gerlach and supporting them. And then the last thing, I had the opportunity to assist some of our staff format laptops, and that an experience, because it's not as simple as the computer arrives and you just give it to a kid. There's so much that goes into it. So I would encourage any trustee that wants to see how that process works to let Dr. McNeil know to see if there's an opening, because thousands of computers go through these places where staff are working their tails off to get them ready. So that was a joyous experience for me.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Any of my colleagues? Okay, Trustee Thigpen, and we'll work our way into Dr. Diane.
And I know as a new trustee, I haven't done a whole lot of visits or anything, but I did want to do this before we leave. There's a lot of unsung heroes in the room. I just wanted to give a shout out to our school police that have really gone above and beyond tonight to make this a safe and open meeting for our community. So I just want to thank all of them here tonight.
Thank you, Trustee Thigpen.
And I just want to
Trustee
say
Nicolette?
that I've been very fortunate to attend a two-day training put on by leadership and Dr. Alsbury, our general counsel meeting. The support staff for the trustees is indispensable, and I thank you so much for that. And like Kurt, I look forward, and Jeff, look forward to beginning the visitations to schools and departments, and it's just been a wonderful support team, and I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Okay, all good? Thank you very much. On to agenda item 7.02. We'll reopen that item for superintendent's report.
Thank you very much. So this is just going to be super quick, but I just want to reiterate the invitation to our student town hall meeting. I think if you are able to attend that, you will really find a lot of joy and insight in just listening to our students. And you all should have it on your calendars at this point in time. Mr. Hayes sent out a calendar invite to you all today. And then finally, our State of Education address, which is going to be virtual this year, will be on January 28th, and that should also be on your calendar as well too. So really looking forward to that as well too. And that's all I have, Madam President.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Superintendent. I think that's all we have for today. Or do we have any public comment, AJ, as we end?
The board received emails from Elizabeth Lenz and Lisa Lee.
Thank you very much. Okay, then our meeting is now closed. Just bring it to your attention the next meeting, January 26, 2021. That will be at Worcester High School. Worcester. We'll see you then. Our meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.